the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. My Wuzinmo is just a small trouble. In the dilapidated town of St. Vangansa, holding Rose's hand, the witch stood in front of an abandoned church full of decaying smell with tears of happiness, quietly waiting for Johnny Blaze and the St. Vangansa scroll that was about to arrive. Especially the latter, which was the focus of his attention. After all, the St. Vangansa scroll was the foundation of a high-rise building for him. As long as he had this thing, he would have the capital to live freely on Earth, and no longer need to look at Mephisto's face. Especially when he had a piece of territory on Earth, where he had the final say, and lived the life of a local tyrant with clothes and food provided for him every day, and Mephisto could not do anything to him when he came. He felt happy just by imagining it. Therefore, the St. Vangansa scroll was related to his future development path, and it was not excessive to attach importance to it. As for saying that the Earth was too small and not enough for him to toss around, he would have to return to Hell to inherit a larger family business in the end. Don't be funny. After finally escaping from Hell, only ghosts would want to go back to Hell to suffer. In Hell, Wuzinmo is Mephisto's son and a future great devil. He will eventually inherit his father's business and rule Hell. But what is the actual situation? Although Mephisto's hair is grey and the wind blows, he looks like he will die soon. But Wuzinmo knows very well that Mephisto is strong, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is in his prime. He wants to survive Mephisto's death by competing in lifespan, but that is simply a foolish dream. Who knows who will die first? Anyway, Mephisto's appearance has not changed since he was sensible. So the idea of inheriting his father's position has long been eliminated from his mind. Besides, the family business inherited from the father is not as good as the foundation laid by oneself. Of course, it would be even better if you inherit the family business and build a bigger family business with your own hands. In addition, Wuzinmo actually always suspected whether he was the child of Mephisto because he had never heard of his mother's name since he was a child, nor did he know what she looked like. Anyway, he searched all over Mephisto's lair and found no clues about his mother, not even a black and white photo. If Mephisto had the behavior of hiding a beautiful woman with golden things, Wuzinmo could more or less guess what type of devil his mother was, but Mephisto didn't seem to show much interest in female devils. This made Wuzinmo curious about his birth. Thinking back to when he was a child, Wuzinmo remembered that he had asked Mephisto with curiosity, "Baba, which devil is my mother?" In the end, it was unknown whether Mephisto was busy repairing his claws or didn't want to pay attention to Wuzinmo and directly waved his claws and told him to play. Later, Mephisto was probably annoyed by Wuzinmo's questions and told Wuzinmo directly, "Child, you were pinched by your father." At the beginning, Wuzinmo was amazed by Mephisto. You know, creating life is a skill of God. Now, his father has such a skill. Isn't it amazing? But as Wuzinmo grew up, he went from believing in the fact that he was made of mold to doubting it. In the end, he said, "Mephisto, you are indeed a devil. You even lied to your own son. If Mephisto can create life, what is God for? Is he a mentor to educate human thoughts and morals? Besides, most of the human beings go to hell after death, and they stay there for hundreds of years. Moreover, the speed of human reproduction is not slow. In addition, the lifespan of human beings is less than 100 years. When the hell is full of people, Mephisto will make a few devils for fun. Although the area of hell is large enough, it will be overcrowded in a few years. By then, real estate and other things will definitely soar, and then the price of goods will soar like a rocket. Who can take this responsibility? Therefore, it is absolutely a lie that Mephisto can make devils. Then the question is, since Mephisto can't pinch the devil, how did he come from? Later, Wuzinmo figured it out. His birth was probably a test product made by Mephisto using magic, and he might return to Mephisto's test bench at any time. Wuzinmo couldn't survive Mephisto by relying on his lifespan, and his own life was in danger at any time, which made Wuzinmo think of leaving Hell and starting his own business. Now, after finally escaping hell, seeing that the Saint Vengeance's scroll was about to be obtained, facing a new chapter in life, Wuzinemo was excited and burst into tears. After a while, Wuzinemo, who was looking forward to the future, found someone approaching him, but the person who came was not Johnny Blaze as he expected, but Carlson in a suit and tie with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Speaking of Carlson, Wuzinemo really knew him. In addition to having met him once at Johnny Blaze's house, it was also because Abigail had talked about SHIELD, and Carlson was Abigail's boss, and Abigail introduced him in great detail. Wuzinemo narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, hoping to find Johnny Blaze or his only two remaining subordinates. Unfortunately, in addition to a few ordinary humans hiding in the dark ruins, there was only a small monster with a small but powerful magic. As for his two subordinates, apologize, I didn't see them. Carlson saw what Wuzinemo was thinking, smiled and lied. Johnny Blaze was entangled by the water demon, and the wind demon was helping. As for Feng, Carlson was not stupid. Wuzinemo had never seen Feng, and it was likely that he didn't know that Feng was also nearby. There was a wizard hiding in the dark. Whether it was to rescue hostages or to eliminate demons, it would be a powerful killer. The witch heart demon grinned and cursed in his heart. Two pieces of trash. They can't even eliminate a newly appointed Ghost Rider as soon as possible. However, Mr. Agent, your words seem to imply that you know something. The witch heart demon thought about it and simply let Carlson see his big mouth full of sharp teeth. He pretended to be the legendary devil and smiled. Water demon and wine demon, it seems that you know that my two subordinates are devils. After a pause, the witch heart demon pushed Rosie in front of him and pinched Rosie's neck. He looked at Carlson curiously and asked, since you know I'm a devil, what makes you dare to come to me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Or do you think you, a mortal, have the ability to rescue the lady in my hand? Carlson shrugged, indicating that he did have the intention to save people, and he had nothing to refute. But when he saw Rosie, who was almost out of breath from being strangled, Carlson pointed at her and said, Mr. Wuzinemo, can you use less force? You are about to strangle Rosie to death. If anything happens to her, Johnny Blaze will not give you the scroll of Saint Van Gogh. Wuzinemo poked his head and glanced at Rosie, who rolled her eyes due to lack of oxygen. Humans are so weak. That being said, Wuzinemo did not dare to kill Rosie easily before getting the scroll of Saint Van Gogh. Who knows if the Ghost Rider will be furious and fight him to the death. In the startup period, of course, it is better to be quiet and stable. If there is a Ghost Rider who goes against him all day, it will be annoying. So, after hearing Carlson's words, Wuzinemo subconsciously relaxed the strength of his hands. Carlson saw that the other party was still strangling Rosie with his hands. Although he did not show anything on his face, he was somewhat disappointed in his heart, because this was inconsistent with the plan to rescue the hostages. The witch heart demon is the prince of demons after all. Who knows how powerful he is? As far as the human mech is concerned, he might be able to strangle her to death with just a little effort. Carlson and his gang wanted to save people, not to kill Rosie. So before the witch heart demon's hand left Rosie's neck, Carlson didn't dare to let creature forcibly take Rosie away from the witch heart demon. Carlson thought about it, and while praying in his heart that the amulet given by Feng could indeed resist the attacks of the devil, he walked carefully towards Wuzinemo and said, Mr. Wuzinemo, I wonder what your plan is for coming to Earth, or when you plan to return to hell. Back to hell. Wuzinemo pretended to be surprised, grinned and said, why should I go back to hell? Wouldn't it be nice to let humans serve me well? Or is it that the legends you heard say that all the devils want to go back to hell? You tell me a few names, so that I can see them. Carlson tilted his head and pretended to think and asked tentatively, the temple wizards told me that they will not let you live on Earth forever. Carlson's words made Wuzinemo's face freeze. Although he had never seen the Ancient One, the names of the Ancient One and Kamataj were well known in hell. How many heroes and devils have climbed to Earth with great effort, but before they could take a few breaths of fresh air, they were frightened and immediately returned to hell when they heard someone shouting the Ancient One is coming. It is not an exaggeration to say that the name of the Ancient One is like a child afraid to cry at night for the devil. Now, Wu Xinmo heard Carlson talking about Kamatage for no reason and suspected that Carlson had some connection with the Ancient One. He bit his uneven teeth, forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, and asked, "What is your relationship with the Ancient One?" After a pause, Wu Xinmo narrowed his eyes and said, "No, you are just a mortal. How can you have a relationship with the wizard? The Ancient One? Is he the leader of the temple wizards? This is an unexpected gain." Carlson shrugged his shoulders, as if he was backed by the Ancient One. He said in a relaxed tone, "The Templars are the forces that protect the earth, and we at SHIELD are also the forces that protect the earth. So when the earth encounters some minor troubles, the Ancient One usually leaves it to us to solve, just like now." The witch heart demon heard that Carlson accused him of being just a minor trouble, which made him very unhappy, and felt that his self-esteem was seriously hurt. Before the witch heart demon could refute, Carlson saw that the other party was a little excited. After thinking about it, he deliberately provoked him. "Yes, just like you. You are just a minor trouble in the eyes of the Ancient One. After all, we have Johnny Blaze." Before Carlson finished speaking, the witch heart demon was so angry that he was furious. If Rosie was not still useful, he really wanted to strangle Rosie to death, and then strangle Carlson's neck. But now, looking at Carlson who was only a few steps away from him, the witch heart demon shook off Rosie without thinking, and strode towards Carlson. He wanted to make Carlson pay for what he said before. Chapter 177 Green-Headed Chainsaw Maniac. Just as the witch's demon was about to throw Rosie away, Carlson's eyes lit up and he shouted. Creature after shouting, Carlson turned his back to Melinda and the others, and ran away without thinking, as if he wanted to lead the witch's demon far away and not let Melinda and the others face the witch's demon directly. Creature, who was far away, heard Carlson's call and immediately teleported to Rosie's side. After grabbing Rosie, he instantly returned to Melinda's side. At this time, the witch's demon-like pretty boy who realized that he had been fooled, could not hold on, and directly rushed towards Carlson with his ugly big mouth roaring. The hostage who threatened the Ghost Rider is gone, so let's get a hostage who has a connection with Kamatage to play with. In the hostage rescue team, except for Melinda who is a woman, the rest are either big and strong men who only know how to fight and kill, or weak scientific researchers who can't lift a sword, or pick and can only fiddle with instruments. It can be said that no one in the team knows how to comfort Rosie who has just escaped from the devil. You have to know that this is a close contact with the devil, who knows what kind of psychological problems Rosie will have. Originally, Melinda was the tallest among the short ones, and she was a woman, so she was the best person to comfort Rosie. But now that Carlson was about to fall into the hands of the witch, Melinda had no leisure to comfort him, and she was anxious and wanted to beat him up. Especially when she saw the witch caught up with Carlson and threw him several meters away like a chicken. Melinda, who was worried about Carlson's safety, didn't care whether Carlson and the witch were too close, which would cause the special forces to shoot and accidentally injure Carlson, and directly ordered, "Shoot." In her opinion, being shot to death is better than being beaten to death by the witch like a sandbag. At the same time, Melinda put on the Loki mask without thinking. Although Carlson warned Melinda that the mask can only be used in critical situations, Carlson is about to die now, and the situation is critical enough. In a flash, Melinda, wearing a mask, turned around a few times involuntarily, and then turned into a green lightning that stood between Witch Demon and Carlson. She looked at Witch Demon with a bad look and asked, "Are you okay?" Carlson rubbed his waist, looked at Melinda with a green head and a strange leather jacket, coughed a few times and said, "It's okay." When Witch Demon approached me, the amulet formed a shield. Although it was shattered by Witch Demon in an instant, it still had some effect. However, Carlson took out a broken amulet from his pocket and said with a bitter face, "I'm afraid I can't return this amulet." Melinda nodded. "I'm glad that you're okay." After that, Melinda rubbed her fists and pointed in the direction of the team with her chin, signaling Carlson to leave quickly. Now is the time for her to vent her violence. Carlson glanced at the witch demon, and as he staggered towards the team, he whispered, "Be careful." Opposite Melinda, the witch demon was a little surprised at the woman who appeared in front of him inexplicably, because he sensed a trace of divine power from her. This made the witch demon a little puzzled. It's not like he had never seen gods before, but it was the first time he had seen such weak divine power. But he was not much better. First of all, the devils from hell would be suppressed by the laws, and he, the witch demon, was no exception. Secondly, he hadn't got the Saint Van Gogh scroll yet, so he hadn't had time to improve his strength. Therefore, the power that the witch demon could exert was really limited. But who knows who is stronger without fighting? The witch demon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Melinda was already full of anger, especially when she thought about how she almost watched Carlson die in front of her. She was even more furious, and her stomach was about to explode. In addition, the mask magnified her suppressed heart, causing her to not want to talk nonsense with the witch demon at all, and she just wanted to speak with her fists. So when faced with the Wuxin demon who only cared about killing and not burying, Melinda didn't bother to pay attention to him. She stomped her right foot on the ground, creating a huge crack on the ground. Then, with the reaction force of the earth, she rushed towards the Wuxin demon like a cannonball. Although the Wuxin demon was on guard against Melinda, Melinda's skills were among the best among humans. After wearing the mask, her strength and reaction speed were beyond the scope of humans. After a few moves, Melinda took advantage of the Wuxin demon's carelessness and punched him 10 meters away. If it were an ordinary human, he would go to the emergency room for rescue if he was hit 5 meters away, but Melinda knew very well that, even though the Wuxin demon flew 10 meters away, he would probably only suffer minor injuries, which would not affect the battle. Melinda tilted her head and thought about it. She felt that her fist was too small, and it was a bit unpleasant to beat the Wuxin demon. Instinctively, she put her thumbs in her mouth, and took a deep breath, and blew into her thumbs. In the distance, the witch was not hurt, but instead distressed the shirt like a shot, and said with a smile, "Do you think your fist is inflatable and plays the grass?" The witch's words hadn't finished, and suddenly stared at Melinda's original slender palm to the size of a fan. "Is it really inflatable? When the devil is, it is guaranteed to make you cool." The corner of the magic mouth of the metal collision sounded, and when I saw Melinda smirking like myself again. Poor Wuxin Mo, if it was just a simple comparison of strength, he might be able to compete with Melinda, but now when Melinda directly used the technique of crushing him with a pair of fists that looked like they were made of diamond, Wuxin Mo just wanted to cry. Is this the earth? It's too fake. After a while, Melinda found the right opportunity again, and punched Wuxin Mo in the head, making Wuxin Mo feel that his brain was flying away, and it was as if his head was filled with bees. Seeing that Wuxin Mo was in a trance, Melinda was not polite. She directly opened her palms as big as a cat tail leaf fan, grabbed Wuxin Mo's arms with both hands, and then pulled them to both sides, performing the scene of tearing the devil apart in public. But Wuxin Mo was not afraid of being dismembered at all. After all, he had the title of the Devil Prince. Losing his arms was nothing. He could recover, even if he was blown into powder. The armless Wuxin Mo took the opportunity to step back a few steps, grinning and laughing at Melinda, as if he could not feel the pain. "It seems that you can't kill me." While speaking, Wuxin Mo seemed to think of something, glanced at Carlson and others in the distance, and said, "It seems that Carlson is someone you value. If I detain him, will you tear the Ghost Rider apart in front of me?" While Wuxin Mo was speaking, the arms in Melinda's hands had turned into black mist and returned to Wuxin Mo and transformed into arms again. Melinda frowned, took out a black balloon from her pocket, and after blowing it a few times, a black balloon hammer marked 1000T appeared in Melinda's hand. Wuxin Mo was very confused. What kind of magic was this? It looked like a balloon, but his 6th sense and 10th sense told him that it was really a 1000T hammer, and it was the kind that could blow him up with one hammer. The next scene also proved that his premonition was not deceiving him. He saw the hammer in Melinda's hand, which was as light as a balloon. When Melinda put the hammer on the ground and spit on her palm to increase friction, Wuxin Mo's eyelids twitched slightly as he watched the ground cracked by the hammer. Then, the green-headed violent woman rushed towards him again with a fist as big as her head holding a 1000-ton hammer. In a few hits, Wuxin Mo was knocked to the ground by Melinda again, and the 1000-ton hammer naturally became a treasure to suppress him, like a stone slab in a chest-breaking performance. Now, Wuxin Mo can't move at all. How unlucky is this? In the distance, Carlson and others were using a video recorder to record Melinda wearing a mask and venting her emotions. When they saw that the witch was tossed around by Melinda like a turtle turning over, they all broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, how did this woman find her husband in the first place? Most importantly, her husband is not lying in the coffin yet. Miracle. Faced with such a brutal scene, Carlson only wanted to ask, Mary, for the sake of our friendship for many years, tell me, do you have any resentment towards me? I promise to change it. When Carlson was still struggling with whether he had offended Melinda, he suddenly stared with bulging eyes and twitched his mouth as he watched Melinda take out a cross sword from her trouser pocket and stab it into the witch's chest without thinking. Unfortunately, the witch was like nothing happened, even though his heart was pierced, and he continued to sneer at Melinda. Melinda had a poker face, looked at Wu Zinemo seriously, then took out a 2-meter-long electric saw from her trouser pocket, and while dismembering Wu Zinemo, she shouted to Carlson, bring a few sealed boxes, pack his body into boxes, and take it to the C4 acclamation. Before Carlson could take out the sealed boxes, a black mist suddenly stopped beside him, and he was so scared that he took out his gun and aimed. When Carlson saw that the lower half of the black mist was against Li Feng's head, Carlson rolled his eyes and put down the gun, saying, Mr. Austin, you Chinese have a saying people scare people to death. Your sudden appearance may cause me to have a heart attack. The sealed box is useless against Wu Zinemo. Li Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Carlson. After looking at the east, he asked, how much time is left before the sun rises? Carlson looked at his watch, frowned and said, it's now. The effect of the mask will fail at any time. Melinda is in danger. As soon as Carlson finished speaking, the sound of a motorcycle came to his ears, and the red sun shyly peeked out from the east. Apparently, Johnny Blaze and the sun arrived on the scene at the same time. Chapter 178 Spanking. When Li Feng gave the mask to Carlson, he clearly said that the mask could not be used during the day. Carlson remembered it clearly. Now, the sun was about to rise, and Melinda, who was having fun in the distance, had obviously forgotten this. This made Carlson a little worried, and he said to Li Feng in a hurried tone, hurry, let Melinda leave the witch demon. She doesn't have much time. Melinda is my future favorite general anyway. If she is killed by the witch demon, who can I ask for compensation for such a serious loss? So, when Carlson reminded him, Li Feng had already opened a portal, grabbed Melinda and dragged her back. Melinda was obviously having a good time, and was a little unhappy to be disturbed. She raised the chainsaw, and chopped at Li Feng's shield without even looking. Li Feng was so scared, that he quickly floated into the air, and couldn't help cursing, you crazy woman, don't think I don't know you did it on purpose. Wearing a mask only amplifies the repressed emotions in your heart, but it won't make you become heartless. As he spoke, Li Feng squinted at Melinda, whose eyes were slightly red, and said in his heart, damn, how violent is this woman's heart? Her eyes are red. What is the inner demon? Carlson said he didn't know, but he clearly remembered that Li Feng mentioned that there was a certain probability of this thing when using a mask. Now, Melinda didn't look like a normal person, which made Carlson subconsciously think that Melinda had developed an inner demon, and he carefully called out, Mary, stop, I'm Carlson. Melinda glanced at Li Feng who was floating in the air, and after knowing that she couldn't do anything to him, she turned to look at Carlson, and at the same time, she blinked her right eye obscurely. Carlson was stunned, and instantly realized that Melinda was not crazy, but pretended to be crazy on purpose, wanting to take the opportunity to test how strong Li Feng's shield was. Unfortunately, the great opportunity for detection was ruined by him. Carlson smiled slowly and asked curiously, Mary, I can understand the act of taking out the sword from the trouser pocket as a sword has the function of retracting, but a 2-meter long chainsaw? How did you hide it in your trouser pocket? This thing is much bigger than your thin legs. Melinda shook her head blankly, looking at the chainsaw in her hand that was still making noises, and said, I don't know where it came from, but my instinct tells me that there is something I need in my pocket. After a pause, Melinda tilted her head and thought for a while and said, it's like I have a feeling in my heart that I will have what I want in my pocket. Carlson glanced at Melinda's trouser pocket and asked with a little surprise on his face, I want pizza, can you take out one? Dream on. Li Feng, who floated to Melinda's side at some point, rolled his eyes and explained to Carlson, Night God is just a master of transformation, but even if Night God does it himself, he won't be able to create something out of nothing, not to mention that this is just a mask. Do you really think that the chainsaw was imagined by Melinda out of thin air? As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, a beam of sunlight shone on the chainsaw in Melinda's hand. The chainsaw shrank rapidly as if it melted, and finally turned into a key that Melinda was familiar with. At the same time, the sunlight also meant that Melinda's transformation time had come, which caused the green on her head to shrink at the same time, and then fell into Melinda's hand. After returning to a mask, Melinda touched the mask, raised the key in her hand, and said, "You mean I actually made the chainsaw with the key? If I could get whatever I wanted by putting on the mask, why would I stay in the dangerous Marvel world? Just put on the mask and open the portal to go home. Wouldn't he be happy to have a wife and children?" Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, looked at Johnny Blaze who was confronting the witch demon, and said absent-mindedly, "What else?" Carlson nodded slightly, indicating that he knew, and at the same time, was glad that the mask was not as powerful as he thought. If he could get whatever he wanted by putting on the mask, Carlson would have to confiscate the mask. He knew how unreliable Li Feng was. What if Li Feng got bored one day and created a mountain of gold for fun? Those who were involved in finance would have to jump off the Empire State Building in a line. Carlson walked to Li Feng, looked at the two people who were confronting each other and asked, "Aren't you going to help?" "How?" Li Feng looked at the sun, and then looked at Johnny Blaze, who wanted to transform in the sun but couldn't, and could only blush, and said, "If this guy doesn't transform, he's just a burden that prevents me from beating the witch demon. If this guy hides under the shade of the tree, he can transform, but he might deal with me first." Li Feng spread his hands and smiled. "Anyway, Johnny Blaze can't die. It's good to watch the show here, and the performance of the two boxers who can't die, no matter how hard they hit, is much more exciting than watching a boxing match." "What a pity." Carlson looked at Li Feng speechlessly and asked, "What a pity? There's no popcorn and beer." Li Feng looked at Carlson in surprise, as if asking with his eyes, "Why do you ask such a question?" Li Feng's eyes made a jumping well character appear on Carlson's forehead. "It's already this time, and you are still talking nonsense? Are you going to help or not?" Li Feng scratched his brow, turned his head, and looked at Carlson who seemed to have gnashed his teeth, and said, "My plan is to face the witch heart demon alone. To be honest, you have no problem asking me to help Johnny Blaze, but I have no problem asking me to cooperate with the Ghost Rider, but the Ghost Rider can't control himself." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Rosie stood up and said, "I can let Johnny control that night, as long as I'm by Johnny's side." In the movie, Li Feng remembered that Rosie once used a gun to bombard the witch heart demon, even though she knew that the witch heart demon was a devil. Although it didn't do much, it showed that this woman actually has a tough side in her heart. Now that Rosie has offered to help, Li Feng thought about it and threw a few amulets to Rosie. He then took out a skull mask and sickle from his shoulder bag, grabbed Rosie and flew towards Johnny Blaze and said, "Madam, although the amulet can protect you, it is not omnipotent. So try to stay away from the battlefield later." As he spoke, Li Feng had already approached Wu Xinmo and Johnny Blaze. Li Feng put on the skull mask and pointed to the abandoned church behind Wu Xinmo, saying, "Johnny Blaze, drag Wu Xinmo into the church. There is no sunlight there, and you can become a ghost rider." Then Li Feng pointed at Rosie and said, "Don't sneak attack me when you become a ghost rider. Your wife is watching you nearby." "Rosie?" Johnny Blaze turned his head to look at Rosie. After confirming that Rosie was not injured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How to get Wu Xinmo into the church." Li Feng and Johnny Blaze's opponent did not avoid Wu Xinmo, which made Wu Xinmo feel that his IQ was insulted. "I was sick and went into the church to let you 2vs1. In fact, Wu Xinmo had already retreated when Li Feng dragged Melinda away. First of all, Wu Xinmo didn't know that the mask that Melinda transformed into could only be used at night. He only knew that the violent green-headed girl beat him so hard that Mephisto didn't recognize him. Secondly, the portal opened by Li Feng was the iconic spell of camouflage, which he knew This made him subconsciously think that it was the magician of Kamataj who came to deal with it. As for why it was Li Feng, the unfamiliar magician, didn't you hear Carlson say before that Master Guyi thought he was a small trouble and was too lazy to do anything? Of course, Wu Zenmo is now very glad that Guyi only regarded him as a small trouble. If Guyi thought he was a trouble and did it himself, he probably wouldn't think about how to run away, but what posture to kneel in. Finally, Wu Zenmo didn't know creature at all. God knows what strange abilities creature, who is obviously not human, has. A violent woman, a magician, a little monster, and a ghost rider who can transform by avoiding the sun. It would be strange if Wu Zenmo didn't run away. But if I just left like this, wouldn't it make me look low class? Even if I have to run away, I will still cause some trouble for the wizards of Kamataj. Thinking of this, the witch heart demon glanced at the sun in the east and threatened with a smile. Little Johnny, you'd better think it through. I'm a devil. Even if you kill me, you will only send me to hell. One day, I will crawl out of hell and cause trouble for your beauty. As he spoke, the witch heart demon grinned at Rosie, turned his head, and continued to Johnny Blaze. But as long as you give me the scroll of Saint Van Gogh and hold this wizard, I promise not to cause you trouble in the future. Let me fight with the Ghost Rider? Isn't your plan of sowing discord too much for granted? What a pity. Li Feng, who understood what the witch heart demon was thinking, curled his lips, took out a black gourd from his shoulder bag, and said, "It's a pity that the scroll of Saint Van Gogh is with me." After that, Li Feng opened the gourd stopper, allowing Wu Zenmo to vaguely sense the evil spirit in the gourd. He then threw the gourd into the church and asked with a smile, "Now, Mr. Pretty Boy, you are going to the church to take the benefits that are within your reach, so that you can prepare to come back to ask for benefits next time." After a pause, Li Feng pretended to suddenly think of something and said, "I forgot to remind you that the gourd will be empty the next time you see me." Wu Zenmo's eyes twitched. Is there any need to say how to choose? Without the evil spirit in the gourd, it is equivalent to losing the foundation, and sooner or later he will be killed by the Ghost Rider. Immediately, Wu Zenmo glared at Li Feng fiercely and rushed to the church at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Damn, just rob the gourd and run away, and come back for revenge when my strength increases greatly. I knew it would be like this. Li Feng shrugged, carried the sickle, and said to Johnny Blaze, "Let's get started," and then released a sky full of dementors, letting the dementors surround the church and then fly into the church. Johnny Blaze glanced at the dementors and then looked at Li Feng's back in confusion. He remembered that Li Feng had said that the Saint Van Ganza scroll had been destroyed. So what was in the gourd that made the witch heart demon choose to run into the church, even though he knew it was a trap? But now is not the time to answer questions. He should solve the witch heart demon first. As for the witch heart demon crawling out of hell in the future, don't make a fuss. The mission to capture the witch heart demon was issued by Mephisto. I guess when Rosie dies of old age, the witch heart demon will still be squatting in hell and being spanked by Mephisto. Chapter 179, The End of the Witch Heart Demon. Wu Zenmo was the first person to rush into the church. Who else was qualified to get the pitch black gourd besides him? But when Wu Zenmo put the gourd mouth into his mouth with a look of joy and sucked, the original joy on his face suddenly froze. I was fooled. There were only 5 souls, and they were weak, and couldn't be weaker. In fact, the fact that Wu Zenmo could swallow 5 resentful spirits was enough to make Li Feng feel distressed for a few seconds. You know, most of his resentful spirits were sent to SHIELD and possessed agents at all levels. The resentful spirits in the pitch black gourd were his only 5 remaining. If these 5 resentful spirits were not too weak and had no value in training, how could a stingy person like Li Feng let Wu Zenmo swallow them? These were the reserve rations for the dementors. Just as Wu Zenmo angrily threw the black gourd to the ground, Li Feng, who broke into the church wearing a skull mask, quickly hooked his finger at the gourd. This was a proper use to preserve the vengeful spirits. If Wu Zenmo broke it, he would have to collect materials and rebuild it. Moreover, he had recently spent money to ward off disasters, leaving most of the materials in the world of the mask. He had no materials to build a gourd, so for Li Feng, who was now penniless, this black gourd was very precious. When the gourd floated into his hand, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and put the gourd into his shoulder bag. saying with a smile, "Little white face, I'm generous enough to give you 5 ghosts for free." After that, Feng turned his head and said to Johnny Blaze, who had just entered the church, "Before, this guy had no soul in his body, so your judgment I had no effect on him, but now, the ghosts will possess him. As long as we wait for the ghosts to complete the possession, this little white face will have a soul in his body. At that time, you can judge him in any way you want." Feng's words made Wu Xinmo's face stiffen, and secretly thought it was bad. It also made Johnny Blaze, who could not be exposed to sunlight, immediately cover his face in pain and madness to complete the transformation, as if he was going to send Wu Xinmo to hell right now. Feng scratched his eyebrows, took a few steps back, and prepared the time stagnation spell, as if he was a support, and would not compete with you foreheads. Speaking of this witch demon, he was quite pitiful today. He was beaten up by Melinda before and almost lost his mind. He wanted revenge, but didn't know who to ask. Now, because of his bad luck and greed, he swallowed 5 weak ghosts and became a big dish for Ghost Rider. If it was only him and Ghost Rider at the scene, it would be fine. At most, he would not look at Ghost Rider. After all, Johnny Blaze's mastery of Ghost Rider skills was worrying. If it really didn't work, he could run. He didn't believe that Ghost Rider could catch up with him in broad daylight. But there were 3 people at the scene, especially the auxiliary wizard in the distance, who was so disgusting. A water ball of unknown effect was splashed on his face from time to time, which made him unable to concentrate on fighting Ghost Rider. Several times, when he was about to make Ghost Rider extinguish the hellfire and restore his human form, he was forcibly interrupted by the opponent's spell. There were also skeleton monsters surrounding the church. You don't need to ask to know that this thing is the disgusting subordinate of the disgusting wizard. These subordinates forced him to have his soul taken away as soon as he ran to the door, which directly caused him to feel dizzy and dizzy, so that the Ghost Rider dragged him back to the church with chains. Moreover, these subordinates were immune to most of his attacks. Do you think such subordinates are disgusting? However, it was also because of these creatures that were obviously evil that made the witch heart demon understand that the other party was not a wizard of Kamataj at all. After all, no one in the glorious and majestic Kamataj would drive evil creatures. But in the same way, evil knows evil. He knows that most evil wizards know how to torture people, just like himself. There are only things you can't think of that he can't do. Now, seeing that he has no way to go to heaven, the witch heart demon can't help but think of letting the Ghost Rider judge him. After all, being judged is just being sent back to hell. Moreover, as long as he is careful enough, he may be able to let Mephisto pretend that nothing happened and let him continue to live his life as a prince with no worries about food and drink. What will be the consequences of being captured by a wizard, or a wizard who is inclined to the dark? For Wu Xinmo, who had never suffered much since childhood and had grown up in luxury, just imagining it was enough to shudder. Thinking of this, Wu Xinmo sighed inwardly, bravely faced the Ghost Rider, and roared, "Come on, you come and judge me." To be honest, Wu Xinmo, contrary to his usual behavior, suddenly showed a fierce and desperate posture, which made the Ghost Rider stunned. What's going on? Is it time for this child to take medicine? The problem is that I don't have medicine. On the side, Feng more or less guessed what Wu Xinmo was up to. After curling his lips in disdain, a ball of fierce fire quietly rose in his palm. When Feng watched the movie, he remembered that after Wu Xinmo was judged by the Ghost Rider, he attracted the Ghost Rider's attention when Mephisto appeared and finally turned into black mist and drilled back to hell. Now, Feng doesn't want Wu Xinmo to return to hell. So when Wu Xinmo, who wanted to return to hell, was caught by Ghost Rider and was about to enter the trial stage, Feng, who had found the right opportunity, immediately threw the fiend fire on Wu Xinmo. However, when throwing the fiend fire, I don't know whether Feng forgot the characteristics of the fiend fire or did it on purpose. After the fiend fire exploded on Wu Xinmo, many small flames jumped onto Ghost Rider. At first, Wu Xinmo and Ghost Rider ignored the fiend fire. Ghost Rider himself was the ancestor of playing with fire, and he was playing with hellfire. He didn't take the small flame cast by a human wizard seriously. Wu Xinmo was the same. He could even resist hellfire for a while, so why would he be afraid of a ball of inexplicable flame? Besides, his home is in hell, and there are many flames at the door. Who knows if he will jump into the flames to disinfect himself and kill the fleas and lice on his body when he feels itchy all over. Do you want to burn him to death with fire? What a joke. Unfortunately, the two masters never thought that the fiend fire, in addition to burning the flesh and soul like hellfire, also has a strong stickiness, and it will not go out, no matter how hard you blow it. When Ghost Rider finished judging the witch heart demon and wanted to turn back to Johnny Blaze, he found that he was in big trouble. In human form, he could feel pain, and the feeling of being burned by fire was not something that ordinary people could bear. There was no way. Johnny Blaze, who felt that he was about to be roasted, immediately turned back to Ghost Rider to suppress the fiend fire, and shouted, "Damn wizard, don't put out the fire." Feng shrugged innocently, waved at the Ghost Rider to take back the fiend fire, and collected some of the hellfire on Johnny Blaze. The reason for collecting the hellfire was simple. Feng just wanted to see what the difference was between Johnny Blaze and Curtis Lay's hellfire. At the moment, when the fiend fire was taken back, the Ghost Rider could no longer withstand the increasingly bright sunlight. After looking at Feng thoughtfully, he panted and handed over the control of his body to Johnny Blaze. As for Feng, he ignored Johnny Blaze, who was panting heavily, summoned the dementors back, and walked to the front of Wu Zenemo, who was still being burned by the fiend fire. After opening the mirror space, Feng stabbed the sickle into the opponent's chest without hesitation, and watched Wu Zenemo's body being devoured by Necromancer, and smiled. "I'm different from Johnny Blaze. I have killed demons. I mean the kind of demons that were completely killed, so I know what it feels like for a demon to really disappear." Feng's words made Wu Zenemo's eyelids move, but under the big swallowing of Necromancer and the burning of the fiend fire, Wu Zenemo could only move his eyelids, and could not concentrate on returning to hell. Seeing this, Feng half knelt in front of Wu Zenemo and grinned. "Now you are in the mirror space, and you have long cut off the connection with hell. You'd better give up the idea of returning to hell as soon as possible." Just as Wu Zenemo was enjoying the double fight between Feng and Johnny Blaze, Carlson and other Sorcery outside the church looking at the church with an anxious look on her face, and then she looked like a person wearing only a single piece of clothes in the snow, who needed to rub her hands and stamp her feet to keep warm. Such an obviously abnormal behavior made Carlson frown. After observing carefully for a while, he said to the three researchers, "What do you think about the sudden condensation of frost near the church?" Without waiting for the three researchers guarding the instrument to say anything, Creature said timidly, "Mr. Carlson, that was caused by the boss's dementors. They are naturally invisible and have their own frost aura." "Dementors?" Carlson asked puzzledly. "What is that?" Creature tilted his head and thought about it, recalling that Feng didn't seem to care if anyone knew about the existence of dementors, and said, "That is the boss's legion. No one can see them, except those with energy in their bodies." At this point, Creature suddenly remembered something, and said, "Before, dementors could be seen when Mr. Stark had the reactor on his body, but now that Mr. Stark has taken out the reactor, he should not be able to see the dementors." Carlson didn't care whether Stark could see the dementors or not. His current focus was on Creature's use of the word legion when introducing the dementors. Does this mean that Feng is not just a master and servant as described in the information, but a wizard with a large army? On the side, Melinda seemed to have thought of something, walked to Carlson and whispered, "Mummy abomination." Yes, Austin also knows the spell of resurrection. Now, Carlson had to suspect that Feng had more hidden subordinates. It was not only Carlson and Melinda who heard Creature's introduction of the dementors, but also the scientific researchers who collected and detected the energy. The three researchers looked at each other and hurriedly operated the instrument. After a while, one of them walked over, looked up at Carlson and said, "We relied on the dementors' natural ability to condense frost nearby, and detected more than 300 moving low temperature points in the air near the church." Then, the man stared at the detection screen in confusion, and said puzzledly, "Why did it suddenly decrease?" "No, the energy source disappeared completely." Creature was stunned for a moment, and said with a look of joy, "It was the boss who put the dementors back into the scythe." Creature blinked his big eyes, and looked at Carlson, and asked, "Mr. Carlson, doesn't this mean that the boss's battle is over?" Carlson glanced at Melinda, nodded slightly to creature in affirmation, turned his head, and ordered the special forces, check the weapons, let's go closer to the church. Chapter 180, Facing Mephisto. When Carlson and his friends packed up their equipment and approached the church carefully, Feng had already dealt with the witch demon and was ready to leave the mirror space. After a while, Feng, who returned to the real world, not only saw Carlson and his friends carrying a bunch of equipment into the church, but also saw Johnny Blaze and Rosie performing a French kiss. Feng first covered his face, then smacked his lips, and said sourly, "Brother, you look like you have been abstinent for 1800 years. How come you are still drooling after kissing? Be careful not to chew your girl's tongue as a pig's tongue." Carlson, who was busy setting up equipment to collect residual energy characteristics, glanced at Feng, who was ruining the scenery, speechlessly, and complained in his heart, "People almost experienced life and death. What's wrong with the love they longed for in their hearts? Is it obstructing your eyes, or irritating your nerves?" Melinda rolled her eyes at Feng. She didn't have a good temper like Carlson, so she naturally said whatever she thought. But before Melinda could speak, everyone suddenly heard the magnetic voice of an elderly person coming from the door of the church. "Young wizard, you should understand the suffering of Ghost Rider. This guy is just a skeleton. Of course, he envy others for having a smooth tongue, so it is understandable that he likes to kiss tongues." Although the visitor only said a few words, Carlson heard from his words that he seemed to know Ghost Rider very well, which made Carlson subconsciously look at this unexpected visitor. First of all, his appearance. He was a slightly kind old man with grey hair and wrinkled skin. Then he was wearing a windbreaker and holding a civilized stick in his hand. This made Carlson subconsciously think that he was born into an aristocratic family, received a good education since childhood, and is now a successful person in the upper class, and a philanthropist who often attends various charity events. While Carlson was wondering who the old man was, Feng touched the mask on his face. "Fortunately, I'm still wearing a mask. Mephisto should not recognize me." Taking a deep breath, Feng tried to keep himself relaxed and alert, and said, "Isn't this the big brother of hell, Mr. Mephisto? How come you have time to come to Earth for sightseeing?" After a pause, Feng took out a sickle from his shoulder bag and carried it on his shoulder so that Mephisto could see that the style of the long stick belonged to Kamataj, implying that he was also a backer, and asked, "By the way, did you come to Earth to find the Supreme Sorcerer to apply for a visa?" After saying that, fearing that Carlson did not know the specific identity of Mephisto, Feng turned his head and said, "This guy has another name, Satan and the Bible." Feng's words almost made Carlson's eyes jump out of his sockets. Satan? One of the monarchs of hell, a goddamn philanthropist. While throwing all the previously speculated information into the trash can, Carlson slapped himself hard in his heart and looked at Feng meaningfully. Looking at Carlson's eyes full of "Can you handle it?" inquiry, Feng gave a reassuring look. This is not Feng's arrogance, but Feng can really deal with the Mephisto on the opposite side. After all, he did not come to Earth with a combat account, but a leisure account for sightseeing. A hell lord with little power, facing Feng who has a sickle, pseudo-angel feathers, holy water, and a bunch of high-level equipment, will really capsize in the gutter if he is not careful. It's just that Feng doesn't want to fight, because there is no need. He spent a lot of rare equipment, and in the end he just killed a clone of Mephisto. He didn't get any benefits, but instead made his name appear in Mephisto's little notebook. He was remembered by others all day long. Do you think it's annoying? On the other hand, Mephisto also didn't want to fight with Feng, because of the trouble and reluctance. First of all, Mephisto is not a small figure like Wuzinmo or Abigail. He not only saw that the sticks on the sickle were the product of Kamataj, but also saw that Feng was using Kamataj's tiger skin to pull the flag. Apart from other things, the mana that Feng cultivated exists in his body, which shows that he is not the same as Kamataj, so a stick does not represent anything. The problem is that he knows the way Feng hides his mana attribute, and it is clear that it is a unique way that Ancient One has figured out, which makes him a little puzzled. Could this wizard be the illegitimate son of Ancient One? Otherwise, Ancient One would tell others the secret of hiding mana, which involves the secret of Ancient One's use of dark energy. Secondly, Mephisto saw that in addition to Li Feng's mana leaning towards darkness, he also saw that from Li Feng's previous use of the time stagnation spell and the mirror space that caused the residual mana fluctuations in the air in the church, he had a talent for time and space. It's a pity to break such a good body. But before that, we must first find out where the other party comes from, or pull the other party into the devil's camp. Mephisto squinted and looked at the sickle on Li Feng's shoulder, and smiled like a gentleman. Whether you have applied for a visa, you need to ask Gu Yi in person. How dare a wizard who leans towards darkness and plays with souls, appear in front of Gu Yi? Li Feng is not stupid. Mephisto first observed his sickle, and then used words to confirm whether he dared to face Gu Yi directly. Obviously, the other party has already noticed some of his past. This made Li Feng feel tired. Fury was also like this at the beginning. He was suspicious all day long, and had something to say every time he spoke. Are you tired of talking like this? How many brain cells do you consume every day? You should know that it takes 10 eggs to replenish a drop of blood. After chatting with you for a day, how many eggs do I have to eat to replenish the consumed brain cells? Li Feng, I have a good relationship with Ancient One. Unfortunately, Mephisto obviously didn't believe Li Feng's words, and said with speculation and an I'm optimistic about you tone, you didn't kill a certain wizard to get the magic weapon in your hand, did you? Do you need me to talk to Ancient One? Just say you are mine, and tell her disciples not to bother you? Hearing that Mephisto intended to recruit him, Li Feng resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, save your energy. You accuse me of killing the temple wizard? And you fucking steal other people's magic weapons? I'm afraid I won't see tomorrow's sun. As for telling Ancient One that I'm yours, haha, do you think Ancient One will believe it? In order to increase his credibility and the good relationship between himself and Ancient One, Li Feng waved his hand to demonstrate the portal and the basis of Kamatage practice, which is the way to borrow energy from other dimensions. Mephisto narrowed his eyes. Of course, he could see Li Feng's intention. He just wanted to show that he had studied in Kamatage, or had a good relationship with Kamatage, so that he would not worry about it. As for the days I spent on Earth, Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, and said to himself, while counting his fingers, if the land I live on and the car at home are auctioned, how many lifetimes will I live in? A few seconds later, Li Feng blinked innocently, and said to Mephisto, I can't count 10 fingers, why don't you cut off a few fingers and lend them to me? Don't worry, I will return them to you, after I use them. Anyway, you are a devil, and broken limbs are no problem. Mephisto put the cane in front of him, put his hands on the top of the cane, looked at Li Feng and smiled. Since you asked me to borrow my fingers, shouldn't I know who I'm lending my fingers to? I can't lend my fingers to someone whose name I don't even know, right? Li Feng shrugged and said with a smile, my name is Grant Ward. On the side, the Special Forces team who were cautiously on guard against Mephisto subconsciously looked at Agent Ward, who was confused. After hearing what Li Feng said, their eyes were full of sympathy. Boy, you are done. Your name is on Mephisto's mind. Ward is now inconsolable, and he wants to block all the bullets in his hand into Li Feng's mouth. I'm just a spectator. Who did I offend? Grant Ward? Mephisto nodded seriously and said, it's a good name. I feel that this name is very suitable for the devil. I also think that this name is not a good thing. But why do you always want to pull me into the gang? After thinking about it, Li Feng thought that it would be better to let Mephisto die as soon as possible to win his heart. Otherwise the days to come would probably not be peaceful. Thinking of this, Li Feng smiled and took out the wooden box with the pseudo-angel feather from his pocket. He shook it in his hand and opened a small crack, deliberately letting Mephisto sense the existence of the pseudo-angel feather, so as to hint to Mephisto that I have a close relationship with the angel camp. After all, ordinary people can't get this thing. But Li Feng didn't know whether there were angels in the Marvel world, so he didn't want Mephisto to ask questions, lest he couldn't answer or reveal a flaw, and said, let's get straight to the point. Why do you, a busy man who earns thousands or tens of thousands of souls in a second, come to Earth? Mephisto squinted at the wooden box for a while. Although he was just a clone, he still had a good eye and naturally knew that the feather in the wooden box had a great inhibitory effect on him. But Mephisto was a little puzzled. Where did a dark wizard find a feather that looked like an angel? The more Mephisto thought about it, the more confused he became. He was connected to Camotage and angels, but the mana he used was from the dark side. What the hell was going on? Before finding out Li Feng's background, Mephisto could only temporarily put aside his intention to recruit him. He turned his eyes to Johnny Blaze, who was holding Rosie, and said, "I was so close to Mr. Ward when I was chatting that I almost forgot about the business. Congratulations, Johnny, you have completed the task. Now, according to the previous deal, I will take back the power of the Ghost Rider, and you will be free." Mephisto looked at Rosie, who was like a little bird, and smiled. "I also want to congratulate you on getting the love you longed for." Johnny Blaze looked at Rosie in his arms. To be honest, he was very conflicted now. The Ghost Rider made him immortal, and he was always successful when performing various motorcycle stunts. He had a lot of money, fame, and fortune. In addition, he was able to use superpowers recently, which made him even more happy. Although he was in pain all over his body when he was transformed by the Hellfire, it was still acceptable compared to the benefits he got. Finally, the previous Ghost Rider, Carter Slay, was obviously out of Mephisto's control, which made Johnny Blaze have the illusion that he could also be out of Mephisto's control. Thinking of this, Johnny Blaze pointed at Mephisto's nose and said, "No, I want to keep Ghost Rider to use against you." Chapter 181 Meowhammer. Johnny Blaze pointed at Mephisto's nose and spoke in a strong middle school tone. Li Feng covered his face and rolled his eyes. "Boy, you are really brave. After all, he is your direct superior. Are you going to give up your salary and year-end bonus? Or have you forgotten that your final destination is Mephisto's arms?" Apart from the tone and attitude, Li Feng felt that Johnny Blaze's refusal to return the Ghost Rider was actually the right choice. Because Johnny Blaze's soul has long been Mephisto's personal property, as long as the Ghost Rider is still in Johnny Blaze's body, it will be more or less troublesome for Mephisto to take away his soul. If there is no Ghost Rider to support him, haha, believe it or not, Johnny Blaze will fall to death inexplicably as soon as Mephisto leaves, or be hit by a car on the street, choke to death while eating or drinking, or even suffocate to death by urine. Just want to get out of Mephisto's control? Forget it. Johnny Blaze has only eaten rice for a few days. How much salt has Mephisto eaten? He just doesn't want to pay attention to you. Anyway, in terms of human lifespan, it's only a few years. Even if the Ghost Rider maintains your lifespan, can you live to the end of time? Such a short time may not even be enough for Mephisto to take a nap. Perhaps Mephisto had expected Johnny Blaze's rejection. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then quickly restrained. He pretended to be angry, and raised his cane. While smashing the cane to the ground, he showed the hideous face of the devil and shouted fiercely, "You will pay the price." After shouting, Mephisto turned his head to look at Li Feng, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ward, I'm sorry to let you see this scene. I should have signed the contract after discussing the deal with Johnny, so that Johnny would not regret it now." Mephisto called Li Feng Ward, which made him somewhat unaccustomed. As a result, Li Feng didn't react at the first time and his expression was stunned. When Li Feng came to his senses, he found an excuse to explain why he was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "You looked fierce one second, and the next you looked like a kind old man next door. With your speed of changing faces, should I say that you are worthy of being the big brother among the devils?" "Thank you for your compliment," Mephisto said with a little annoyance. "In fact, I think the description of me in the Bible is a bit biased. What's wrong with my speed of changing faces? This is the most powerful evidence of my true nature. People can tell how I feel at a glance. It's much better than you humans laughing and stabbing your friends in the back. At least my opponents can tell that I'm in danger when they see my angry expression." Li Feng's mouth twitched. "What you said is reasonable and well-founded. I accept it. But the work is done. Shouldn't you, a busy man, get out?" Just as Li Feng was racking his brains to think of an excuse to leave, a mobile phone rang in Carlson's pocket. Carlson was stunned. He was still on a mission. Normally, the phone would automatically block all calls except Fury. But Fury also knew that his mission involved the devil, and a devil prince at that, so normally he wouldn't call him. Unless the trouble Fury encountered was more serious than the devil. Thinking of this, Coulson smiled apologetically at Mephisto and Li Feng, took out his phone and said, "Sir?" Fury's slightly tired voice came from the phone. "Coulson, it's me." "Coulson, sir, you don't sound well lately?" After a while, Coulson, who looked constipated, put down his phone, walked hesitantly to Li Feng, and asked in a voice that Mephisto could hear clearly, "Fury has a few questions to ask you." Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. "Brother, can't you see that I'm worried about how to argue? Can't you let Fury wait? Can't you see that I'm entertaining friends from the outer dimension?" Coulson twitched his lips. If possible, he didn't want to disturb Li Feng. He was a big shot in hell. Who knows what the consequences of talking to the devil would be? What if God turned over the account after death and said that Coulson had talked with the devil and suspected that he was a spy sent by the devil to heaven and banned him from entering heaven from then on? Coulson said that he couldn't afford such a loss. But just now, Fury informed him that a hammer suddenly fell from the sky of New Mexico. It was a hammer that looked light but no one could lift it. If it was before, the first thought that popped into Coulson's mind was that aliens came to work on Earth, and that hammer was the aliens' bread and butter, such as aliens could come to the construction site to smash the wall or something. You know, construction workers are popular these days. What a small hammer is 40 and a big hammer is 80 is a thing of the past. Now a small hammer is at least 200, and a big hammer starts at 400. As for why humans can't lift the hammer, it's simply because the hammer is very important to aliens, so they installed fingerprint locks and the like, to ensure that no one else can use the hammer, or even steal it. After all, it's the aliens' bread and butter. Without it, they have no job, no money, and hunger can kill aliens. But now, looking at the wizard in front of him, a legendary demon king, Coulson has a new idea. Do you think this hammer is a staff made by a wizard or a devil who is full of food? The reason why the hammer is also considered a kind of staff is very simple. Li Feng is a wizard, but he carries a sickle all day long, and he looks like a warrior, no matter how you look at it. Looking at Mephisto, this guy's a demon king, but looking at the staff in his hand, it doesn't look like a staff either. Instead, it looks like a rapier hidden in the staff, which can be pulled out at any time to pierce the opponent. It just so happens that, since both the wizard and Mephisto are here, Coulson simply asks them if they know anything. After sorting out his thoughts, Coulson smiled and said, "A hammer suddenly fell from the sky in New Mexico. I want to ask you, do you know anything? Or has any wizard lost a hammer recently?" "Hammer?" Li Feng, who was not sure whether it was Hammer Brother who came to Earth, looked at Mephisto inexplicably and asked, "Boss, do you know anything?" Mephisto squinted and looked into the distance, as if his eyes could see through and see the hammer in the distance. After a long time, Mephisto looked at Li Feng with a smile and said, "I know who is coming, but why should I tell you? I'm a devil, and I will not do anything without benefits." After a pause, Mephisto squinted and said, "How about you tell me who your mentor is, and I will tell you who is coming." "Who is coming? Does it mean that an outsider has entered the Earth?" Li Feng, who was basically sure that it was Thor who came to Earth to pick up girls, ignored Mephisto who was waiting for his answer, turned his head to look at Coulson, and asked, "Are there any photos or something? Maybe I can see something." Coulson glanced at Mephisto, but the other party's smile made it really difficult for him to tell what he was thinking. If possible, he actually wanted to ask Mephisto who was coming. However, he couldn't beat him, and he couldn't rely on rogue means or annoying him to tell some useful information. His lair is in hell. Can you still follow him to hell? Even if you go to hell by suicide, by hanging or cutting your wrists, how to transmit the information back to the world is a big problem. Coulson turned on his mobile phone and handed Li Feng the photo of the hammer taken by the satellite, while complaining in his heart, "You said before that your mood is all written on your face. Why can't I see your mood now?" After confirming that the hammer in the photo was Thor's Mjolnir hammer, Li Feng smacked his lips and said, "To be honest, I don't really want to get involved in this kind of shit. It's too troublesome, but sometimes I can't help myself. I know their responsibilities very well. Plus, they only know me as a mage. If I quit now, they will probably follow me all day long, even when I sleep or go to the toilet, and they won't leave until they find out what they want to know. Mephisto squinted at Li Feng and said with half doubt and half certainty, "From your tone, it seems that you know who is coming." Li Feng nodded slightly, sighed and said, "Mjolnir and its inseparable owner are probably also on Earth." Rubbing his brows, Li Feng said with a bitter face, "Coulson, help me check if anyone in New Mexico has been sending out invitations to the Prince's Ball recently. How come the ones who come are either the Devil Prince or the Prince of God's Realm?" Coulson glanced at Li Feng in confusion, indicating that he didn't understand. When he was about to ask in detail, he heard Mephisto pinch his throat and laughed. "Since you know who it is, why do you want to get involved?" Li Feng waved his hands and said helplessly, "I have to get involved. Although your son is also a prince, I know you don't care about his life or death. Secondly, your son wants to rule the earth, but the earth has the big boss Guyi, and your son is destined not to cause any big trouble. But this prince is different. First of all, I'm afraid he doesn't have the mind to play any tricks of ruling when he comes to the earth. After all, his old man is about to die. The territory he can inherit is larger than the earth, and the level of civilization is also higher than that of the earth. Only a ghost has the mind to rule. Secondly, although his father looks kind, he was famous for his violent temper when he was young. Once his heir makes a mistake on the earth, or suffers a great grievance, I guess he will be so angry that he will immediately turn the Rainbow Bridge into a star-destroying weapon and blow the earth into slag to vent his anger." Li Feng, who felt that he had said too much, tilted his head and thought for a while, and added, "Maybe it's a bit exaggerated to destroy the earth for the sake of Guyi, but it is still very likely to beat human civilization back to the primitive period." Finally, Li Feng concluded, "I'm quite satisfied with my current life, but I don't want to go back to the cave for no reason, so I'd better meet this prince and see what his purpose is in coming to Earth. Maybe I can help him and gain his friendship by the way." But, is Li Feng really thinking like he said? He is just like Mephisto, and he will never do anything without benefits. Chapter 182 You are sent by the world consciousness to correct the plot. Mephisto left, just as he came quietly without taking anything with him, and naturally left without taking a cloud with him. Johnny Blaze also left, but it was not known whether he felt that he had superpowers and Rosie was not worthy of him, or whether he simply wanted to protect Rosie and avoid being held hostage by the devil again. Johnny Blaze finally chose to leave Rosie. However, before leaving, Johnny Blaze rushed to the city with Rosie in a hurry. Li Feng guessed that Johnny Blaze not only sent Rosie home, but also took advantage of the opportunity during the day when the Ghost Rider would not come out to make trouble, and opened a room with Rosie to have a good chat about the changes in life. After all, Li Feng felt that Johnny Blaze had been abstinent for too long, and he had reached the stage where he would suffocate to death if he did not explode. Seeing that everyone who should leave had left, and all the energy characteristics that could be collected had been collected, Melinda led the team to the RV quickly, while Coulson pulled Li Feng and followed slowly at the end of the team. After a while, after putting some distance between themselves and the team, Coulson whispered, "Mjolnir and the Rainbow Bridge you mentioned before seem to be myths about the Norse gods." Li Feng sideways glanced at Coulson, nodded and said, "Sometimes, myths are not necessarily lies. Just like me." Li Feng pointed at himself and said, "In what books can you see wizards? Anyway, they are not history books." Coulson was stunned and asked uncertainly, "Are you saying that the gods in Norse mythology are actually a group of powerful wizards?" Coulson seemed to have thought of something and said with a little surprise, "Then how long did these wizards live?" Li Feng scratched his head and explained, "Your understanding is wrong. I mean that the gods in mythology are really gods in a sense. For example, Thor, the master of Mjolnir we mentioned before, is the god of thunder in mythology, and he is still a god in reality." Li Feng sorted out the sentences and said, "Explain it according to your understanding. Asgard, where the Norse gods live, is actually a certain alien region, and Thor is an alien with a lifespan of 5,000 years and superpowers. Can you imagine how this alien would be described by humans at that time, when he came to the earth, to do business in ancient times? With a long lifespan and powerful superpowers, plus the fact that they come to the earth to play. They obviously have technology that far exceeds that of the earth. All these combined in front of humans who eat raw meat and drink blood. What else can they be called except gods? God? Is that how he came about? Carlson nodded in understanding and asked curiously, what do you mean by the prince you mentioned before? Li Feng thought for a while and said, I heard that Mr. Odin, the boss of Asgard, has been in poor health in recent years. After all, he is old enough. He has 2 sons. The eldest son Thor is being trained as the next generation leader of Asgard. He has been trained for many years and has been designated as the king of Asgard. And Thor has a weapon that he is inseparable from, even with him, when he goes to the toilet. It's called Mjolnir. Li Feng pointed to Carlson's mobile phone and said, yes, that's the hammer you showed me. Now that this weapon has appeared on Earth, what do you think this means? You use the phrase carrying a hammer even to the toilet to describe how much Thor loves Mjolnir. How could I not guess it? Carlson said without hesitation, this means that Thor, the heir of Asgard, will visit Earth in the near future, even if he is not on Earth now, in order to take back Mjolnir. Yes, Li Feng said with a look of worry on his face that could not be told whether it was real or fake. The question is what happened that caused Mjolnir to leave Thor's side? Besides, even if a prince with a small territory goes out to visit other countries, the country being visited will more or less arrange a bunch of welcoming personnel, not to mention that the prince of Asgard, whose territory is many times larger than that of the earth, is coming to Earth, said Li Feng, looking at Carlson with a smile, and said, your SHIELD is a large international organization after all. It's not too much to welcome Thor. Carlson thought about it, nodded with a smile and said, by the way, ask the other party if he has any other purpose for coming to Earth besides looking for Mjolnir. Li Feng spread his hands and said, that's your business. I just want to get to know Thor. After all, there is magic in the country of Asgard. This is an opportunity to learn alien magic. Carlson glanced at Li Feng helplessly and said as if he had suddenly realized something, no wonder you want to participate in my mission. It turns out that there are benefits you want in it. Li Feng rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to pay attention to Carlson and walked straight to the RV. However, when he was halfway there, Li Feng seemed to remember something and turned and ran towards the town of St. Vangansa. When he ran past Carlson, Li Feng said in a hurried tone, I have set up some magic arrays to restrain demons in the church before, and I haven't used them yet. These materials can be recycled. You wait for me in the RV for a while. I will go back to the RV after getting the materials. After that, Li Feng turned into black mist and flew quickly towards the church. Carlson looked at Li Feng's back in confusion. It's not like he had never been to the church before, but the problem is that he didn't see anything in the church. Is there any secret in the church? Carlson thought about it. It's not easy to find out the secrets that a wizard deliberately concealed. Carlson, who thought he couldn't deal with Li Feng, finally gave up the idea of exploring the other party's secrets and walked towards the RV. On the other side, Li Feng, who returned to the church, stood at the gate and quietly watched Carlson and others disappear from his sight. After Li Feng confirmed again and again that, even if he set off firecrackers in the church, it would not attract the attention of Carlson and others in the distance, he immediately took out the black gourd in the scroll of Saint Vangansa and summoned the evil spirit. In the movie, there was a reason why Wu Zinmo met Johnny Blaze in the town of Saint Vangansa, because the scroll itself did not have evil spirits. It was more like a door connecting to the place where evil spirits hid. This is also the reason why Li Feng did not put the evil spirits into the gourd before. After a while, an evil spirit that looked like a mummy crawled out from the ground and flew towards Li Feng, and then reluctantly got into the black gourd. Then, more and more evil spirits crawled out from the ground, the corners of the wall, and even the dry well outside the church, and were forced to get into the gourd. Soon, thousands of evil spirits were all put into the black gourd by Li Feng. Some of these evil spirits, in addition to the dementors not lacking food in the short term, Li Feng can also cultivate a powerful evil spirit king by cultivating poisonous insects. Or let the evil spirit king organize an army of evil spirits so that he can control one more army. Li Feng patted the gourd with satisfaction. Since the evil spirits were also in his pocket, it also meant that the plot of the first part of Ghost Rider was officially over. After a while, Feng, who was in a good mood, returned to the RV. After starting the RV casually, he lay on the soft sofa like a paralyzed person and shouted, "Creature, bring beer." On the side, Carlson asked Melinda to drive the RV, and he sat next to Feng and said, "Just now, Stark called you." Stark? Feng asked in confusion, after taking a big sip of beer. "Why did he look for me? Invite me to a big meal?" Carlson rolled his eyes implicitly. "Do you do anything serious besides eating at the rich? Mr. Stark wants to ask you to help for a few days and let you be Ms. Potts' bodyguard for a while." Now, Feng felt even more puzzled. If Stark was in danger, Feng believed it. After all, Stark's character was there. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't offend someone in a day. But Potts was in danger? I haven't heard of it. It seems that except for the extremis virus, Potts seems to be quite safe. Feng asked curiously, "Who wants to deal with Potts?" "It's not someone who wants to deal with Miss Potts, but someone who wants to deal with Stark. Stark is afraid that person will threaten him with Potts, so he wants to ask you to help." As Carlson explained, Feng understood what was going on. It was nothing more than the villain Death Whip in Iron Man 2, who appeared with a simple reactor. However, Stark's reactor had been upgraded. Death Whip saw that he was no match, and fled in a hurry. Later, he got together with Justin Hammer and secretly planned how to kill Stark. Unfortunately, all this was discovered by Stark. Stark himself is not afraid of someone dealing with him. Before he became Iron Man, many people wanted to kill him, but has anyone succeeded? The problem is that you can't be a thief for 1,000 days, and what if the other party uses Potts as a hostage? At first, Stark wanted to build a battle suit for Potts to protect him, but Death Whip and Justin Hammer can also make an iron battle suit after getting together. Although Stark despises the defensive power of Death Whip's battle suit, the damage of the other party's two whips is too much. In addition, the iron battle suit cannot be put on, and can be used for fighting. This thing is like a car. Some people can drift with Wuling Rangwang, while others can't even drive normally on the road. It takes time to train to use the battle suit to fight. Potts doesn't have time to train. She is busy managing the Stark group. Finally, Stark naturally thought of Feng. As long as Feng helps to protect Potts for a period of time, Stark can put Death Whip and Justin Hammer into prison with peace of mind. However, Feng is busy now, so Carlson helped Feng to reject Stark's request, and gave Stark a tip. "Don't you just want a powerful bodyguard? Since you, Stark, can make the Iron Man suit, why don't you let your good friend Colonel James Rhodes put on the suit, and be Potts' bodyguard for a few days?" As for whether Colonel James Rhodes can drive the suit, he is an active soldier who can drive airplanes and tanks. It is estimated that one night is enough for Colonel James Rhodes to learn to drive an Iron Man suit with the assistance of Jarvis. After listening to Carlson's proposal, Feng just wanted to give a thumbs up and praise him. "I thought that Stark, who took out the reactor, would not seek death and spend all his wealth, so naturally there would be no problem with James Rhodes wearing the Iron Man suit. After all this fuss, you let James Rhodes become a war machine again. You are so good. Carlson, you are sent by the world consciousness to correct the plot, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Its Deep Love for the Earth. Melinda, who was holding the steering wheel again, turned her head several times to look at Feng. At the same time, her right hand seemed to be out of control and touched a switch from time to time. Melinda knew the function of the switch. She had seen Feng flip the switch to put the RV into flight mode, which showed that the switch and the RV's flight mode were inevitably related. Feng, who was lying on the sofa drinking, looked at Melinda several times with his eyelids twitching. Seeing that the other person's eyes were either threatening or pleading, Feng, who felt sorry for his beloved general, sighed and said, "Beauty, it's not impossible for you to fly, but my mana is seriously depleted now, and I need to have a good rest, so I really don't have the energy." to cast a spell to fix the furniture. How about this? As long as you don't do any flying stunts, I will let you fly again. How about it? At the side, Carlson, whose mind was full of the last car experience, turned his head to look at Melinda, hesitated for a few seconds, and said with a slightly fearful tone, "Mary, I think what Austin said makes sense. You should fly more steadily." Carlson pointed to the three pale-faced researchers and said, "They have been busy with us for several days, and are already very tired. They thought they could go home and have a good rest after the mission was completed, but we are already on the way to the next mission, and they will also participate in this mission. Let them have a good rest before they reach the mission site." Melinda curled her lips, turned on the flight switch, nodded slightly, and said reluctantly, "I know." As soon as she finished speaking, Melinda stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Sure enough, Melinda did not perform flying stunts this time, and the RV was still flying steadily, but Feng still felt that he was hallucinating. RV, damn, the front of my car is flat top style. Are you going at this speed to make it easier for you to grill steak after my big face rubs against the wind? And it's the kind of well done. Feng shook his head to shake the hallucination out of his head, speechlessly looked at the beer in the glass that spilled due to the sudden burst of speed of the RV, and rolled his eyes at Melinda, who was already excited, and said, "Beautiful Mary, did you hear my RV talking?" Melinda, who was enjoying the fun of flying, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and curiously listened to what the RV was saying, but except for the sound of the engine, she said that she didn't hear anything. Carlson, who was sitting next to Feng, was not much better. After listening with his ears erect and saying he heard nothing, he put his hands behind his ears to make a simple hearing aid. While listening, he asked curiously, "Are you sure the RV can talk? What language does it use? Is the sound infrasound or ultrasound?" Feng was stunned. "Do you think my RV is a bat or a giraffe?" Rolling his eyes at Carlson, Feng tried to hold back his laughter and pretended to be surprised, saying, "People have their own language, dogs have their own language, and cars naturally have their own language." Seeing that Carlson looked like he was learning something and was humbly asking for advice, Feng couldn't hold back anymore and pointed to the direction of the RV engine and laughed. "Didn't you hear the engine saying, 'My heart is about to break, please, Miss Mary, ease up on the accelerator and give me a few heart pills'?" If Carlson still couldn't tell that Feng was playing a trick on him at this time, he might as well jump off the RV and without a parachute. Carlson ignored the laughing Feng, covered his face with his coat, and lay down on the sofa to take a nap. Melinda hesitated, slightly loosened the accelerator, and ignored Feng, enjoying her own flying pleasure. The place where Mjalni fell was not too far from Feng at this time, and the RV took a straight line flight. The group arrived near Mjalni after flying for about half a day. Melinda, who was sitting in the driver's seat, thought about it when she vaguely saw the big pit in front of her and slowly landed the RV on the ground, driving towards the crowd at the speed and mode that a car should have. There was no way. Now there were already many people gathered near Mjalni. If a flying RV suddenly appeared in the crowd, who knows what would appear in tomorrow's newspapers. Maybe the alien invasion of the Earth was planned, and then the citizens scrambled for supplies in the supermarket and desperately stockpiled food and toilet paper. If things got bigger, such as a disaster or something, it is estimated that Fury would immediately bring Carlson or Melinda to the public to resolve the crisis. In this regard, Melinda said that this pot was too big, and she and Carlson were tied together and carried on their backs. After a while, the RV stopped steadily next to the pit caused by Mjalni's landing on the Earth. Feng knew that Thor would not appear in the crowd now, so he was too lazy to get off the car to watch the excitement. He leisurely held a beer in one hand and pinched peanuts in the other hand, looking at Mjalni through the car window. On the side, Carlson, who had just woken up, stretched his body while adjusting his collar and sleeves and put his face against the car window, curiously watching an uncle in the distance trying to pull Mjalni home with a pickup truck. Unfortunately, the head of Mjalni's hammer was forged from the center of the planet that was about to decline, and Dodding cast a bunch of unknown magic on the hammer, causing Mjalni to be pulled by a pickup truck, not to mention being pulled by it. Even if it was tied to a train, it might not be able to move it a step. Therefore, the fate of this pickup truck that attempted to pull Mjolnir can be imagined, and the entire truck bed was pulled down. But Coulson didn't know the secret of Mjolnir. Seeing that such a small hammer could not even be moved by a pickup truck, he immediately stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Coincidentally, there was a wizard who knew Asgard in front of Coulson, who asked curiously, "Austin, do you know why this hammer cannot be moved?" "Because it loves the earth deeply," Feng said casually. "It's rare for people to come to the earth, so of course they have to get in touch with Mother Earth." "Coulson, I don't believe you." Of course, jokes aside, Feng still explained to Coulson why mortals can't lift Mjolnir while drinking. As for Odin's promise that whoever picks up Mjolnir will have Thor's ability or become the Mountain King of Asgard, Feng thought it was nonsense, so he didn't explain it to Coulson in detail, but just mentioned it vaguely. As for whether Coulson noticed it, Feng said it was none of his business. In fact, in Feng's opinion, the fundamental reason why no one except Thor could lift Mjolnir was still Odin. Mjolnir is a divine weapon after all. Would Odin really be so generous as to let anyone use it? Don't make a fuss. Don't be fooled by Odin's kind appearance now, but he didn't get his current status by relying on his handsome smile, but by his fist, a fist as big as a casserole. If anyone didn't obey Odin back then, Odin would definitely bring his army to your doorstep before dawn the next day, waving his fist to make you convinced. For such a big man who speaks with his fists, not only did he give away the divine weapon casually to others, but he also gave away the throne to others? Isn't this thinking too much? Even Captain America could only hold Mjolnir with one hand in the other hand after Odin died. When Odin was alive before, Captain America could only shake Mjolnir slightly at most. This was obviously Odin's doing. Otherwise, why couldn't Captain America hold Mjolnir at the beginning? You can't say that the captain at that time was not a righteous man of God, right? Therefore, Feng dared to assert, whoever could pick up Mjolnir, Odin would immediately come to kill him with a gun. The reasons were ready. If he couldn't even beat an old man like Odin, how could he protect Asgard? It was also because of this that Feng never thought of trying to pick up Mjolnir from the beginning. And Feng also knew himself. Let's not talk about his misdeeds in the other world. Let's talk about the Marvel world. In order to get Hellfire, Feng directly hunted Carter Slay, who had a short lifespan and had already put down his butcher knife and was determined to be a good person. Obviously, he had the ability to subdue the abomination and even thought of a way to restore the abomination's sanity, but Feng directly made the other party into an obedient mummy, and the reason was just to try the effect of resurrection and to have a strong and obedient bodyguard. Let's not talk about the rest of the things like keeping the soul-feeding dementors around. Anyway, Feng never thought that he was a kind person. It's almost the same to say that he was a righteous man of the devil. Since he is not qualified to hold the hammer and his life will be in danger if he holds it, Feng would be a fool to touch Mjolnir. The head of the hammer is the center of the planet that is about to decay. And there is also the magic of the god King Odin. While thinking about how to deal with Mjolnir, Coulson put on his coat, hung his shield ID on his chest, and ordered the SWAT team to persuade the people nearby to leave. As for the reason for persuasion, of course, it was the excuse that the hammer had radiation. Coulson said that he was very good at this excuse, and the effect was usually good. In addition, 3 researchers in biochemical suits had already walked towards Mjolnir with equipment, and he believed that the excuse of radiation would be more convincing. After a while, the people who were watching Mjolnir left obediently under the guns of the SWAT team. Seeing that only the SHIELD people were left at the scene, Coulson immediately returned to the RV and said to Feng, who was watching Tom and Jerry and drinking, with a smile, "Austin, help me open a door." "Open what door?" Feng, who had kicked his brains out while watching cartoons, looked up at Coulson in confusion and asked, "Which door of my house do you want to open?" "The portal connecting to the Triskelion." Coulson pointed to the 3 researchers who were circling around Mjolnir speechlessly and said, "There are only a few of us on the scene, and we don't have any materials. How long do you think it will take us to build a facility to protect Mjolnir?" Feng scratched his head and casually opened a portal connecting to Führer's office, and said, "Still want to build a protective facility? Why not just cover Mjolnir with a piece of oilcloth?" After a pause, Li Feng squinted and said, "You want to study Mjolnir carefully before Thor shows up." Coulson did not deny Li Feng's guess. In fact, Li Feng's guess was correct. He not only wanted to study Mjolnir, but if possible, he also wanted to collect some of Thor's personal information, such as genes. Chapter 184 Tang San K Flower Pot. In the Triskelion building, Fury, who was sitting at his desk, suddenly saw a portal appear in front of him. His first reaction was to draw his gun. This can be regarded as a fine tradition of SHIELD. Anyway, when seeing strange people or things happening in front of them, SHIELD agents have to draw their guns and draw their guns. But this time, Fury still had some thoughts when he drew his gun. After all, it was not the first time he saw a portal. How could he not know that the person coming was Li Feng? It was not until Fury saw Li Feng's big face clearly in Coulson, who followed Li Feng through the portal, that he slammed a peculiarly shaped pistol on the desk with a cold face. Opening the door in the office is a good choice. At least few people will know that you are a mage. But can't you say a word before opening the door? Believe it or not, I will raise my hand and shoot you a few times. Li Feng leaned over to take a look at the strange pistol and said disdainfully, "What do you think the mage's shield is for? If you shoot yourself to death, I will at most give you 2 more wreaths." Scratching his head, Li Feng turned to look at Coulson and asked, "Does your boss have a wife? If not, I will make a few black girls and burn them for him for free to satisfy his physiological needs." Coulson twitched the corner of his mouth and walked straight towards Fury. After a few days of getting along, he found that the best way to deal with Li Feng's nonsense was to ignore it. Making Li Feng embarrassed was the best way. "Sir." Coulson walked up to Fury and handed the collected data on Mjolnir to Fury, saying, "These are close-up photos of Mjolnir, as well as some simple data we collected." Seeing that Coulson and Fury were studying the data seriously and completely ignored him, Li Feng was not annoyed, but just felt a little bored. After thinking for a while, Li Feng walked straight to the desk, picked up the phone on the desk, and randomly dialed an internal number. Hello, is anyone there?" After a while, a lady's voice with a sweet voice that made people imagine a lot came from the phone. "Director, what do you want?" Li Feng rubbed his throat and coughed a few times, imitating Fury's voice and tone, and said, "I'm Fury. Please call me Master Luden on the phone." The sweet and somewhat seductive voice suddenly fell silent, and after a long time, he laughed dryly and asked, "Director, I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again?" Li Feng glanced at Fury, whose hands were already touching the strange pistol, and rolled his eyes and said, "Send a few roast chickens and a box of cold beer to my office." After that, Li Feng hung up the phone, ignored the muzzle of the gun pointed at him, snatched the strange pistol from Fury's hand, and said while looking through the high-tech pistol, "Is this an energy pistol? What's wrong? Do you think this thing can deal with me?" Fury, whose pistol was shot, just had a stern face, as if he didn't care about the pistol being stolen, but deliberately let Li Feng take it away. But it's true, he is also the head of the agent after all. With Li Feng's poor skills, Fury said he could beat 10 after removing the magic, or the kind that glues one hand and one foot to the body with glue. "Fury, I know your shield can rebound all attacks, so this little thing is ineffective against you. Then why did you take it out?" Li Feng tilted his head, shook the pistol with a smile, and said, "Do you want to use this thing against Thor?" Fury nodded and shook his head, and Li Feng subconsciously reached out to touch Fury's forehead and said earnestly, "Zio-hei, you are so sick that you nod and shake your head at the same time. You should go home and have a good rest for a few days before work." Fury's face suddenly became dark, and he slapped Li Feng's hand away with his one eye that could spit out hellfire. After taking a deep breath, he slowly explained why he wanted to take out the small pistol from the shield warehouse. Whether it is myths and legends or Li Feng's narration, it has been clearly stated that Thor has a big force behind him that the earth cannot afford to offend. A small shield would only shoot Thor if he was looking for trouble. Fury was worried about why Mjolnir came to earth. Mjolnir is a weapon. Under what circumstances would Thor abandon his beloved weapon? Fury thought of 2 possibilities for the time being. First, Fury analyzed whether Thor was dead. After all, the gods in Norse mythology were either fighting or on the way to fight, so it was very likely that Thor died in a battle. Considering that Thor's father had reached the stage of an old man who liked to reminisce about the past, and that he was the king of Asgard, he couldn't be busy handling government affairs while looking at Mjolnir and thinking of him. Therefore, Odin's family most likely wanted to seal Mjolnir so that he could concentrate on handling government affairs. But Mjolnir is a divine weapon after all. He thought it was a battle hammer and its future should be spent in battle. In addition, there was a legend that divine weapons chose their masters, so in order to avoid the fate of being sealed, Mjolnir chose to come to Earth to find an heir. At least falling into the hands of Earthlings was much better than eating dust in the basement. If this is true, Fury will welcome Mjolnir to Earth with a banner that says welcome and personally arrange for SHIELD agents to try to pick up the hammer one by one. If possible, Fury doesn't mind holding the hammer high and returning to the front line. Second, this is what Fury is most worried about at the moment. Someone is fighting with Thor, and Thor can't resist the attack, causing Mjolnir to be snatched by the enemy and thrown to Earth during the battle. This means that Earth not only welcomes Thor, the god of thunder, but also Thor's opponent. If things go wrong, Earth will become a battlefield for the two gods. So now, Fury wants to find out what Thor or Asgard's attitude is towards Earth, and whether the energy pistol in his hand can provide support in Thor's battle. If it can, there is nothing to say. Fury will now write a plan on how to establish diplomacy with Asgard. If not, Fury feels that he should grow his hair back. When he is free, he can pull a few strands to play with to relieve his irritability. After listening to Fury's explanation, Feng was stunned and gave a thumbs up, saying, "You really think too much." While speaking, Feng looked at Fury thoughtfully. "You just want to support Thor, not to destroy Thor together? I don't believe what you said, even if I use my toes to think about it. But has Ludin been in the position of agent for a long time? How did he guess that Thor would fight on Earth? Although the opponent is not a human, Fury, who faced Feng with a calm face, saw that the other party did not speak for a long time. Not wanting to entangle what Feng was thinking, he pointed at the energy pistol and said, "You haven't told me the effect of the energy pistol. You ask me. Who should I ask? I haven't seen how powerful this little pistol is." While speaking, Feng pointed the pistol at the flower pot in the office, turned his head, and looked at Fury, who had no expression on his face, and asked, "How about I try it and tell you?" Fury glanced at the flower pot, neither nodded nor shook his head, but just looked at Feng with a poker face. This made Feng feel a little puzzled. What does it mean? Feng is quite pitiful. He has been in the Marvel world for a while, and he lives in the United States, where guns are not banned. However, he has only touched a gun a few times, and he doesn't even know how much ammunition a pistol can hold. This is like going to Las Vegas without visiting casinos, going to Thailand without seeing ladder boys, and going to Japan without visiting sex shops. Now, he has a gun in his hand, and it is a high-tech gun. The only thing in Feng's mind is, who cares? I'll shoot him in the face first. Bah, let's shoot a few shots first. Thinking of this, Feng didn't bother to guess what Fury, who suddenly suffered from facial paralysis, meant, and immediately pulled the trigger. As a blue-white energy shot out from the muzzle of the gun and penetrated the flower pot, Feng smacked his lips, threw the pistol to Fury with disdain, half crouched in front of the flower pot and said, "If it's easy, your thing will at most cause them minor injuries. If someone can beat Thor and make him drop his weapon and run away, how useful do you think your little toy will be? Just a minor injury?" Fury lowered his head and fiddled with the energy pistol, squinting his one eye, as if talking to himself or asking Feng, and whispered, "What if the energy is increased?" Feng shrugged, indicating that he didn't know, and said to Fury with anticipation, "Unless you take out the high-powered gun and let me try a few shots, let me see with my own eyes how powerful it is. Let you know that having an energy pistol is already my limit, and I still want to take out a big gun for you to play with. I'm afraid that the gun will be taken away by you in the blink of an eye." Fury raised the left corner of his mouth slightly, gave Feng a sarcastic face, then turned to Carlson and said, "Write it down in the account book that Austin broke a Tang San K flower pot in the office." Remember to let the lawyer ask Austin for compensation. Carlson and Li Feng looked at each other, and both felt that Fury was sick, and his illness was unclear. What the hell is Tang San Ke, and what the hell is a flower pot? Your blackmailing skills are beyond reproach. At this time, Li Feng, who heard a knock on the office door, walked towards the door and said, "Then you'd better find a lawyer who can make the dead come back to life. Otherwise, which judge will believe that there are people in the world who grow bonsai in a Tang San Ke flower pot?" After opening the door, Li Feng saw that it was a group of fully armed and loaded special forces knocking on the door. He turned his head and looked at Fury and asked, "What I want is roasted chicken and beer to eat. Why are the special forces here? To join in the fun? Or do you call the rookies of the special forces roasted chicken? This is even more unreliable than planting grass in a Tang San Ke flower pot." Fury ignored Li Feng's ridicule. Anyway, he was dark-faced enough. As long as he kept a poker face, no one would know his expression changed. Besides, he was the director of SHIELD, and he was busy with major issues concerning the safety of the earth all day long. What's wrong with using a high-end flower pot to plant bonsai to show his status? Is he proud? Really? Fury waved to the Secret Service team, asked the agents to line up in front of him one by one, and said with a dry cough, "Carlson, these people are in your hands. Protect Mjolnir and find Thor as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," Carlson said, turned his head, and looked at Li Feng with a look like coaxing a child, his eyes full of the meaning of Little Bunny. "Open the door." Li Feng's eyes twitched, and while opening the portal for his opponent, he muttered, "What kind of international organization is this? They didn't even prepare a snack for me. How stingy." Chapter 185. Can you sell me some feathers? As Carlson led the special forces and several scientific researchers carrying large and small bags through the portal to the vicinity of Mjolnir, only Li Feng and Fury were left in the office. It was not that Li Feng did not want to return to Mjolnir to wait for Thor to appear, but Fury pulled him. "You can leave, but please explain the situation of Asgard first." To be honest, Li Feng's understanding of Asgard is still from the movies, but movies are not reality. How big is the gap between the two? Li Feng said he didn't know. For this reason, before Li Feng described the specific situation of Asgard, he prepared to give Fury a shot of prevention in case something went wrong in the future, so that he would have room for maneuver. "Let me make it clear in advance. I have never been to Asgard, nor have I seen the Aesir in person. Everything I know is what I accidentally read in books, or what I heard when I was drinking and chatting with my friends. As for how much of what I said is true," Li Feng spread his hands and said, "I don't know. After all, I don't know if my buddy's words are filled with water. Is it just bragging and nonsense when drinking? A friend who knows aliens. Is your wizard friend a bit wild? Can you introduce him to me?" Of course, Fury knew that Li Feng would never introduce him to his friend who knows Asgard, even if he gave him a phone number, so he could only nod helplessly. Fury was actually very helpless. Thor's hammer had fallen to the earth, but apart from looking for what kind of god Thor was in the bedtime story, he could only listen to Li Feng's nonsense. And it was nonsense that he didn't know whether it was true or not. Rubbing his brows, Fury stretched out his hand and motioned Li Feng to continue. "No matter what you know, just tell me. Maybe I can help you analyze something." Li Feng, who felt it was difficult to talk while standing, sat on the sofa, supported his armrest with one hand, and leaned against the sofa like an invertebrate, and said, "First of all, the Asgardians called the earth Midgard." After a pause, Li Feng tilted his head and asked, "Do you need me to explain what Midgard means?" Midgard is a place where humans live in Norse mythology. It is also called the Atrium, the middle world. Fury glanced speechlessly at Li Feng, who seemed to be paralyzed from the waist down, and continued to recite the description he found from fairy tales. Midgard is surrounded by the ocean. It can cross the rainbow bridge in the void and lead to the kingdom of the gods where the gods live, that is, Asgard. After that, Fury said thoughtfully, the ocean occupies 71% of the Earth's area, which is very similar to Midgard in the bedtime story, so the content of the bedtime story is not necessarily just a story. More than that, Li Feng raised his eyebrows. For the Aesir, technology and magic are actually the same thing. They are both ways of manipulating the operation of energy. so I can open a portal to the moon to eat mooncakes. Why doesn't Asgard, whose technology is more advanced than that of the Earth, have a portal? Feng smacked his lips with a slightly envious tone. The rainbow bridge in the fairy tale can not only be used as a portal, but also as a star destroyer weapon. Not to mention how long it will take to blow the Earth to pieces. Just a few shots at the Earth will be enough. Natural disasters such as tsunamis or large-scale earthquakes will be triggered. The scene of a large number of humans running hand in hand to hell is enough to scare people like you who want to make trouble. Fury glanced at Feng expressionlessly, opened his mouth, but did not refute Feng's accusation of making trouble, just silently digested the meaning of Feng's words. A rainbow bridge made it easy for Asgardians to enter and exit the Earth, as if they were strolling in their own backyard. He wanted to receive the Asgardians as a guide, but they probably wouldn't pay attention to him. Star Destroyer weapons always feel like the life of the Earth is in someone else's hands. If someone else is unhappy, the Earth will be doomed. After a long time, Fury rubbed his temples and asked, what about the Atrium? Or what does the Asgardians mean by dividing the Earth into the middle world? Feng lazily got up and sat down, scratched his brow and said, legend has it that there are 9 kingdoms on the world tree, but in reality, the world tree is just a special space. But the legendary 9 kingdoms do exist, among which is Midgard, which is what we call the Earth. Atrium means the position in the middle of the special space where the Earth is located. The Earth is one of the 9 kingdoms, and its geographical location is in an awkward position in the middle, which makes Fury even more headache. Because Odin in mythology rules the 9 kingdoms, this means that the Earth is actually managed by him, but considering his 5,000-year lifespan, he is just a little busy now, and has not come to inspect the territory for a while. If Odin feels bored and comes to his home planet to take a look and sees that the people on Earth have not only long forgotten his glorious history, but also regard him as a mythical figure, do you think this old man will be furious and will kill people on Earth with a big gun to show his former glory? Even if Odin doesn't have such a bad temper, the position of the Earth is that you should know that in the past, once a war broke out between major powers, the kingdom caught in the middle would definitely be the most uncomfortable, especially being blocked on both ends. And if you are not careful, the 2 warring kingdoms will think that fighting on their own land will destroy their fertile land, so they will simply set the battlefield on Earth. Anyway, no matter how they fight, they will destroy the resources of the Earth, and the people in their hometown are still living well. If the fighting is too intense, and the 2 countries decide to use whatever weapons are more powerful, how should the Earth, which has not yet entered space, face these weapons? It is estimated that humans will be beaten into rare animals. What is the attitude of the Asgardians towards the Earth? Fury asked with a hint of bitterness. Still friendly, Feng shrugged and said, for them, the Earth has no resources, and human civilization is too backward, so there is no threat at all. It's like a big country facing a primitive tribe living deep in the Amazon jungle. You have crushed them in all aspects. Would you bomb them with missiles for no reason? Your analogy, Fury said speechlessly and helplessly, is not very comfortable to hear. The Earth has become a primitive tribe. So what am I? The director of SHIELD? A team leader in the security brigade? Fury, what else do you know? What else do you know? Feng scratched his head, pretending to recall, and shook his head, saying, that's all. When I have the ability to open a portal to Asgard in the future and travel there in person, I will consider whether to tell you the latest information after I return to Earth. Since he couldn't get anything out of Feng, Fury immediately changed the subject and asked, I heard that you know an angel. No, Feng said with a roll of his eyes. I've said before that I've never even heard of any news about angels on Earth, let alone seen one. Fury frowned. Carlson told me. That's a pseudo-angel. Feng interrupted with a wave of his hand. Pseudo-angels only look like angels on the outside, but they are far inferior to real angels. As he spoke, Feng took out a pseudo-angel feather from his shoulder bag and said, I think you also know that I'm a wizard who tends to be dark-minded. Fury nodded. Although the one who pointed out that Feng was a dark wizard was a devil without any credibility, considering that the person who said this was Mephisto, one of the lords of hell, he would not lie in front of Feng. In addition, Fury had previously speculated on why Li Feng became a wandering wizard. He felt that Li Feng's tendency to evil and being a dark wizard was quite reliable. Seeing Fury nod, Li Feng continued, if this is really an angel feather, I don't know how Mephisto would react when facing it, but I would definitely have rolled on the ground. Fury carefully looked at the pseudo-angel feather and asked, so what is this? This shows that Leona is evolving on the path of an angel. Li Feng, who didn't want to waste the pseudo-angel feather in vain, closed the wooden box distressed and said, in the eyes of the wizard, the so-called god is actually the direction of human evolution in the future. Ordinary people have no ability and can only passively accept evolution, but we wizards have magic power and can control the direction of evolution independently. Therefore, this is just the feather that Leona grew when she evolved to a certain stage. Fury squinted at Li Feng and said faintly, if one day you break the limit of human beings, can you sell me a few feathers? I heard from Carlson that this thing is quite effective in restraining the devil. Get lost, Li Feng said unhappily. I will not evolve into a birdman. I have chosen my path long ago, so there is no need for wings. What can you grow? Fury said with a lavish attitude, as long as it is the material on your body, I will buy it at a high level, even if it is just a hair. Li Feng said unhappily, do you want my shit? Yes, Fury said affirmatively, and you don't have to wait for you to evolve. Even if you poop now, I want it. Damn, Li Feng suddenly felt that Fury's eyes seemed to be a little green when he looked at him, just like a wolf pack that had been hungry for 10 days and a half months in the wilderness, saw a piece of fat meat. Get out, you pervert. Li Feng, who felt more and more panic in the office, waved his hand to open the portal and walked straight through the portal back to the RV. Back in the RV, Li Feng thought more and more that something was wrong. He always felt that Fury had studied his genes, but the reason why Li Feng was extraordinary was because he had magic power, and a little tissue separated from the body could rely on magic power to prolong its activity for a short period of time. But magic power is still energy, and it will dissipate sooner or later without Li Feng's maintenance. By then, no matter how much research Fury does, he can only study Li Feng's genes as an ordinary person. As for wanting to figure out what magic power is by studying the magic power remaining in the genes, forget it. Chapter 186 Thor. It can be said that S.H.I.E.L.D. has a lot of talents and resources. It took only half a day to build a simple military base with Mjolnir as the center. A few days after the base was built, Carlson enthusiastically invited Comrade Li Feng, a neighbor of the base, to visit. It feels like I'm bored to death in the RV, either watching movies or drinking beer all day. Li Feng thought about it, nodded and agreed to Carlson's invitation, and then entered the base and strolled around with Carlson. Don't say it. At first Li Feng actually enjoyed the opportunity to stroll around the base, even though he knew that Carlson's company was a kind of surveillance, but the feeling of a group of agents following behind still made Li Feng feel like a leader coming to the base to inspect the work. Especially thinking that he had never been a leader since he was a child, Li Feng couldn't help but put on the airs of a landlord inspecting thousands of acres of farmland, and even walked with a bit of arrogance. However, Li Feng decided to go around a certain place in the base, especially when he saw Carlson, who always kept a smile, was embarrassed when he saw Li Feng never went to the center of the base. This made Li Feng more determined to go to a certain place. Unfortunately, Carlson did not allow Li Feng to bring a camera, otherwise he really wanted to record Carlson's embarrassed face and hand the photo to Melinda in front of Melinda's ex-husband in the future. It must be very interesting. After only walking around half a circle, Li Feng, who deliberately avoided Mjolnir, said that it was better to watch a movie in the RV than to walk around the base. First of all, beer. Carlson and his group came to work, and they were naturally not allowed to drink during work, so there was not a bottle of beer in the base. As a person who drinks beer as boiled water, Li Feng immediately said that he was not interested and wanted to go home to find his mother. It's okay that the leader didn't arrange singing and dancing for the inspection. Anyway, this leader is not used to the food made by chefs other than creature, but when he was thirsty, he didn't even have a glass of wine. Isn't this too much of a leader? The second is the TV. although there are a lot of them. More than a dozen TVs are placed together, which looks pretty cool, and you won't miss any of your favorite programs, but the quality of the TV is, Li Feng said, that the screens of these TVs are not big enough, the speakers are broken, and the sound is so soft that you need to put your hands behind your ears to hear it clearly. Compared with the 3D projection and stereo surround speakers in the RV, the equipment in the base is too bad. Carlson looked at the surveillance satellites and the screens in every corner of the surveillance base speechlessly, and then looked at Li Feng, who was advocating how big the TV screen in the RV was. Damn, watching movies on the surveillance screen, how did you come up with it? Finally, I don't know if the field agents were tanned by the sun and couldn't see their faces clearly or what. Anyway, Li Feng didn't find a single beauty in the base. So after walking around for a while, Li Feng touched his belly and said that his mother called him home for dinner and he would come to the base to play with his friends when he had the chance. Carlson immediately got angry. Who are you? Do you really think I asked you to inspect the base? You can leave only after you finish your work, Austin. Actually, I asked you to come here because I want to ask you for help with something. Carlson stopped in front of Li Feng, stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to go in the direction of Mjolnir, and said, how much do you know about Mjolnir? I knew you wouldn't invite me to the base for nothing. What a pity. I really don't know how Mjolnir was forged. Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he spread his hands cheerfully and said, I have said everything I should say, and I really don't know the rest. Seeing Carlson's I don't believe it expression, Li Feng ignored him, walked to the exit of the base by himself, and said, I'm just a wild mage with no background. Do you know what a wild mage is? It means that all knowledge needs to be collected by myself, so the knowledge I know is usually fragmentary, and I need to piece together the information myself to get a plausible conclusion. What about Thor? Carlson quickly followed Li Feng and asked, do you know what he looks like? Li Feng glanced at Carlson unhappily. How can I know what Thor looks like? Even if there are sentences describing Thor's appearance in books, what does it matter? The last time Thor came to Earth, the ancestor of the camera was not even a pool of liquid. Can you sketch Thor's portrait just by describing it? Carlson shrugged. I can't help it. We have been here for several days, but we still haven't found Thor. I'm a little worried. Li Feng knew what Carlson was worried about. He just believed Fury's nonsense and thought that Thor was dead. It was unnecessary for them to protect Mjolnir. But how could Thor die? This guy has the aura of a protagonist. But Li Feng really couldn't think of how to explain that Thor not only came to Earth, but he might be flirting with a beautiful woman now. After thinking for a while, Li Feng pointed in the direction of Mjolnir and said, I don't know anything else, but I know Thor is definitely still alive. Odin would not have let Mjolnir wander on the Earth. Carlson rubbed his brows, sighed and said, we have also analyzed this matter, and we have speculated that Thor may be somewhere on Earth at this time, but you also know that the area of the Earth is still a bit large for humans. In addition, although SHIELD is huge, it can't search the entire Earth to find Thor in a short time. At the end, Carlson looked at Li Feng expectantly and said, don't you know divination? Can you help divine where Thor is now? Even if it's an approximate location, it's better than our search like looking for a needle in a haystack. Carlson's words made Li Feng's eyes change when he looked at the other party. Damn, I cast a spell on you to make you my subordinate and help me get more benefits. Now, I haven't gained any benefits from you, but I have to help you solve the problem. Who cast a spell on whom? Okay, I'll help you take a look, but don't hold your hopes too high. After all, my divination skills are not good enough. Li Feng, who had just walked to the gate of the base, hadn't finished speaking when thunder suddenly sounded above the base, followed by a downpour. Li Feng smacked his lips and looked up at the night sky. He saw that except for the dark clouds within a kilometer radius above the base, stars could still be seen in the distant night sky. This is clearly a problem with this thunderstorm. Li Feng didn't need to explain. Carlson, who also looked up at the distant starry sky, asked curiously, does this mean that Thor is nearby? Could it be that God wants to smoke? Was it God's lighter that flashed just now? This lightning is obviously higher than you. Thor is already in the base, isn't he? Li Feng spread his hands and was about to walk towards Mjolnir to wait for Thor when he suddenly stopped. turned his head, and looked at Carlson and said, "Have you prepared a banner saying welcome?" "Got, how can you prepare a banner?" Carlson shook his head unhappily, and took out the walkie-talkie to issue several orders. He is a prince after all, but he doesn't even have a banner. It's really a complaint. Feng shot a ball of fire into the sky, and controlled the fire, to form a text in the sky. "Welcome the Prince of Asgard, the great master of thunder, Mr. Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, to Midgard." To be honest, when Carlson saw this line of text with excellent light and shadow effects, his first reaction was that the tall image of the mage Feng collapsed instantly. There was no way it wouldn't collapse. A few days ago, Feng was still facing the Lord of Hell Mephisto calmly in front of Carlson, with a posture of "if you have the guts, show me how to do it." Carlson and others were shocked and couldn't help but give Feng a thumbs up from the bottom of their hearts. "You are really brave." But now, without even seeing Thor's face, the unfathomable aura on his body instantly turned into a flattering villain. They say the devil changes his face quickly. "You are not much worse immediately." Carlson's eyes twitched, because he thought of Feng's attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was weak, saying that he was hiding. But when this guy's strength reached an unpredictable level, he immediately ignored S.H.I.E.L.D. and kept asking if there were any benefits. Such a villain can become a wizard. What kind of world is this? Carlson shook his head and walked straight back to the base. On the other side, Thor, who easily broke into the base, also looked at the big words welcoming him in the air with a confused face. "What's the situation? Do the people of Midgard know that they are here? And that group of flaming words looks like a masterpiece of a wizard. When did Midgard have a wizard?" After thinking about it, Thor felt that he should be careful. What if this is a trap? He still followed the original plan and slowly approached Mjolnir and talked to the wizard, after getting the hammer back, to restore the power of the hammer god. In this way, Thor carefully sneaked into the base. "It's a bit difficult to fight without divine power. Since no one is trying to stop me, I should speak with confidence." Thinking of this, Thor couldn't help but smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, and walked quickly to Mjolnir, grabbing the hammer handle excitedly. Needless to say, Odin asked Thor to come to Earth for training. Now Thor has not changed his mind, and is still a reckless man. Just take back the hammer like this? What's the point of the training that Odin envisioned? Is it just to let Thor come to Earth for tourism? Chapter 187 Loki? I can't beat him. Thor, the god of thunder, is also nicknamed the god of hammer, which shows how much Thor loves the hammer. Not long ago, Thor had no idea what trouble he had caused. His father, without any consideration for the face of the god of hammer, forcibly confiscated his beloved hammer. A god of hammer without a hammer, is that still a good god of hammer? Odin's behavior immediately made Thor angry with tears and snot. However, seeing that the god of hammer had no awareness of his mistake, his father simply went all out. Not only did he confiscate the hammer, he also inexplicably deprived him of his divine power and expelled him from the realm of gods. "You said that after all this, are you still my father?" Now, Thor, who has gone through so much trouble, is about to pick up the hammer and ascend the throne of the god of hammer, and then return to Asgard to argue with his father. What did he do wrong? Unfortunately, the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. No matter how Thor expresses his love to the hammer actually firmly said, "You are not my brother hammer, please get out of here." Now, Thor said that he was a little upset. His beloved hammer would actually refuse to accept him! Exclamation mark. What's the difference between this and watching your lover throw himself into the arms of another person? Thor, who felt that he was heartbroken, roared to the sky in confusion and sat beside Mjolnir like a wooden chicken. On the side, Carlson saw that Thor couldn't lift Mjolnir and walked to Feng in confusion. While looking at Thor, he whispered in Feng's ear, "Austin, are you sure this is Thor? Why does he look like a young man who has been heartbroken?" I suddenly realized. Feng turned his head and glanced at Carlson and said, "You summed it up very well. Isn't he just heartbroken?" The hammer girl who has been in love with each other for thousands of years suddenly said that she broke up. If it were you, perhaps you would not be as out of control as her. Hammer girl, I don't have a fetish. Collecting antiques should not be considered a fetish. Carlson rolled his eyes implicitly, waved to the agent in the distance, and signaled to bring an umbrella quickly. "Didn't you see the Prince of Asgard getting wet in the rain? Really, no eyesight at all. Thor at this moment was like a person with amnesia, allowing the agent to hold an umbrella and help him into the room that had been prepared long ago. Feng was about to follow Thor when Coulson's voice came from behind him. Austin, do you understand Asgardian? Coulson was actually a little worried at this moment. Thor didn't say a word after entering the base. At most he roared a few times to the sky. This made Coulson know nothing, except that Thor was not dumb. If he communicated with Thor, but the other party spoke Asgardian dialect, as soon as he opened his mouth, he would not understand. You think too much. He speaks English better than you do. Feng curled his lips and said enviously, this big brother has a lifespan of 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Damn long enough. Thor can't just fight and drink and eat meat every day, but he can use his spare time to learn. Not to mention the small earth language. He can even speak the remote tree language. Groot. Tree. Coulson was stunned and then thought that, although creature looked strange, his race was classified as an elf, although creature's appearance was not related to the handsome elves in his impression. But if the elves are out, what's wrong with tree people in the world? Isn't this normal? Maybe one day you can see dwarves who are only as tall as your waistline. Knowing that he can communicate with Thor, Coulson walked quickly into the room where Thor was. I'll dump you after I'm done with you. Coulson, I misjudged you. While complaining in his heart, Feng followed Coulson into the room. In order to welcome this alien prince, Coulson spent a lot of effort in decorating the reception room. Not to mention the silk bed. There were also fresh apples on the dining table in the room. Looking at the water droplets left on the outside of the apples, it was probably just washed by the agent a second ago. Feng glanced at Thor, who was sitting at the head of the bed and still trapped in the pain of a broken heart, and walked straight to the dining table, picked up the apple, and started to eat it. On the side, Coulson looked at Feng helplessly, moved a chair to the opposite side of Thor, smiled gently and said, hello, Thor Odinson, I'm Phil Coulson, an agent of SHIELD. Welcome to Earth. Thor looked up at Coulson with lifeless eyes. Mortal? Thor, who was full of arrogance, ignored Coulson, turned his head to look at Feng and asked, who are you? After a pause, Thor seemed to think of something, and suddenly stood up, and walked to Feng and asked, did you do something to Mjolnir, so that I can't pick it up? Feng, who was happily chewing an apple, was frightened by Thor's words and coughed repeatedly. Damn, even if I have the ability to seal Mjolnir, I dare not do it. Do you really think that your own father can't see everything that happens on Earth? I only knew that Thor only liked to talk with a hammer, but now I suddenly feel that when Odin sealed you, did he seal your brain as well? Do you think I have the strength to tamper with Mjolnir? Feng spread his hands and said with a resentful tone, it's totally impossible. In fact, Thor felt a little stupid when he asked. The other party was just a wizard on Earth. You don't need to look closely to know that the other party's strength is not as good as yours, let alone tamper with Mjolnir. Although Coulson guessed that Thor was unwilling to talk to him, since the other party had spoken, he had to ask something anyway, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Fury. After thinking about it, Coulson felt that it would be better to get straight to the point. Mr. Thor Odinson, what is your purpose in coming to Earth? Why come to Earth? Thor sighed in despair and ignored Coulson, who was rubbing salt into his wounds. He looked at the pretty good room and suddenly popped up in his mind, it's a pity that there is no wine. Strong wine and broken love are the perfect match. Seeing this, Coulson looked helplessly at Feng, who was still eating apples. Before he could ask for help, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. After checking the caller ID, Coulson hurriedly left the room. When the phone rang in Coulson's hand, Feng sensed that someone was casting a spell on him, as if trying to confuse his consciousness. Needless to say, this must be Loki's naughty kid making trouble. Unfortunately, Feng, who had mastered the full level of brain occlumency, ignored Loki's magic. However, Feng, who felt that he had no chance of winning against Loki, thought about it, picked up an apple from the dining table, and threw it to Thor, and said as he walked to the door, your power is sealed now, but there is no divine power to maintain the energy needed for your body. You should eat something. When he walked to the door of the room, just as Feng closed the door casually, Feng, who had opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Loki, who suddenly appeared in the room. He smiled mysteriously before closing the door. Originally, the fluctuation of Li Feng's magic power had made Loki understand that the other party was a mage, but Loki thought that the other party had been stranded on Earth to make a living, so the strength of this mage must be limited. As for the mages on Earth, sorry, it's not that Loki looked down on Earth, but that he didn't believe that there were mages on Earth. Anyway, he had never heard of mages on Earth with backward technology. It was just that the smile left by Li Feng before he left made Loki feel that he was seen through. After thinking for a while, Loki showed up in front of Thor, looked at the door and asked, "Dear brother, who is that wizard?" "Loki?" Thor looked at the direction of the door, shook his head to indicate that he didn't know who Li Feng was, and asked in confusion, "Why are you here? Are the Jotuns going to attack the god's domain? Let me go back to the god's domain, and I will explain to my father in person." Before Thor finished speaking, the master liar Loki put on a sad expression and said, "My father is dead." Hearing Loki's words, Thor's mind was a little confused. What does it mean? You don't play by the rules. I just played a 3, and you played a king bomb. You were still talking about the Jotuns in the last second, but you said that my father was dead in the next second. This is a big turn, and Thor said that his old waist can't bear it. Then, Loki started to talk nonsense, lying to Thor that the Jotuns were going to attack Asgard, and then saying that Odin was old and couldn't stand the stimulation, so he had a heart attack or something. Anyway, he died in the end. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a master for a day. Thor was supposed to inherit the throne, but the prince was not in Asgard at this time, so he naturally inherited the throne. In order to make Thor give up the idea of competing with him for the throne, Loki lied without blinking, and told Thor clearly, the condition for the withdrawal of the Jotuns is to permanently expel you, and your mother also agrees to do so. Anyway, Loki's words have only one purpose. For the sake of peace, you should just live your life on Earth honestly, and don't go back to Asgard to make trouble. This is Thor's simplicity. Not only did he believe Loki's words, but he also said thank you to Loki, who came to convey the message at risk. On the other side, Li Feng came out of Thor's room and subconsciously looked for Coulson. He remembered that Coulson had been hit by Loki's control spell before, which made him a little worried. What if Loki's magic conflicted with his control seed and Coulson was out of control? Li Feng said that the loss was a bit big. After a while, Li Feng found Coulson standing in an empty corner and making a phone call. It was just that Coulson put the phone to his ear, and he looked like he was having a very happy chat, which made him a little puzzled. The ringing of the phone was obviously caused by Loki. Who was Coulson talking to now? When Li Feng walked into Coulson, he realized what a bullshit call. There was only a busy tone on Coulson's phone. "Are you talking to the ghost living in the phone?" Of course, Li Feng untied Coulson's magic in a few seconds. Recalling that he had been talking nonsense with the busy tone for a long time, Coulson looked at the phone in his hand with a confused face, and then looked at Li Feng beside him, and asked confusedly, "What's wrong with me?" Li Feng shrugged, pointed in the direction of Thor, and said, "Thor's brother Loki came just now, and you were controlled by Loki. Why didn't you say it earlier?" As he spoke, Coulson pulled Li Feng and ran towards Thor's room. Li Feng said calmly, "Say it earlier." "Then what? Fight with Loki here. I'm no match for him." Chapter 188 Brother Hammer. When the two of them passed by Mjolnir on their way to Thor's room, Li Feng happened to see Loki baring his teeth, holding Mjolnir tightly with both hands, trying his best to pick up the hammer, but the hammer didn't move at all, and didn't care about his embarrassing appearance. Li Feng couldn't help laughing, and burst out laughing, and then his face was straight, as if the previous laughter was not made by him, but purely Loki's own hallucination. With a blank expression, Li Feng and Loki looked at each other, turned around and walked quickly towards Thor's room, leaving Loki, who was slightly blushing, standing awkwardly beside Mjolnir. That was not to let go of the hammer, and it was not to continue trying to lift the hammer. Loki believed in his ears and eyes. He absolutely believed that this strange wizard not only saw his embarrassing appearance, but also laughed at his presumptuous attempt to lift Mjolnir, and the other party already knew his background. At the same time, Loki, who saw Li Feng's appearance clearly, judged that Li Feng was a pure earthling, which made him a little curious. When did the earth have wizards? Or should he ask his mother, after returning to the god's domain? As an ordinary person without magical powers, Coulson did not carry any detection equipment at this time. It was impossible for him to find the invisible Loki when he passed by Mjolnir. But Li Feng's sudden mocking laughter and his glance in the direction of Mjolnir made Coulson suddenly realize something. But Coulson remembered that Li Feng had said before that he could not beat Loki, which made Coulson realize that the right thing to do now was to pretend that he had not discovered anything. At least, you should stay away from Mjolnir before you can ask your own questions. When the two were about to push open Thor's door, Coulson suddenly whispered, "What happened before?" Li Feng glanced at Coulson, who had a slightly speculative look on his face, and said with a curled mouth, "You agents, you know it, but you still ask, do you look like you have too much saliva?" Coulson smiled slowly. Did he leave? Li Feng scratched his head, opened his eyes, and looked around for Loki. After a while, he shrugged and said, "Loki's strength is higher than mine, so I'm not sure whether Loki has left the base. I only know that I haven't seen him now." After that, Li Feng pushed open the door casually and stared at Thor, whose eyes were wet and bloodshot, but his eyes looked dull and lifeless. To be honest, Li Feng had thought that Thor would cry or hold his head in pain because of Loki's tricks, but how to describe it now? Li Feng estimated that if he gave Thor a carving knife, this guy would definitely carve the word regret on his face immediately. Was Thor too easy to fool? The one who died was Odin, who cursed Mjolnir, and Thor didn't have any doubts? Or did Thor trust this real brother too much? He would never doubt Loki's words. This brotherly love is beyond words. He is worthy of being the brother-loving devil hammer. Li Feng scratched his head, picked up a tissue, and handed it to Thor, and asked knowingly, "Thor, what grievances have you suffered?" "Thank you." Thor took the tissue, wiped his tears silently, gave Li Feng a look of "ignore me, let me be quiet," turned over and lay on the bed, with his back to Li Feng and Coulson. Coulson looked at Li Feng with resentment. As for what Coulson's eyes meant, Li Feng said he didn't know. Anyway, his brain had automatically understood. Is this really the prince? It's a piece of shit. Why don't you ask? What's going on? Are you trying to make everyone anxious to death? In response, Li Feng scratched his head and spread his hands to say that he didn't know why Thor was crying so hard. He also told Coulson that he had little experience in life and didn't know how to comfort others. You are a senior agent of SHIELD. If you don't comfort Thor, who will? As for me, it's so late, I should go home and take a shower and go to bed. As he spoke, Li Feng yawned and prepared to push open the door. At this time, an agent with gold-rimmed glasses and a shiny head just pushed open the door. After giving Li Feng a professional smile, he said to Coulson, "Sir, someone came to visit our guest and wants to take him away. Take the alien prince away." Coulson said that he didn't hear clearly. He subconsciously picked his ears and asked, "Agent Sylvette, are you sure it is a human who came to see Thor?" "Yes." Sylvette tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "If you only look at the other party's appearance and ID, the other party is indeed a human. As for what is under Eric Shavag's skin," Sylvette shrugged and said uncertainly, "Maybe an alien, maybe a human. Who knows?" After a pause, Sylvette pondered for a while and added, "But I think the probability that Mr. Shavag is a human is quite high. At least I have never seen any fake ID that can be made to look the same as the real one." Coulson was a little puzzled. Although he didn't know when Thor came to Earth, he could roughly guess the time when Thor came to Earth, based on the time when Mjolnir came to Earth. The problem is that in just a few days, an alien has successfully sneaked into the human world and made human friends. Isn't this speed of establishing friendship too fast? It's impossible to say that behind Thor's priesthood, there is also a position of diplomat. Thor, who was originally resting with his back to Li Feng, heard the name of Savija, got up and sat at the head of the bed, and said to Li Feng in a slightly hoarse voice, "Master, don't embarrass my friends. They are just ordinary people and don't know anything." Li Feng looked at Thor speechlessly. "You said this as if I were some kind of big devil." Coulson on the side squinted and thought about it. Before, although Thor was arrogant and didn't want to pay attention to him, he only saw loss and disappointment in his expression. But after he was under the spell and chatted with the busy tone of his mobile phone like a fool, Thor's face not only showed loss, but also a deep sadness. So what did Thor think of all no during the time when he was like a mentally retarded child? Obviously, this is related to the sudden appearance of Loki. Thinking of this, Coulson used his eyes to signal Sylvette to personally entertain Shavig and get Shavig's information. Sylvette nodded slightly, indicating that he was familiar with this task. After Sylvette left and closed the door, Coulson showed the most gentle smile on his face and said, "Mr. Thor, I don't know what your brother said to you, nor do I know what you know, but on Earth, there is a saying among humans. I'll tell you. If you gain a piece of happiness, you will gain double happiness after sharing it with others, and if you share a piece of pain with two people, the pain you originally endured alone is only half of the original." After a long time, Coulson saw that Thor's face was a little tangled, as if he was about to say his own pain, but he was always unwilling to say it out loud. He sighed slightly in his heart. "You aliens, you are so stubborn that you suffer in life. If you don't want to share your happiness and pain with others, then you'd better find a way to vent that suits you. Otherwise, it's always bad to hold it in your heart." Coulson pointed at Feng and said, "Perhaps you can visit Mr. Austin's RV. Although a magic car is nothing to brag about to you, it really opened my eyes to me personally, especially the large space inside the RV, where you can vent without restraint, and you won't be disturbed after closing the door." Well, the magic seed I planted in Coulson's body must have gone wrong. There is no benefit, and you keep finding things for me to do. It's not impossible for me to entertain Thor, but please help me analyze it first. Who is the biggest beneficiary, me or Shield? Feng glanced at Coulson, and while complaining in his heart, he wondered in his heart whether Coulson was preparing to launch a favor offensive. In fact, Feng guessed right. In Coulson's eyes, Thor, who had only been on Earth for a few days, had just said, "Don't hurt my friends," for his new friend Eric Shavig, which made Coulson judge that Thor was still a man who valued feelings. In addition, Thor had been indifferent to Coulson before, and Coulson estimated that it would take a lot of time for him and Thor to become friends. Feng at least has the identity of a wizard, and Thor has at least said a few words to Feng before, and Feng is not completely ignorant of Asgard. Perhaps the two can become friends in a short time and ask for information by the way. Thor looked at Feng with complicated eyes, as if thinking about something, and lowered his head silently. Although Thor has lived for 1,000 years under the care of his parents, he has become a childish child who likes to speak with his fists at every turn. Especially recently, he directly disobeyed Odin's wishes and has grown from a little brat to a rebellious child. But now, because of the trouble he had caused before, Asgard almost fell into war, and his father, who was already old, died of too much sadness and overwork. And his mother made it clear that he would be expelled from Asgard forever. This made him understand that he is no longer the prince of Asgard, but just a homeless poor man. He can't even call himself a god, because his divine power has been taken away. In other words, he is at most immortal with a long life and a strong body. Similarly, in Loki's words, Odin's death was all caused by him. This kind of pain of indirectly killing relatives not only made Thor regret to the point of crying, but also made his childish mind grow up overnight. As for how much growth he has, let's not talk about it for now, but when Thor thinks about things now, his first reaction will not be to find a hammer, but he will consider more. For example, Thor will spend the rest of his life on Earth, and he doesn't want to be followed by a group of clingy guys all day long. So after a long time, Thor took a deep breath and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "My father was killed by my arrogance and stupidity." Feng and Coulson looked at each other. "Are you talking now?" "Sorry, please accept my condolences." Coulson pondered for a while and asked apologetically, "You came to Earth for?" "I was deprived of my divine power and banished to Earth for eternity." Chapter 189 The Hidden Boss. Thor was never secretive. He either didn't say anything or said it clearly. So when Thor told Coulson the reason and process of his expulsion, the horizon had begun to turn white. Li Feng, who had been accompanying Carlson all night, stretched his body, yawned with one hand, and touched his stomach with the other hand and said, "Carlson, now we know almost everything about Prince Thor. Should Thor and I go back to the RV to rest and replenish some food?" At this point, Li Feng glanced at Thor's stomach and whispered in Carlson's ear, "Asgardians are big eaters. Based on the energy that cattle on Earth can provide, an Asgardian can easily eat a cow in one day, and that's without stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets." Carlson glanced at Thor's flat stomach and asked in a puzzled voice, "What do you mean? Can't you hear that?" Li Feng curled his lips and whispered, "Although I have a cattle farm, but brother, at least one cow is consumed every day. Do you think I have the financial support to support it?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Carlson understood what Li Feng wanted to express in seconds. "Do you want S.H.I.E.L.D. to reimburse your cows, or simply let S.H.I.E.L.D. buy some cattle and sheep and send them to your home?" Li Feng nodded and said, "Let's buy some cattle and sheep and send them over." To be honest, Li Feng knew that Thor would not stay on Earth for a few days, and the cattle and sheep that could be consumed were actually very limited. But don't forget that the cattle and sheep that Li Feng ate were all taken care of by Creature himself. In order to let Li Feng eat safe and high quality meat food, the loyal and hard-working Creature occasionally fed some magic potions or magical herbs to poultry and livestock. This resulted in Li Feng's daily food containing mild energy, which was not only easily absorbed by the human body, but also strengthened physical fitness, which was very precious to Li Feng. It's okay to let Thor enjoy 1 or 2 meals occasionally, but Li Feng said he couldn't stand eating every day, and the landlord didn't have so much surplus food. So it was actually the best plan to let S.H.I.E.L.D. bring a batch of cattle and sheep. And when Thor left, these cattle and sheep would be cheap for Li Feng. Carlson thought about it. Thor had the blood of the Orthodox EC flowing in his body. Even if he had been expelled to Earth, he was still a member of the royal family of the EC. In addition, Thor was once the eldest prince, so he must have some influence in Asgard. If the Asgardians knew that their deposed prince was starving on Earth, who knows what kind of trouble would happen, and it would be embarrassing for humans to shabby. Besides, there was such an alien on Earth whose technological civilization was far superior to that of Earth. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. had a good relationship with him, it shouldn't be a big problem to get some outdated Asgard technology from him. Thinking of this, Carlson took out the walkie-talkie in front of Thor and ordered into the walkie-talkie, "Agent Sylvette, buy a car of cattle and sheep for our alien friends." After thinking for a while, Carlson turned his head to look at Thor and asked, "Sir Thor, do you have any needs?" Thor, who was a little confused about the future, shook his head blankly at first, and then he felt thirsty and said, "Is there any wine? I want to drink." "Wine?" Li Feng smacked his lips and smiled. "I forgot that the Asgardians' drinking culture is famous in the universe. It is rumored that they will feel uncomfortable if they don't drink for a day." "Famous in the universe?" Carlson looked at Li Feng thoughtfully. Li Feng pointed to the exit of the base, motioned Thor to follow him and said, "I have homebrewed beer in my RV, and..." Li Feng blinked his right eye at Thor, licked his lip, as if savoring the beer and said, "My beer is not ordinary, it is brewed with a lot of magical herbs, it has a unique flavor." If it was someone else's invitation, Thor might still hesitate, even if he had decided to put aside his arrogance, but now the invitation was made by a wizard, and it was for drinks, so Thor didn't even hesitate, and nodded in agreement. But before leaving, Thor remembered that his new friends were still waiting for him. Although Carlson and Li Feng looked like good people, Thor was still a little worried. But before Thor could speak, Li Feng on the side said first, "I almost forgot. Carlson, release Dr. Eric Shavig." Of course, Carlson, feeling a little weird, squinted at Li Feng, picked up the intercom and ordered, "Let Dr. Shavig come over." After a while, as the door was pushed open, Shavig, who had been interrogated all night, walked into the room with a tired face. After glancing at Carlson and Li Feng in the room, he pretended to be happy, opened his arms, and walked towards Thor, and said, Donnie, you are here, I will take you home." On the side, Carlson raised his eyebrows playfully, and while looking at Li Feng's eyes, when he looked at Shavig, he leaned sideways, and said to Li Feng's ear, "Is Thor adapting to the local customs? He just came to Earth not long ago, and you gave yourself an Earth name?" Li Feng speechlessly glanced at Carlson, who was still in the mood to joke, shrugged and whispered, "I hope you can still laugh later." Carlson was stunned. "What does you mean? I can hear that your words have a lot of connotations." Li Feng ignored Carlson, who was full of doubts. Some things would be discussed later. Now he would settle Thor first and gain some friendship from him. "You two." Li Feng gestured to Thor and Xavier to leave the base, and said, "You've worked hard all night, so you should go to my house and have a good rest." After that, Li Feng turned around and walked out of the room. Thor, who had the bitterness of losing his father and the confusion about the future, patted Xavier's shoulder, looked at Li Feng and said, "This is Master Austin. Let's go visit the Master's home." Xavier looked at Li Feng's back with a confused look on his face. "Master? Which mental hospital did this patient escape from? The government is getting more and more unreliable now. Even mentally ill people are recruited as employees. It's a waste of taxpayers' money." While complaining in his heart, Xavier and his companions had already walked to the exit of the base. Li Feng turned his head and looked at Shavig, showing what he thought was the most friendly smile, and shouted, "Creature!" As soon as the voice fell, Creature instantly appeared in front of Li Feng, blinking his big watery eyes, and said respectfully, "Boss, Creature is at your service at any time." Fuck. Shavig was shocked by the sudden appearance of big-eared Creature, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps, pointing at Creature and shouting, "This child has a genetic mutation?" "Child? Gene mutation?" Li Feng looked at Shavig with a black line on his face. Damn. Normal people subconsciously think of aliens when they see Creature. How can this guy think of genetic mutation? Should I say that he is worthy of being a science expert and explains everything with science? Thor is an Asgardian after all, and he has seen many strange creatures. Creature's appearance is really nothing in his eyes, or to Thor. Creature's big eyes are still a bit cute. Therefore, Thor, who was half squatting in front of Creature, just took a few glances, with pure curiosity in his eyes, turned his head to look at Li Feng and asked, "What kind of creature is this?" "Creature is a house elf, a kind of elf," Li Feng explained casually, and said to Creature, "Prepare food for the two guests." After thinking for a while, Li Feng pointed at Thor and told Creature, "This guest needs a lot of nutrition. You kill a cow raised by your own family." He pointed at Savage. "This guest is an ordinary person. You try to cook some food that improves his physique." Carlson on the side squinted at Savage. He knew what kind of character Li Feng was. If he said that for Thor's sake, he would prepare some exquisite food for Savage, Carlson would not think too much. And he and Li Feng have been together for several days, let alone eating food that improves physique. He has never even heard Li Feng mention it. Now, providing Savage with food that improves his physique, is this a bit too much? In addition, he had been concerned about Dr. Shavig several times before. Wasn't it too obvious that he wanted to get close to Dr. Shavig? But Carlson was a little puzzled. What was there about a doctor of astronomy that was worth Li Feng's deliberate friendship? Could it be that a wizard also had to learn astronomy? Carlson touched his chin. It seems to be right. Divination usually involves stars, and aren't stars astronomy? Li Feng was too lazy to explain Carlson's conjecture. Carlson could think whatever he wanted. Anyway, he would not tell Carlson that Dr. Shavig's understanding of space was beyond imagination, and could help him understand space. In the future New York battle, when Loki invaded the Earth, he didn't look for anyone else, but had to find Shavig to study the cosmic cube. What does this mean? It means that Shavig is a great man. Even Loki, who came from outer space, knows the extent of Shavig's research on space. In Thor 2, Shavig was controlled by Loki with a mind stone before, which led to his appearance in a mental hospital. But this big guy is still doing research even in a mental hospital, and even gives lectures to mental patients. The most speechless big guy has verified all the theories he proposed. For example, after calculation, Dr. Shavig calculated the location of the 9 kingdoms, such as Midgard is in the middle of the world tree, Asgard is at the top of the world tree, etc. In addition, Dr. Shavig seems to be inconspicuous, but you can see how awesome this guy is by looking at his circle of friends. In the original series, shortly after Dr. Eric Shavig and Jane Foster's equipment was confiscated by SHIELD, Eric told Jane, "I have a friend who studies gamma rays, and I haven't seen him since SHIELD appeared." This shows that he knows Banner. This is not the end, and the next sentence is, "I will contact one of my colleagues and send him an email to see if he can help." The colleague he mentioned is actually the first generation Ant-Man, Dr. Hank Pym. The key point is the title of colleague. Pym is a big shot in the quantum field, so how much does Shavig, who is a colleague of Pym, know about the quantum field? Maybe Shavig can't be on par with Hank Pym, but it should be no problem for him to teach Li Feng quantum science. Such a great man, who can still help him, and the other party came to him personally from afar. It would be strange for Li Feng to give up the opportunity. Of course, if there is a chance, Li Feng doesn't mind developing Shavig into his subordinate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Carlson, you are such a talent. As if he heard his three views being shattered, Xavier looked at the ugly creature in front of him speechlessly. Is this an elf? Then, Xavier seemed to think of something, and turned to look at Thor. Are you really the god of thunder? Thor patted Xavier on the shoulder, smiled bitterly and said, I used to be, but now I have been deprived of my divine power, and I'm just an ordinary person living in Midgard. Even though Thor is expelled now, Li Feng walked to Xavier, and said with a polite smile, but he is still a member of the royal family of the EC. While speaking, Li Feng stretched out his hand to Xavier and shook hands with him. Hello, Dr. Eric. Xavier, my name is Austin, and I'm a wizard. Hello. Xavier was a little restrained, and at a loss. He glanced at Thor, who seemed to be his backer, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng and said, Hello, Mr. Wizard, nice to meet you. Although Li Feng was not good at communication, he also knew that friendship was never achieved in one step. This handshake was just the beginning. In the future, as long as the other party understands magic and becomes curious about it, whether the two will become friends or let Shavig become a subordinate depends on how the future develops. In this regard, Li Feng said that he was not in a hurry and he had plenty of time to wait for the next opportunity. Sir Thor, I will let creature take you to visit my home. Li Feng looked at Shavig and said with a smile, if you don't understand anything, you can ask creature. As long as it does not involve personal secrets, creature will answer your questions. After that, Li Feng pointed at Carlson. As for me, there are still some things I need to tell Carlson. Just call me Thor. Thor nodded slightly. He just wanted to get drunk now. He didn't care who was with him. As long as there was wine to drink, even if creature ignored him, it would be fine. As for Shavig, he still had some doubts about the magic world, and he took the opportunity to explore it. He smiled politely at Li Feng and said, it's Milner. Creature glanced at Li Feng, and after confirming that Li Feng had nothing to say, he respectfully gestured for the two to walk towards the RV. On the side, Carlson, who was acting as a wooden man, watched Thor and Xavier into the RV. He walked to Li Feng and whispered, what do you want to see, Dr. Xavier? Although I'm a poor student, I have a heart that yearns for science. Li Feng said nonsense casually. Thor's father is not dead. What? Carlson was stunned. He was obviously talking about Dr. Xavier, but suddenly he said a few nonsense words and jumped to Odin. Carlson said that his thoughts had not yet turned around and needed to slow down. Loki is lying? Carlson pulled Li Feng to a corner of the base, and after making sure that there was no one around, he narrowed his eyes and asked, what is your reason? Li Feng, it's a long story. Before Li Feng could say I'll make it short, Carlson interrupted and said, it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time, and my mission is Mjolnir and Thor. The more detailed I understand some things, the more accurate my judgment can be. Li Feng scratched his head, sorted out his sentences, and complained in his heart, what you said makes sense. Do you want me to break down each letter you said, and explain the specific meaning? Well, since you've been bored to death, I'll explain it to you slowly. Clearing his throat, Li Feng said, first of all, Thor said that his divine power was taken away by Odin. In fact, this is impossible. There are many ways for us mages to practice. Some rely on the magic power in the environment to cast spells, but the power of the spell depends entirely on the casting environment. If you are in a magic-free environment, such mages will become useless. There are also those who borrow energy from other dimensions to cast spells. You can understand it as borrowing energy from other worlds. The key point here is borrow. You need collateral to borrow money from a bank. You need face to borrow money from a friend. And borrowing energy also requires a price. There are also those who cultivate magic power and store it in the body. Feng pointed to himself and said, I'm such a mage. There is also a kind of mage who is born with magic power in his body, and outsiders cannot deprive him of this innate magic power at all. Feng glanced at the RV and whispered, Thor is this kind of person. Of course, there is divine power in his body, but both magic power and divine power are a kind of energy, so there is no such thing as being deprived. It's true that Odin is the head of the gods, but at most he can deprive the magic power of low energy levels. Do you want to deprive the divine power? Is that possible? So, at most Odin can seal Thor's divine power. It's just that sealing spells have a characteristic. It requires energy to maintain the sealing array. Otherwise, the so-called seal is only temporary, not forever. Feng touched his chin and said, like Thor said, his divine power was taken away by his father, so the source of the seal on Thor actually comes from Odin. Then the question is, Feng spread his hands, since Odin is dead, why did I observe Thor all night and find that the seal on him was not loose at all? Could it be that Odin loved his eldest son so deeply that he was worried about Thor after his death? So he decided to turn into a ghost and haunt Thor, watching him grow up day by day, and providing energy for the sealing technique. Carlson tilted his head to digest Feng's story, and asked after a long time, why did Loki lie? How should I know? I'm not a prophet. Feng shrugged, although I know the reason, how can I say something without evidence? Guess it yourself. Besides, I have reminded you of the prophet, shouldn't you? Feng casually said, aren't you an agent? Maybe you can think of the answer by recalling what Thor said. Carlson glanced at Feng, who reminded him with annoyance, and then took out a palm-sized note and pen from his jacket pocket, thinking and writing. After a while, Carlson felt that he vaguely understood something, turned his head to look at Feng, and asked in a serious tone, are you sure Odin is still alive? What have you really thought of? Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Carlson rubbed his temples, walked aside and closed his eyes to think. Compared to Loki, Carlson believed what Feng said more, so he chose to believe that Odin was still alive. But in this way, things seemed to become a little troublesome. From Thor's self-narration, Carlson understood that this guy had been designated as the next Lord of Asgard. Then the problem of Thor being expelled from Asgard is not difficult to solve for an agent like Carlson. Both Feng and Thor mentioned that Odin was old, but not to the point of being senile and confused, so the matter of arbitrarily changing the prince candidate was basically ruled out. After all, Odin was old, and if the next prince was still unqualified, he probably wouldn't even have time to train him. What if the next prince performed worse than Thor? It is estimated that Odin would ascend to heaven 1 second, and Asgard's position in the 9 realms would move the next second. So Carlson thought about it, and guessed that this was because Odin disliked the successor who had been trained for who knows how many years, but did not use his hands instead of his brain when encountering things. If Thor was just a general who charged into battle, there would be nothing to say, and people like Thor were very qualified. The problem is that Thor will still be the king of a country in the future, and impulsiveness is not the temper that a monarch should have. So if Thor still wants to wear the crown, he must change his temper and show the ability to wear the crown. But at present, Thor obviously does not have such ability, so Odin, who wants to train an heir, naturally takes great pains to create opportunities to help Thor get rid of his bad habits. In this way, Odin found the reason for expelling Thor. Because Odin wanted to cultivate the character of the heir and let Thor understand that, if he wants to wear the crown, he must bear its weight, and expulsion is just a means of training. It was just that in the process of training Thor, something unexpected happened that was beyond Odin's prediction, which prevented him from dealing with Loki's lies in the first place. As for what the accident was, Carlson needed to sort it out, but he roughly guessed that it was related to the throne. After all, the position under Odin's buttocks was indeed very attractive. After thinking about it, Carlson broke down what Loki had said to Thor and chewed it carefully, sorting out the reasons why Odin ignored Loki and dared to lie to Thor. First, Loki's statement that the war had not started was false. Perhaps Odin was now fighting on the battlefield, so he had no time to care about Loki's curse that he had died. As the second prince, Loki was naturally promoted to the crown prince to help deal with state affairs. This is the so-called emperor left the capital and the crown prince governed the country. Second, the war that Loki said did not happen, but in order to quell the war, Odin must have been very busy. In addition, he was old, and he might have been sick from overwork, and was lying in the emergency room to rest, and he needed someone to accompany him 24 hours a day. Being so sick, Odin naturally had no energy to care about Loki, who cursed him to die. Similarly, the responsibility of managing Asgard naturally fell into Loki's hands. It is also called the emperor is seriously ill, and the prince is the regent. In short, whether Odin is fighting or seriously ill, the original prince, that is, Thor, is put aside for the time being. After all, he can't even deal with the unfilial son who curses his death, so how can he teach Thor? And no matter what Odin's current situation is, the right to manage the country has fallen into the hands of Loki, who originally had no chance to regent. Loki, who just experienced the power of the prince for the first time, found that he fell in love with power. Subconsciously, he didn't want Thor to return to Asgard to compete with him for the throne, so he deceived Thor and made Thor ashamed to return to Asgard. He stayed on Earth with guilt and lived a small life. Thinking of this, Carlson was smart. Odin just went out to fight. Unless he died on the battlefield, he would definitely return to Asgard. When asked about Thor, how would Loki, who has fallen in love with power, answer? If Odin is seriously ill, then he will definitely announce the next heir to the throne before the death. How should Loki answer at this time? Shield, which is behind Asgard, can easily find someone with a name and photo on Earth, if they are determined. So it doesn't seem difficult for Asgard to find Thor with its advanced technology. In order to keep his position as the crown prince, Loki is very likely to come to Earth and kill Thor. Two sons are competing for the throne. Carlson looked at Feng suddenly and said, Loki is competing with Thor for the throne. What the hell? I didn't say anything. How did you think of that? Feng was a little confused. He looked at Carlson as if he had seen a ghost. Carlson, you are really a talent. Chapter 191. Love beauty, not the country. In Carlson's opinion, the most effective way for Loki to keep the crown is to eliminate all competitors. And from what Thor and Feng learned, Loki's only opponent is Thor. Therefore, Carlson thinks that Loki will send troops to kill Thor. No, Thor is also a member of the royal family of the Aesir. If Loki kills his brothers without a legitimate reason, it may affect the crown that is about to be obtained. Therefore, Loki is very likely to send his confidants to quietly kill Thor. Thinking of this, Carlson looked in the direction of the RV with a twitch of his mouth, rubbing his temples with a bitter face. If Thor died on Earth, the Earth would be in big trouble. Odin is not dead yet, and who knows how Odin will retaliate against the Earth. As for using Loki as a scapegoat, don't make a fuss. By then, he will be the only heir to Asgard. Unless Odin wants to pass the crown to an outsider, he can only watch Loki, the only remaining son, sit on the throne. What kind of a mess is this? A few days ago, the Prince of the Devil felt that he couldn't survive his father by living longer, so he came to Earth to fight for territory. Now, first Odin threw Thor to Earth to cultivate his temper, then the brothers fought for the throne, and they also came to Earth to mess with him. Who is the Earth-provoking? In your eyes, it is obviously a backward small territory. Why does a prince come to Earth to mess with him? Austin, Carlson sighed and said, be more vigilant these days. I think there will be Asgardians coming to find Thor, and they will come with weapons. After speaking, Carlson shook his head and ran into the base, ready to report all the intelligence he had learned, and speculated to Fury. Anyway, Carlson said that this matter was serious and he, a small agent, could not get involved. Feng looked at Carlson's disappearing back in confusion. What's going on? How did you judge such information? The most important thing is that the profit I reminded before was in vain. Without divination, how can you ask for benefits? Scratching his head and stroking his hungry stomach, Li Feng turned and walked towards the RV. I hope the biggest benefit will not run away. Before Li Feng opened the car door and got in, he suddenly heard the sound of a glass fall into the ground and then heard Thor shouting, "Creature, another glass." Well, the Asgardians have a wine culture of breaking glasses after drinking. If I export wine glasses to Asgard, will I get rich in a few days? No, my wine glasses don't seem to be enough for Thor to break. While wondering, Li Feng walked into the RV and saw Creature standing silently at Thor's feet. After Thor broke the wine glass, he immediately cast a spell to restore the wine glass and then turned around to fill Thor with wine. Opposite Thor, Shavig, who didn't know how much wine he drank, was already sleeping on the dining table. Needless to say, Shavig told us with practical actions early in the morning what the consequences of competing with Asgardians in drinking capacity would be. When Thor saw Li Feng getting in the car, he burped so much that even 10 meters away he could smell the alcohol. He said, "Master, you're just right to drink with me. Haha, although I can drink quite well, drinking with an Asgardian? Am I stupid, or do you think too much?" Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly and said, "Creature, give Dr. Xavier some sobering potion." While speaking, Li Feng sat opposite Thor, picked up a few peanuts, and put them into his mouth, and said while eating, "Just call me Austin." In fact, not many people on Earth know about wizards. Most wizards like to stay at home, and the government is worried that the wizard's world will cause trouble once ordinary people know about it. Please keep the names of all wizards confidential in front of the public. Seeing Thor nodded to indicate that he understood, Li Feng tilted his head and asked curiously, "What are your plans?" Thor's drinking action froze. He shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. "What else can I do? Find a job first. After all, I also need to eat." Li Feng nodded, agreeing with Thor's idea. Of course, there is a prerequisite, that is, Thor really can't go back to Asgard. As a man who dotes on his brother, Li Feng felt that if he said, "Your brother wants to kill you and take the throne," Thor would not believe it at first, and then jump up and accuse Li Feng of alienating him and Loki. But it happened that Carlson, with his magical brain circuit, roughly guessed what Loki did. Although Li Feng felt that Carlson had no evidence like himself, since someone had taken the blame for alienating the Brotherhood, it was okay to tell Thor some things. After thinking for a while, Li Feng tilted his head and said, "Carlson seems to know something." Li Feng pretended to be hesitant and said after a few seconds, "It seems to be related to Loki deceiving you." "Loki?" Thor frowned and asked puzzledly, "What did he lie to me about?" Li Feng shrugged, "I don't know what it is specifically. Carlson and I are not in the same system. They have hidden a lot of things from me. If you really want to know, you'd better ask Carlson yourself." Thor seemed to think about it, then shook his head, picked up the wine glass, and took a big sip, and whispered to himself, "Forget it, just lie. Austin, can you do me a favor?" Li Feng was stunned. "Brother, are you too bold?" Obviously, Li Feng heard that Thor didn't want to discuss Loki with him, otherwise wouldn't the topic change be too stiff. However, when Li Feng heard Thor asking him to help, he was curious and excited. Helping Thor, would it mean that he and the other party had a closer relationship? "Tell me what you want to help me with first. If I can help you, I will help you." It's not that Li Feng wants to find an excuse to refuse Thor, but he doesn't know the structure of Thor's brain circuit. If Thor asks him to help send him back to Asgard so that he can burn incense for Odin, Li Feng will be at a loss. Thor glanced at the driver's seat of the RV and said, "Send me to a nearby town. I want to meet someone." He felt that he might be too straightforward, or maybe Thor, who had just tasted the taste of love, was a little embarrassed. He glanced at Shavig and tried to cover up with a little embarrassment. "The most important thing is to send my friend home, so that his family won't worry." Li Feng blinked inexplicably. To be honest, he really couldn't understand Thor. His father's first 7 days of mourning hadn't even passed, but he was already thinking about his girlfriend. Typical of loving beauty over the kingdom. However, Li Feng said he could help with this. Li Feng drank the remaining beer in the glass, stood up and went to the driver's seat while casting a spell to start the RV and put it into stealth mode. At this time, Shavig, who was fed the potion, just regained some consciousness and heard that Thor wanted to see his student, Jane Foster. This made Shavig happy that Jane's charm was strong enough, but also worried about the future of Jane and Thor. Jane's charm is needless to say. She has seduced the legendary Thor. How can she not be strong? As for the future, let alone other things, Thor's remaining 1,000 years of life alone is enough to give him a headache. By then, Jane will be old and her teeth will fall out, and she can only lie on the hospital bed and rely on a ventilator to maintain the rest of her life, while Thor is still so young and energetic. Besides, Thor and Jane are obviously different species. God knows how to solve the problem of having a baby. Shaking his still dizzy head, Xavier took out his cell phone from his pocket while worrying about Jane's future and said, "I'd better call Jane first." While Xavier was speaking, Li Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, opened the portal neatly, stepped on the accelerator and drove the RV into the town, turned his head and said to Xavier, "Drive Xavier, where is your home?" Although Xavier had confirmed that Li Feng was indeed a mage, after visiting the RV, seeing the portal with his own eyes was a different feeling. This made him stunned for a while before he reacted. He needed to show Li Feng the way. Rubbing his cheeks, Shavig looked at Li Feng with a little awe. While pointing the direction, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "I feel like pedestrians can't see us?" Behind him, Thor, who was still drinking, subconsciously explained, "The car is invisible." After a pause, Thor tilted his head and said, "Loki used to like to hide in the corner and then suddenly jump out to scare me when I passed by." Li Feng looked at Thor through the rear view mirror. For some reason, he always felt that Thor seemed to have thought of something. After a while, the RV arrived at the destination and everyone got off one after another. When Jane saw the people suddenly appearing at the door of her house, she immediately threw away her worries, walked up to Thor with a happy smile, and said, "I'm glad you're okay." Li Feng, who knew that Shavig had always treated Jane as his own daughter, leaned over and whispered, "Drive Shavig, how does it feel to have the flowers you have worked so hard to grow for half your life suddenly taken away with a pot one day?" Shavig's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Jane who only cared about Thor, and sighed, "I want to beat someone up." Shavig didn't need to say who he wanted to beat up, but apart from the other person's status, Shavig, who was small in stature, couldn't beat the strong Thor. Just as Li Feng jokingly persuaded Shavig to go to the gym to exercise, and when he trained some tendon meat, he might be able to beat Thor down, Li Feng suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Li Feng squinted his eyes, looked in the direction of the energy fluctuations, and said, "Thor, I sense a huge space fluctuation coming from a distance. I guess someone has opened the rainbow bridge." Thor followed Li Feng's gaze, but unfortunately saw nothing but the desert. "Can you sense who is coming?" Li Feng spread his hands, indicating that he could sense the space energy because of the large energy fluctuations of the rainbow bridge, but his eyes are not telescopes, and he couldn't see too far even with the eagle eye technique. "But it doesn't matter if you can't see it." Li Feng pointed to the RV and said, "Maybe we can ask Carlson. After all, he can mobilize satellites. Maybe he can see something." As he was speaking, a phone suddenly floated in front of Li Feng, and Carlson's voice came from the microphone. "Austin, we detected a burst of energy." Li Feng ignored Jane and her assistant's wide eyes, picked up the phone and said, "I also sense the energy. Did you find anything?" Carlson's slightly anxious voice came from the microphone. "There are 3 more men and 1 woman. They are rushing to your location. We are not sure whether these 4 people are friends or enemies. You'd better take Thor back to the base immediately. We have built fortifications here." Chapter 192. The Destroyer arrives. When Carlson mentioned 3 men and 1 woman, Li Feng already knew that the 4 good friends of Thor were coming. But again, Li Feng could only pretend that he knew nothing. Otherwise, when someone asked him how he knew what was going to happen in advance, how could Li Feng answer? Even if Li Feng racked his brains to come up with a way to conceal it for a while, he would definitely need 10 bowls of pig brains to make up for it afterwards. The problem was that pig heads were very expensive these days, and unfortunately, Li Feng had no money in his pocket. Li Feng looked at Thor and said, "It seems that Carlson thinks you are in danger." "Danger?" Thor, who also heard Carlson asking him to go back to the base to hide, asked thoughtfully, "Why do you think so?" "It's not us who thinks so. It's just Carlson's judgment." "I'm still confused about it." Li Feng shrugged and explained why he was confused. "You are not from Earth, so you may not know what the agents are like, but I have been with the agents for several days and I have a deep understanding of it. Talking to an agent is more difficult than milking. At least when facing a cow, you can tell whether there is milk by squeezing it. But when talking to an agent, haha, you know there is milk, but you just can't squeeze it out. And even if you squeeze it out, you don't know whether it is pure milk or poisonous milk powder." While speaking, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal to Mjolnir, made a gesture of invitation to Thor, and said, "If you want to know the reason, it's best to ask Carlson in person. Maybe because you are a member of the royal family of the East, he will give you a satisfactory explanation." The appearance of the portals made Jane, who was concentrating on Thor, stare with eyes wide open in disbelief. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "How did you do it? What?" Li Feng was stunned at first, then realized that Jane was asking him. He smiled and raised his eyebrows, and said with a bit of boasting tone, "This is magic." While speaking, Li Feng glanced at Thor, recalled that for the Asgardians, magic and science are actually the same thing, and added, "For Thor, their technological means can also do it. If you want to know something, you can ask Thor. I don't think he will refuse you." Obviously, Li Feng's answer made Jane a little excited. She waved her little hands and said to Thor, "I know that magic is just a technology that we haven't understood yet." After a pause, Jane blinked her big eyes and asked, "Can you teach me the technology of space teleportation? Even if it's just theory?" Jane's question made Thor somewhat embarrassed. Although he was once second to none, he used all his energy on fighting and drinking. Where could he find the relevant knowledge related to the portal all of a sudden? Could he answer Jane? He is a warrior who swings a sledgehammer, not a wizard or a researcher, so don't ask me questions. How embarrassing. You know, men have to have some face in front of outsiders, not to mention in front of their girlfriends. No matter what, they have to keep up their face. So, Thor nodded without thinking and said, "Of course, I'll tell you the principle when I'm free." In order to prevent Jane from continuing to ask questions, Thor decided to change the subject to avoid being embarrassed after being exposed. He pointed to Mjolnir on the other side of the portal and said to Jane, "Would you like to go with me to see Mjolnir?" Jane looked at Mjolnir curiously, took Thor's hand, and indicated that they should go and take a closer look at what the legendary artifact looks like. Jane's behavior made Thor feel a little proud. However, when he stepped through the portal, Thor seemed to think of something. He turned his head to look at Jane's assistant Daisy and said in a tone that did not allow for excuses, "You can come too." If Thor had simply invited Jane, Li Feng would not care. At most, Thor was showing off his past in front of his girlfriend to increase his charm. But even Daisy, a passerby, was invited, and in a tone that did not allow for ejection, which obviously exceeded Li Feng's expectations. Li Feng looked at Thor with a little surprise. It seems that Thor thought of something. Did I remind him of something before? Didn't they say Thor was a reckless man? Director, you are a liar. Inside the base, a landmark portal suddenly appeared in the center. Carlson knew with his toes that Li Feng had returned. He put down his work and ran to Thor with several agents, saying, "Sir Thor, we have photos of 4 visitors. I hope you can help us identify them." Thor ignored Carlson at this time. Instead, he looked at Mjolnir with a complicated expression and stepped forward to hold the hammer handle again. After trying, he found that he still couldn't lift Mjolnir. Thor seemed to have figured something out and breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at Jane and said embarrassedly, "I will help this son of Kol identify the photo first, and I will come back to introduce Mjolnir to you in detail." After that, Thor motioned Carlson to lead the way, leaving Jane half crouching in front of Mjolnir with an excited look on her face. Unlike the excited Jane, Shavig has already accepted the revised worldview. He not only accepts the existence of wizards and gods in the world, but also personally experienced the convenience of the portal. Therefore, when facing the legendary Mjolnir, he is relatively calm among the 4 people present. Moreover, Shavik also heard the conversation between Coulson and Li Feng before, especially the fortifications mentioned by Coulson, which made him realize something, and a faint worry appeared on his face. If it weren't for Jane beside him who was thinking about Thor, no matter how he persuaded her, maybe what he wanted to do most now was to leave this base that was about to face big trouble. On the side, Li Feng's mind was also not on Mjolnir. He didn't even touch it. How could he be interested in Mjolnir? Similarly, this made him pay more attention to the changes in Shavik's expression. Seeing Shavik's melancholy expression, Li Feng guessed what the other party was worried about, and felt that this was his opportunity to express his goodwill. He walked to Shavik and whispered, "Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think." Shavik glanced at Li Feng, showing a smile that was as fake as it could be, and whispered, "I hope so." Li Feng heard the bitterness in the other party's words, thought for a while and said, "The earth is not as simple as you think, so don't worry. Even if something really happens, I think my ability can still protect you." After a pause, Li Feng smiled and joked, "It may be a little difficult for my portal to throw you to the moon, but it should be no problem to send you to the uninhabited area of the North Pole or the South Pole. Maybe I should buy some down jackets in advance." Li Feng's words made Shavik feel a lot more at ease. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, "I'm half buried in the ground. Okay, I still dare not say that I don't care about life and death, but when it really comes to a crisis, I hope you will give priority to protecting Jane." Then, Shavik sighed, "I'm old, and I can't understand the changes in this world anymore. Wizards, gods, these legendary things actually popped up all at once. That's just the beginning." Li Feng scratched his brow, patted Shavik on the shoulder and said, "Some time ago, Mephisto's son, Wu Zinmo, came to Earth to start a business. Do you know Mephisto? He is the Satan in the Bible." Li Feng's words not only made Shavik look at Li Feng in confusion, but also made Jane and Daisy, who were concentrating on observing Mjolnir, look at each other, and subconsciously walked to Li Feng, and asked curiously, "The son of Satan? What does it mean that the devil comes to Earth to start a business?" Li Feng explained casually, "Starting a business means conquering territory." Seeing the three people's faces of curiosity and confusion, Li Feng thought for a while and explained, "It will be easier to understand if you understand Wu Zinmo as a gang leader. He came to Earth like those gangs that are dissatisfied with the small blocks under their jurisdiction. They think they can occupy more territory with their strength, so they gather a few capable subordinates and start robbing other people's blocks to increase their income or something." What happened later? Jane couldn't help asking. What happened next? Coulson and I sent him back to hell for illegal entry, and we chatted with Mephisto for a while. Li Feng touched his chin, as if recalling something, and added, "Mephisto looked quite elegant and tasteful in his windbreaker and cane, but he is not very good at educating children, and he turned a good witch into a territorial grabbing brat." After listening to Li Feng's description, the three people present looked at each other and inexplicably felt that the devil was just like that, not as evil as imagined. At this time, Thor and Coulson, who confirmed that the previous energy fluctuation was indeed the opening of the Rainbow Bridge, and that the Rainbow Bridge teleported Sif and others to Earth, returned to Mjolnir. Thor walked quickly to Jane like a child, and said with an excited smile, "My friends are here to see me." After that, Thor turned his head to look at Li Feng and said, "Austin, help me open a portal to the town. I want to meet them." This little favor was of course a piece of cake for Li Feng. As soon as Thor finished speaking, Li Feng had already waved his hand to open the portal. Soon, Thor and his friends crossed the portal and returned to the town. With the help of Coulson's men, they determined the location of Sif and the other four. After a while, Thor opened his arms and walked quickly to meet Sif and the others. Just as Thor enthusiastically introduced the four friends to Jane and Coulson, Li Feng suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. Compared with the energy fluctuations emitted by the previous opening of the rainbow, the energy this time was obviously stronger, and even a tornado composed of black clouds appeared in the sky. Coulson looked at the black cloud and asked in confusion, "Do you know who else is coming to Earth?" Thor was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and asked, "Is my father okay?" Sif glanced at Thor, shook her head slightly and said, "The father has entered hibernation." Although he had learned from Carlson that Loki had deceived him and he had been mentally prepared, Thor still felt a sense of sadness filling his chest after hearing Sif's words. Son of coal. Thor looked into the distance, then looked at the ordinary people around him who were still at a loss, and said, help evacuate all residents in the town. Sif will buy you some time. Chapter 193. Shit. Although Thor's words made Carlson realize the seriousness of the incident, his identity was only an agent, not the president. Moreover, even if he was the president, he couldn't order the residents of the town to evacuate without knowing anything. This would make the citizens vote against him in the next election, although the votes of a town would not affect his re-election. It's just that the United States has always boasted about the right of citizens to know, and it is estimated that the residents of the town will make some trouble for this reason. So now Carlson himself is confused. What reason can he have to persuade the residents of the town to leave? Isn't this ridiculous? Sir Thor, Carlson asked a little nervously, can you tell me what happened? Thor looked at the direction of the rainbow bridge bitterly. The energy fluctuation caused by Sif and the other 4 riding on the rainbow bridge was not obvious. In addition to the fact that it was Heimdall who opened the rainbow bridge, it was also because the energy level of the 4 people was low. Now, the opening of the rainbow bridge made a lot of noise, which means that it was not Heimdall who opened the rainbow bridge this time. Otherwise there would not be any extra energy fluctuations. At the same time, this also means that the person who came this time has huge energy. After hesitating, Thor lowered his head and said frustratedly, as far as I know, the only ones who can cause such energy leakage are the Father, when he is angry, and the most powerful war weapon of Asgard, the Destroyer. Thor's words were full of deep sadness. It was no wonder that he was a crazy brother-loving demon. When he learned that his beloved brother actually sent the Destroyer to kill him, it would be strange if he could be in a good mood. But at the moment, Carlson, who knew nothing about the Destroyer, was a little confused. In addition to letting me know the name of this broken thing, how to use it? Is it radio remote control, or does it need to be driven, like Stark's Iron Man suit? I don't know anything. How can I deal with the Destroyer? On the side, Feng saw Carlson's embarrassment, thought about it, and then quietly explained to him what the Destroyer was. However, Feng didn't know much about the Destroyer. He only knew that in legend, this thing was a set of armor built by Odin to protect the Earth. Rumor has it that the Destroyer is made of metal, which is unique to Asgard, and is endowed with magic by Odin, making the Destroyer more durable than metal and almost indestructible. Moreover, its operation mode has an autonomous combat mode, or it can fight under the control of others by magic or thoughts. In terms of combat power, it has a strong power in itself. Not to mention tearing tanks by hand. Even space battleships can be used as hand-grabbed pancakes. You can roll them up and eat them anywhere you want, and finally you can bite them into your mouth for a crunchy taste. The weapons it is equipped with are also terrifying. The face can emit continuous high temperature beams, which can melt almost all substances, even magic shields. As for the remaining weapons, they are not introduced in the movie, and Feng said that he did not know. Finally, it can also transform at will, and it is child's play to change the chest to the back. Maybe it can also shrink its head to its crotch and give you a few high temperature beams, so using fighting skills when fighting it is no different from asking for a beating. It's like trying hard to lock the throat of the Destroyer and throw it to the ground in a battle, but after it transforms, it tells you sorry, you actually locked my ankle, and then a fist as big as a casserole grows in the place of the head, and it punches you, and makes you doubt your life. After listening to Feng's explanation, Carlson felt that he should buy some conditioner. Otherwise, facing the devil and gods every day, the few remaining hairs will say goodbye to him sooner or later because of too much pressure. Carlson had a bitter face and was about to ask Feng something when the mobile phone on his waist suddenly rang. Carlson touched the phone and took a look. It's the base calling. I hope they have some good news to tell me. Carlson looked at them apologetically, walked to the side, answered the phone and said, I'm Carlson. After a while, Carlson rubbed his temple and walked to Feng, sighed and said, the base found out that a robot was sent from the Rainbow Bridge. After a pause, Carlson looked at Sif, Feng and others, and asked, can you deal with the Destroyer? Li Feng shrugged, glanced at Thor and Sif and others, and said with a pout, if Thor can pick up Mjolnir, maybe he can. Now I don't know how powerful Sif and others are, but I won't face the destroyer alone. This thing can easily beat the shit out of me. Sif looked at Li Feng in surprise. She felt that this earth wizard knew too much about the destroyer, but now is not the time to answer questions and solve doubts. After thinking for a while, Sif said, maybe we still have a chance. Sif looked around at the friends around her and saw that everyone looked puzzled. She explained, everyone, if it is the father who controls the destroyer, then we really have no chance, but don't forget that Loki is controlling the destroyer now. It would be good if he can exert half of the power of the destroyer. Thor's eyes lit up at first. Yes, Loki can't even beat me, let alone compared with the father. But Thor immediately thought of something and said in a discouraged voice, Carlson, if the residents of the town are not evacuated, it will be too late. Then Thor turned his head to look at the four partners and Li Feng and said, everyone, please try to drag the destroyer out of the town to avoid hurting innocent people. Thor's words made it clear that he was not in the mood to fight now. Carlson and Li Feng understood this, but Sif and others who took great pains to welcome Thor back to Asgard did not understand, and they were also a little surprised Thor would give up the fight. What's going on? Could it be that the humans of Midgard have tampered with their brain circuits? You humans are the god of thunder who raises his hammer to fight us at the slightest disagreement. Thor, won't you fight with us? Sif asked puzzledly. Thor raised his hands in front of his eyes, clenched his fists and sighed, I'm just a mortal now. Fighting with you will only drag you down. Thor turned his head and glanced at the bewildered residents on the street and said, I'd better help them evacuate as soon as possible. Sif, who had just realized that Thor's seal had not yet been unlocked, was stunned for a moment, forced a smile and said, okay, you be careful. After that, Sif drew out her sword and performed a sword flower and without hesitation, led her three companions towards the destroyer. Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a moment, then waved his hand to open a portal and said, Thor, maybe you should think about how to pick up Mjolnir. After a pause, Li Feng glanced at Carlson and said, Carlson thinks that the reason you were expelled is because your father thinks you don't know how to become a king. Maybe you can try this idea and maybe you can pick up Mjolnir. After saying that, Li Feng, who felt that he had reminded enough, put on an invisible cloak, turned into a black mist and followed Sif, leaving Thor staring at Mjolnir through the portal in a daze. Perhaps it was the first time that Loki controlled the powerful destroyer, and he seemed a little unfamiliar, so he actually let the destroyer walk towards the town at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, when Li Feng and others faced the destroyer had just walked to the edge of the town with an invincible step. Before the battle, Li Feng touched his chin and said, everyone, if I imprison the destroyer in a sealed alien space, can Loki still control it? Don't do that, Sif retorted as soon as Li Feng finished speaking. Under Loki's control, the destroyer will inevitably be a little slow in attacking, and we still have some time to react. But in a sealed environment, when the destroyer is out of Loki's control, it will automatically adjust its combat mode to autonomous attack mode. At that time, it will only execute the last order given to it by Loki. Guess what Loki's instructions to the destroyer are? Sif glanced at Li Feng who was floating in control. Believe me, you don't want to face the destroyer at full combat power. Guess what Loki's instructions are? Li Feng scratched his head and still asked unwillingly, what if the destroyer is imprisoned in an alien space? Sif looked at Li Feng curiously, and after sensing how much mana Li Feng had in his body, he said disdainfully, I don't think your alien space can hold the destroyer, unless your strength reaches a level of Father God. Although my name has one more word than Odin, if I had Odin's strength, I would have run out of the earth to find the Infinity Stones. Well, now one of my most powerful spells, the mirror space, is directly useless. I began to hate the destroyer. I hope the benefits I get later can make up for my injured heart. While complaining, Li Feng, who felt that he was full of bad luck, couldn't help but spit. After spitting out the bad luck, he asked, what should we do now? Is there any strategy? Sif thought for a while, unconsciously slowed down her pace, and said, you attract its attention. After that, Sif quietly walked to the side, preparing to go around the back of the destroyer to sneak attack the opponent. Seeing this, Feng shrugged and quietly prepared a spell. I hope my spell will work. Next, just like in the movie, Fandral and Hogan of the Asgard Warriors 3 first threw the bearded Volstagg to the destroyer like a baseball, both to attract the opponent's attention and to expect Volstagg to chop the opponent with an axe. Unfortunately, Volstagg and his 3 men obviously overestimated their strength. Just as he flew in front of the destroyer with his axe, before he could chop down the axe in his hand, the destroyer slapped Volstagg backhand and flew him away like a fly. However, the destroyer, who was focused on Volstagg, did not notice Sif, who was holding a double-edged sword and jumping high behind him. When Sif jumped onto the destroyer's back, the double-edged sword in her hand also passed through the gap in the destroyer's armor and nailed him to the ground at the same time. Sif's attack caused the destroyer to pause for a moment. Feng, who had already prepared the spell, saw a bright moment in his eyes. Opportunity dispersed. Feng shouted loudly, scaring Sif to turn over and jump off the destroyer. She looked up at Feng with an unhappy face. Just as she was about to scold Feng, anyone who dares to scare me will die a bad death, she saw Feng throw out a ball of water to wrap up the destroyer. Feng knew very well that his strength was too weak to face the destroyer or Loki, so before the destroyer broke free from the time spell, he had to use the spell to dismember it. I don't believe that the destroyer can be restored in a short time after being disassembled into parts. Chapter 194 Benefits. Speaking of dismembering the destroyer, Feng actually has such a spell, which is Kamatage's iconic spell, Portal. After all, this thing belongs to the category of space spells and is many times more efficient than water cutting and laser knives. So now, while the destroyer is stuck in time stagnation, Feng quickly opens a portal above the destroyer's head and puts the portal on the destroyer's neck. However, Feng obviously underestimated Asgard's highest technology. Just as Feng closed the portal, he awkwardly discovered that the destroyer's neck was sputtering orange-yellow sparks, as if a cutting machine was cutting metal. Is this the effect of the closed portal rubbing against the destroyer's neck? What's going on? Feng stared at the destroyer, which only had a torso but no head, and then looked up at a lonely metal head 100 meters high, and asked in confusion, can the destroyer even withstand space spells? Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were just warriors, and they didn't know much about spells, so they didn't care about the water flow that wrapped around the destroyer, and at most thought it was a freezing spell that froze the destroyer. But the effect of the portal was too obvious, especially the metal head in the sky, which made Sif and others stare with wide eyes and exclaimed, space spell. However, the obvious effect of Feng's space spell disappointed Sif and others. Isn't this power too small? It can't even be divided into pieces. Suddenly, Sif noticed that the position of the portal was stuck on the armor of the destroyer, which made her vaguely understand what was going on. Before, when she pierced the destroyer, she went for the gap of the opponent, because she knew clearly that, although the double-edged sword in her hand was also a divine weapon, it was not enough to face the armor of the destroyer. If she dared to pierce the armor of the destroyer with the tip of the sword, the result would be that she would not be able to penetrate, or the double-edged sword that had accompanied her for many years would break. Therefore, the thin gaps between the armor of the destroyer are the vulnerable places. Thinking of this, Sif looked up at Feng and reminded him loudly, Master, aim the space spell at the gaps between the armor of the destroyer. However, Sif's reminder was a bit loud, which not only made Feng hear it clearly and understand what he should do, but also made Loki, who was far away in Asgard controlling the destroyer, hear it clearly and understand that before killing Thor, he must deal with Feng first. Otherwise, if the destroyer was really decomposed by Feng's space spell and his body was thrown all over the earth, wouldn't it delay him from killing Thor? What if his mother or stepfather woke up to stop him? Thinking of this, Loki immediately controlled the destroyer to break free from the time stagnation spell and let the destroyer's head in midair open the mask and bombard Feng. Feng, who was about to use the portal again, suddenly felt his hair stand on end and his eyebrows were pierced with pain. Realizing the danger, Feng subconsciously dodged to the side, and then a lot of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, looking at the high temperature beam passing in front of him. Smelling the burnt smell of hair caused by the high temperature passing by him, Li Feng looked up at the destroyer's head with lingering fear and cursed loudly. "Loki, you bastard, dare you play a joke on me? Believe it or not, I will tell Thor the secret, that you are male and love men." At the side, the three warriors of Asgard subconsciously tightened their anuses and looked at Li Feng with a confused look. This sentence contained so much information. Li Feng saw Sif and others staring with bulging eyes and funny expressions, and couldn't help but lie and said to himself, "What I said is true, otherwise think about it." Loki also came to Earth to see Thor before, and Thor was powerless to Loki. But why didn't Loki choose to kill Thor at that time? Because Loki didn't know that Thor fell in love with Jane at that time. Li Feng touched his chin and said seriously. Later, Loki knew that Thor had a lover, which stimulated Loki, who loved Thor deeply. You also know that some women can do anything after knowing that their lovers have cheated on them. It is not impossible for them to have the idea of killing their loved ones. Li Feng paused and said faintly, although Loki looks like a boy, he has a girlish heart. So he has the same thoughts as a woman who has been heartbroken. You should be able to understand, right? Here, I solemnly remind everyone to be careful in love, and even more cautious in breaking up. Otherwise, someone may die. Li Feng's twisted explanation not only shocked the people from Asgard on the spot, but even Coulson in the distance looked at Thor with an icy look. Loki came to Earth not for the throne, but to steal men. Jane and Thor looked at each other speechlessly. Although I know you are talking nonsense, I feel that it makes some sense after listening to it, right? However, Loki, who was far away in Asgard, felt ashamed. A little human wizard actually knew my secret. How dare you make up a story about the noble EC God King? Boy, you are done. I will kill you. Loki, who was so angry that his mouth was shaking, simply gave up attacking Sif and others. While letting the destroyer's head shoot high temperature beams at Li Feng, he controlled the destroyer to swing his fist and rush towards Li Feng. Li Feng was not panicked. While dodging the high temperature beams that were shot at him from time to time, he waved his hand to summon a portal in front of him and controlled the other end of the portal. That is, the portal close to the destroyer, to move it to the feet of the destroyer, and then moved the portal up. When the portal moved to the waist of the destroyer and teleported his lower limbs to Li Feng's eyes, Li Feng immediately gave up control of the portal and let it close. Then he sighed and watched the portal stuck in the waist of the destroyer. The damn portal didn't get stuck in the gap and didn't cut through the destroyer's armor. At this point, a scene that made people laugh and cry appeared on the scene. The destroyer's head was hanging high in the sky, shooting high temperature beams at Li Feng, while his lower limbs appeared in front of Li Feng and were used by Li Feng as a shield to block the high temperature beams. Hitting his own lower limbs with his own head made Sif and others feel that they were really surprised. Can fighting be done this way? The destroyer's neck and waist, at the same time, were emitting orange-yellow sparks, floating in front of everyone's eyes. Perhaps Loki couldn't see what was in front of the destroyer's torso, and he controlled his hands to swing a straight punch, to blow up a ball of air, and then slapped it, as if there was a fly in front of him. This added a bit of joy to the scene out of thin air. To be honest, this was also because Li Feng's control of the portal was not so precise, and he couldn't accurately move the portal to the gap between the destroyer's armor at once. But it doesn't matter. If you can't cut the destroyer in one go, then do it a few more times. It just so happens that the destroyer's lower limbs are right in front of him, which makes Li Feng feel that this distance is good. He can see the hair on the opponent's legs clearly. No, he can see the location of the gap. Thinking of this, Li Feng simply took the opportunity of the destroyer's lower limbs to serve as a shield for himself, and waved his hand again to open a portal in front of him. He still let the portal move along the ground, and successfully put the portal on the root of the destroyer's thigh. But this time, Li Feng saw the gap clearly, and gave up control of the portal. At the moment the portal closed, Li Feng looked at the destroyer's thigh being cut off by the portal along the gap with a happy face. Without saying a word, Li Feng took out a nesting doll from his shoulder bag and quickly sealed the cut metal thigh in the nesting doll. With top grade materials in hand, he can finally forge a magic weapon. He is so happy. In fact, when Mordo warned Li Feng that the style of the long stick would expose his identity as a dark wizard to the eyes of the temple wizards, he had already decided to forge a magic weapon again. However, at that time, he was only thinking about how to make a nuclear reaction fireball for fun, and he had no intention to think about the magic weapon he needed. He could only make do with his only magic weapon, which was the sickle. But later, the power of the sickle suddenly increased after absorbing Cartersley, which made him very careful when using the sickle. After all, this is a magic weapon that can hurt even the user. Or once it absorbs the spirit, it is like a bottomless pit that never ends. Even gods can't stand the magic weapon that absorbs the user's spirit every moment, let alone Li Feng, who is only a mortal. This made Li Feng want to create his own magic weapon. But at that time, he was very helpless. Although the nuclear reaction fireball was made, he also had the time and energy to forge a new magic weapon, but most of the materials were left in the world of the mask. He wanted to create a magic weapon, but he didn't have the materials. Unless Guyi was willing to give him a batch of forging materials on credit, but it was impossible to think about it. Ancient One is not his biological mother, why should she help him again and again? So when he knew that the Thor plot was about to begin, Li Feng set his sights on the destroyer. The material of this thing was precious, and he was not afraid that he could not melt the destroyer. He was now a man with hellfire. As long as he mastered hellfire, he could change the appearance of objects by relying on the characteristics of hellfire. Isn't it possible to forge it in any way he wants? Just as Li Feng happily threw the nesting doll into his shoulder bag, Loki obviously knew that he might not be able to do anything to Li Feng for a while. Gritting his teeth, Loki simply gave up Li Feng, thinking about finding an opportunity to teach Li Feng a lesson in the future while controlling the head of the destroyer to shoot a high temperature beam at Thor. Although Thor could not use his divine power, he still had combat experience. When the head of the destroyer was aimed at him, he had already sensed the danger. Without thinking, he pushed Jane away and used various tactics to dodge. Loki saw that the high temperature beam did not work, so he was not anxious. He slowly adjusted the direction and shot a high temperature beam at Thor again. At this time, Li Feng was patting his shoulder bag with satisfaction. Just when he was thinking about whether to remove the other thigh of the destroyer in front of him and forge it into some armor, he heard Sif shouting to him in the distance, "Mage, help Thor." Well, now is the time to fight. Li Feng looked at the metal thigh in front of him with regret. When he looked up and found Thor's figure, he waved his hand and opened a portal connecting to Antarctica in front of Thor, directly transmitting the destroyer's high temperature beam to Antarctica. Chapter 195 Thor's Grand Appearance. Thor is now a disaster indicator. Wherever he runs, the high temperature beam of the destroyer will shoot there. Although Thor has avoided crisis again and again with his years of skills, the buildings and residents behind him are miserable. Buildings collapsed, cars exploded, and it was a mess. It was not until the portal appeared in front of him that Thor got a chance to breathe and think quietly for a while. The reason for a while is that Loki has thought of a way to crack the portal. It has been said before that the high temperature beam of the destroyer can melt everything, even the portal. While Thor was hiding behind the portal, Loki directly controlled the head of the destroyer and shot at the portal on the waist and neck of the destroyer, breaking the portal directly. However, one of the thighs of the destroyer was sealed in the nesting doll by Li Feng. Loki obviously had no good way for a while, so he could only let the destroyer return to the appearance of a golden rooster and jump towards Thor. Master, Sif ran to Thor, supporting him to check if he was injured, and shouted to Li Feng, "Hurry up and find a way to stop the destroyer." Li Feng scratched his head, looked at the funny destroyer, and said with his hands spread, "I'll try to decompose it and teleport it to space." As he spoke, Li Feng dragged a stream of water and hit the destroyer, then turned into black mist and flew behind the destroyer, opened a portal to outer space, and neatly put it around the destroyer's neck. However, there was a small accident this time. The destroyer suddenly shrank a few points. Originally, this was nothing. It shrank, so it shrank. The portal could be cut as usual, but what made Li Feng speechless was the gap in the destroyer, which became invisible to the naked eye after shrinking. This made Li Feng spread his hands on the spot and said, "This guy might be a lobster, or the kind with a retractable shell." Li Feng thought about it, gave up the control of the portal, and let the portal flash with an orange-yellow light ring around the neck of the headless knight-like destroyer, while teleporting the destroyer's arms and thighs to outer space one by one. Feeling safer, Li Feng turned his head and asked, "Sif, what's going on?" Sif stared at the shrunken destroyer and spread her hands to indicate that she didn't know. She had only heard of the destroyer's powerful reputation before, but fighting the destroyer was still a little girl's first time, which made her wonder what form the destroyer, who now only has a spherical torso left on Earth, is in. Fortunately, Thor on the side knew what was going on. To put it bluntly, the destroyer looked too tall and was not suitable for Odin's body at all. In addition, the gaps between the destroyer's armor were obviously weaknesses at a glance. How could Odin fight in a battlesuit with obvious weaknesses? Isn't this asking for trouble? Therefore, the tall destroyer was only in automatic mode and under the control of the mind. Once Odin put it on, it would become a combined battlesuit, which was what Li Feng called shrinkage. Each metal ring would be stacked like fish scales, which would not only perfectly hide the gaps, but also increase the protective power of the battlesuit, and Thor knew that the portal would be useless to the destroyer in this form. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the portal in the head of the destroyer was the first to break, and then the head shot out high temperature rays, which broke the portals on the arms and legs one by one. Li Feng's mouth twitched. While preparing to teleport the destroyer's limbs to outer space again, he said to Thor and Sif with a bitter face, "Brothers and sisters, my mana is limited. Please come up with a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise once my mana is exhausted, I can't hold this thing back." Knowing that his partners and Li Feng have done their best, Thor looked at the town that was almost in ruins around him with red eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed Sif away who was supporting him. "Sif, you must go back to Asgard and stop Loki from making a bigger mistake." "What about you?" Sif vaguely felt that Thor was no longer the man who only knew how to raise a hammer to fight, but a mortal with a mild temper. But at the moment, mortals obviously cannot participate in the battle between the destroyers, but Thor's words and deeds at this time seemed to have a way to end this battle, which makes her feel uneasy, and whispered, "What do you want to do?" Thor thought clearly that Li Feng and others could only delay the destroyer in its normal state, and it was impossible to destroy the destroyer. "Since it is so straightforward, I will use my life to quench Loki's anger. At least no innocent people will die for me." Thor's eyes were red. He left a sentence, "I will end this farce," and slowly walked towards the destroyer. Yes, farce. This is Thor's evaluation of Loki's actions now. When the destroyer broke free from the portal again and stood on one foot in front of Thor, Thor looked up at the destroyer and said, "Brother, whether I have ever wronged you or not, whether I have led you to this point, I apologize to you, but these people are innocent, and killing them will not bring you glory." Thor turned his head and glanced at Jane in the distance, as if it was a kind of happiness to see his beloved woman before dying. The corners of his mouth smiled, but his tone was filled with a trace of regret that he could not accompany her for a long time. He said, "Kill me if you want to kill me, and end this battle. That should not exist immediately." To be honest, Thor's apology made Loki feel a little proud. This was a wish he had always wanted, but could not get before. You know, Thor used to be a stubborn bull, and he would not admit it, even if he did something wrong. This made Loki's mouth slightly raised, thinking that maybe he should let Thor go this time, and come to Thor to chat when he is in a bad mood next time, and listen to Thor's apology to him. But when Loki thought that Thor was still alive, he would have nothing to do with the throne of Asgard, which made him feel unhappy. After thinking about it, Loki controlled the destroyer to turn around, and then backhanded Thor, and beat him away. "Damn, before you die, you didn't think about looking at me, but at the women of Midgard. Don't look at me, but look at how I beat you to death." How could Thor stand the big hand of the destroyer now, and was immediately beaten 10 meters away. This made Jane, who was far away, run towards Thor with a changed face, regardless of the danger of the destroyer, and squatted in front of Thor with tears in her eyes. Li Feng glanced at the destroyer, who turned and left, thought about it, and floated in front of Thor, brushed his eyes with his right hand, and carefully observed the changes in Thor's spirit. After seeing the changes in Thor's spirit, Feng curled his lips and said, should I say that he is worthy of being a god, and his vitality is indeed strong enough, or should I say that Loki showed mercy? He only beat Thor to the brink of death, but still gave him 10 days or half a month to rescue him? On the side, Coulson, who had been recording the battle video, quietly walked to Feng's side, glanced at Thor, who was weak in the chest, and whispered, are you saying that Thor can still be saved? As soon as Coulson's voice fell, in the base in the distance, the seal on Mjolnir was officially lifted by Odin. At the moment of lifting the seal, Mjolnir, who was almost suffocated, ran towards the sky happily. When he sensed Thor who could still be rescued, he immediately exploded a sonic boom, and ran towards Thor. Of course, Mjolnir is also a divine weapon after all, and when it appears, it naturally has the pomp and circumstance that a divine weapon should have, so what dark clouds accompany me, lightning and thunder are my left and right brothers. Anyway, Feng found that the hammer is full of big brand flavor. Seeing the hammer flying towards him, Feng pulled Coulson with one hand and Jane with the other hand and flew away. At the same time, he couldn't help but be naughty in his heart and shouted, it's thundering, it's going to rain, hurry home to collect clothes. When Feng confirmed that they had flown to the safe zone, Jane looked at Thor, who was almost dead, with an unbelievable face as he grabbed Mjolnir. Then, the dark clouds in the sky struck down a thick lightning that was blinding, and directly shattered the seal on Thor's body. Thor, who had recovered his divine power, immediately put on the silver armor and the big red cloak, and after looking back at Jane, he swung the hammer and rushed towards the destroyer. Coulson rubbed his eyes and asked in a low voice, is this what Thor usually looks like? The appearance of Thor swinging his hammer also means that Thor's journey on Earth is about to end, which makes Feng feel relieved. To be honest, when he got a leg from the destroyer, Feng had already made plans to retreat at any time. After all, this is reality, not a movie. Who knows if Thor will really be killed by Loki suddenly? After hearing Coulson's question, Feng shrugged, how should I know, maybe. After a pause, Feng turned his head to look at Coulson who was still recording the video, and asked, did you make me look more handsome before? Coulson, with some black lines on his eyes, nodded against his conscience, and said on the spot that his photography skills were first class, so you can rest assured that I can do the job. Jane on the side glanced at Feng speechlessly, is this guy too ambitious? Before, the 5 of you couldn't deal with the destroyer, but now Thor alone can deal with this broken machine. However, Thor in armor is really handsome. Jane, with peach blossoms in her eyes, wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth, looked at the handsome Thor, and said to Feng unhappily, can you be quiet? What if you disturb Thor's battle? Feng and Coulson looked at each other and reached a consensus silently. Well, this woman now has the support of Thor, and you can't afford to offend her. On the other side, although Thor was enjoying the fight, after a few attacks, he realized that his normal attacks were useless against the shrunken destroyer. After thinking about it, Thor felt that it was time to use his ultimate move, so he spun Mjolnir in his hand very quickly, and even spun out a huge whirlwind. In Coulson's eyes, the whirlwind created by Thor was just a whirlwind, which was no different from an ordinary tornado, except that the suction was a little stronger. But in Feng's eyes, it was different. First of all, the whirlwind was filled with a lot of energy, which made Thor carry a lot of energy every time he attacked. Secondly, these energies disturbed the Earth's magnetic field, and even the gravity was distorted. It was also because of the interference of gravity that the one-legged destroyer, who was the focus of Thor's attention, broke away from the gravity of the Earth and floated into the air. After a while, Thor, who felt that he had completed the accumulation of power, swung his hammer and rushed towards the destroyer without saying a word, hitting the destroyer's system in a mess, not knowing whether to defend or counterattack. Just like that, accompanied by a huge explosion, the destroyer's system was hammered into scrap metal by Thor in the entanglement. Chapter 196 Honest Man Feng. The sound of the destroyer being hammered also made Feng completely relieved. Fortunately, the result is the same as the original plot, and there is no deviation due to the destroyer's greatly increased defense. If the Avengers did not have Thor, I guess Ancient One would come to trouble me. After the battle, Thor held Mjolnir in his hand, wearing a red cloak and shining silver armor, and walked out of the grey layer majestically. Seeing Thor's vigorous steps, Feng said inexplicably, "A real man never looks back at the explosion." Coulson looked at Feng with a puzzled look, then turned his head to look at Thor. After a twitch of his mouth, he said that he didn't want to pay attention to Feng, who was having a brain twitch, and he and Jane walked quickly to meet Thor, who returned victoriously. Before Coulson, who looked at Thor, spoke, Jane, who felt conquered by Thor's handsome dress, asked first, "Is this your usual dress?" Almost. Thor has now regained his divine power and is no longer a confused mortal. While returning to the status of the prince, it also means that the responsibility he should bear has returned to his shoulders. Therefore, he needs to return to Asgard as soon as possible to protect Asgard from the threat of war. In addition, Thor just had a lot of anger to vent. After answering Jane's question, Thor said that he would go home and beat Loki's ass. Want to see the rainbow bridge I mentioned before? Feng saw that Thor had no intention of cleaning up the wreckage of the destroyer. His eyes kept looking at the destroyer, and the meaning in his eyes was so clear that even a blind person could understand it. Sif looked at Feng, then at the destroyer. Considering the previous cooperation in battle, Sif felt that she needed to remind Feng not to go too far. After thinking for a while, Sif stood opposite Feng and said, "Master, don't think too much," pointing to the destroyer. Although the destroyer was smashed by Thor, as long as the father wants, no matter where it is or what state it is in, it will instantly return to the father's side intact. So we don't care whether the destroyer will be left on Earth. After a pause, Sif looked at Feng's shoulder bag and said, "If you just want a few materials from the destroyer for a search, maybe the father won't bother with you because of your previous help to Thor, but if you want a complete destroyer, forget it." Feng nodded awkwardly, struggling with how much the little in Sif's words was. It can't be just a toe. That would be too bullying for an honest man. As for a search, I want to build a magic weapon. How can I have enough materials for a search? Seeing the honest man Feng looking at his shoulder bag subconsciously with a gloomy face, Sif roughly guessed what he was thinking, hesitated, and asked, "What do you want the destroyer for?" "Magic weapon." Feng spread his empty hands and said, "You have also seen that in the previous battles, I have always cast spells with my bare hands, so I want to use a Cutfire the Destroyer to create a magic weapon suitable for me." After a pause, Feng asked with a drooping face, "But from your tone, it seems that, even if I make the destroyer's thigh into a magic weapon, as long as His Majesty Odin wants to use the destroyer, the weapon in my hand will be restored to a metal thigh and returned to him?" "Not sure, to be honest. I know about the destroyer from other people. This is the first time I have seen a destroyer that can walk and move." Then, Sif seemed to think of something, and when she turned her head to look at Feng, she raised her eyebrows and asked with a bit of disdain, "Can you melt the destroyer?" Feng, who always felt that the greatest benefit of his trip was about to fly away, nodded dejectedly and admitted that he did have a way to use the destroyer's thigh to forge a magic weapon. "Do you admit that it is of no use now?" "Damn it, after all the effort, I didn't get anything, and I even lost a cow." Feng nodded decisively, which made Sif look at Feng in surprise. She patted Feng on the shoulder and said, "Maybe I just said maybe. The father may not summon the destroyer." After hesitating, Sif explained in a low voice, "The father's physical condition no longer allows him to return to the battlefield, so the destroyer is just a guard to the father's collection." Halfway through her speech, Sif always felt that she was suspected of betraying the interests of the father and Asgard. She turned her head to look at Thor and said, "Mage, I still suggest that you use the destroyer in your hand to exchange some materials from Thor, or directly exchange it for a staff in the Asgard collection." Feng curled his lips. "The idea of changing the staff is not impossible, but please tell me first which staff of Asgard is dark, and it must be suitable for time, space, fire, and soul spells." "Forget it. I still plan to melt the destroyer and rebuild the weapon." Feng shrugged and said in a gambler's tone, "Like you said, His Majesty Odin is now semi-retired. Maybe I'm lucky and I'll never encounter His Majesty using the destroyer in this lifetime." Just as Sif wanted to say something, Thor brought Jane and a group of friends to Li Feng and casually asked Sif, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Sif looked like she had something to say when she answered, but the honest Thor said he didn't understand Sif's expression. He ignored her and turned to Li Feng and said, "Austin, help me open a door and take us back to where the rainbow bridge is opened." "It's Milner, your highness the prince of the EC." But Li Feng didn't know where Sif and others landed on the earth. Even if he wanted to open a portal, he couldn't. Fortunately, someone on the scene knew it. "Coulson, do you have any photos of the place where the beautiful Sif landed?" "Wait a minute." Coulson took out his cell phone from his pocket with a smile, dialed a few numbers and said, "Send me a photo of the traces left after the rainbow bridge was opened. It's a large circle with many alien characters on the ground." The next second after Coulson ended the call, the phone rang with a message alert. Coulson clicked on an unread message, glanced at it, and handed it to Li Feng, saying thoughtfully, "The last time you went to Carter Slay, you also looked at the photos before opening the portal, and it's the same now." Li Feng took the phone and flipped through the photos while thinking about the address in his mind. He casually said, "You guessed right, the other end of the portal must be a place I know." After a while, Li Feng stared at the photos and waved his hand to open a portal. While opening the portal, Li Feng leaned forward slightly towards Thor and made a gesture of invitation and said, "Your Highness Thor, can I go to Asgard with you?" Thor, holding Jane's hand, was about to cross the portal. He was stunned for a moment and then looked at Li Feng and said, "It's a very happy thing to have friends come to Asgard, but..." After hesitating for a while, Thor said truthfully, "But you see, there was an accident at my home. So can you wait until I finish my housework before welcoming you to Asgard?" Li Feng scratched his brow. "Then I guess I have to wait." Li Feng's desire to go to Asgard was not just talk. At first, he thought about going to the library in Asgard first, and then going to Zinta to find out which abandoned planet the cosmic spirit sphere was after learning some magic. There was no way. Although Li Feng had seen the movie Guardians of the Galaxy, he didn't think that he would travel to the Marvel universe at all, except that he felt that the popcorn was delicious, and it was quite enjoyable to watch the movie. So he didn't remember which planet the cosmic spirit sphere was on. This made Li Feng, who wanted to find the Infinity Stones, have to go to the black market on Zinta to see if he could burst out with luck and find the news of the Power Stone in a few days. If possible, Li Feng also wanted to ask for clues about the Soul Stone, because apart from knowing that the Red Skull and the Soul Stone were staying on a desolate planet, he also didn't know where the Soul Stone was. This is the result of watching a movie and only caring about the plot. But now Thor has refused, and Li Feng can't tell him directly that the Rainbow Bridge will be knocked down by you. He can only accept the fact helplessly and pray in his heart that Peter Quill will not go to look for the cosmic spirit sphere now. Otherwise he can only go to Zinta to be a thief. Thor saw a big disappointment on Li Feng's face, thought about it, and felt that such a straightforward refusal seemed a bit unfriendly. While crossing the portal, Thor was wondering if Li Feng had any important business to attend to in Asgard, and asked curiously, "Austin, do you have something to do in Asgard?" Li Feng, who followed him through the portal, shrugged and said, "Nothing, I just want to learn some Asgard magic." Scratching his head, Li Feng said a little embarrassedly, "You may not know that, except for a few extremely powerful wizards on Earth, the rest of the wizards are weaklings in my eyes, so I don't have much communication with them. As for those big guys, I'm just a poor wandering wizard. I simply don't have the resources to exchange the knowledge and resources I want with those big guys." While speaking, Li Feng tried his best to make himself look shabby and pitiful, which made Coulson on the side stunned. He felt inexplicably that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been using Li Feng for free recently. Was they bullying the honest man too much? Then, Coulson shook his head and threw the image of the honest man Li Feng out of his mind. If time and environment did not allow it, I guess Austin would even throw his cloak on the ground and step on it a few times, making it as tattered as possible, so as to cry poor to Thor. So, this is a damn honest man. This is a loser wizard who takes advantage of any benefit he sees, and creates benefits when there are no benefits. After Li Feng performed to his heart's content, Thor couldn't help but show a sympathetic look. He patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, "I understand your desire for knowledge. Don't worry, my friend. In a few days, I will not only take you to Asgard, but also give you some books. Although they are all basic magic books, I think with a solid foundation, you will be able to cast spells faster and your spells will be more powerful. Feng tried hard to pretend to be happy. He smiled at Thor and expressed his gratitude, but in his heart, although I don't mind basic knowledge, why don't you give me some high-end books? I'm not a rookie wizard who knows nothing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Thor's story ends. Standing in the large circle left by the previous rainbow bridge, Thor raised his head and shouted confidently and proudly, Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. Among the people present, Sif and other Asgardians have not only seen the rainbow bridge, but also ridden it countless times, so they are not cold to the weather anomalies caused by the appearance of the rainbow bridge. But Coulson and Jane have never seen the rainbow bridge. They followed Thor's gaze and looked up at the sky curiously, especially Jane, who had both expectation and a little bit of boasting on her face. My boyfriend is about to summon the rainbow bridge to let me open my eyes. Unfortunately, I didn't see even the shadow of the rainbow bridge in my imagination. I just thought that the weather was sunny now, and it was a good day to dry the quilt. After a while, Jane, who had been immersed in research for many years, and had a bad cervical spine, rubbed her neck, that was sore from looking up at the sky, and looked at Thor with a puzzled look, blinking her big eyes as if asking Thor, where is the rainbow bridge? Do you think you can deceive me, just because you are a god? If you dare to embarrass me today, believe it or not, you will have to sleep on the sofa in the future. Seeing Jane's gaze, Thor felt a little embarrassed, and said in his heart, Heimdall, don't you want to be the goalkeeper anymore? I brought my sister here to show off. While complaining in his heart, Thor looked at Jane apologetically, raised his head, and raised his voice, as if his thick and magnetic voice could be transmitted from the earth to Asgard, and continued to shout, Heimdall? Unfortunately, Heimdall was forcibly imprisoned in the ice by Loki at this time. As for the reason why Loki did this, it might be that Loki felt that as the new king of gods, he could not bear to let Heimdall be exposed to the wind and rain every day, without even a holiday all year round, and the tall Heimdall was tanned, which was too pitiful. Therefore, Loki, who was kind-hearted, made a refrigerator for Heimdall to hide in and cool down. This also made Heimdall break free from the ice. Even when he heard Thor's voice, I finally got some time to rest. It's not easy for me. Why bother me to rest? Here, after Thor repeatedly summoned Heimdall to no avail, he finally shifted his mind from Jane to the current embarrassing situation. Although Thor had realized that something was wrong, there was no way to make a long-distance call between Earth and Asgard. This made Thor unable to think of any other way to contact, except to continue shouting, Heimdall, we need your help. In other words, even if there was a phone, with Thor's head now filled with plasma, Feng doubted that this guy would not be able to remember Heimdall's phone number. Looking at the initial show-off and the current anxiety, Feng inexplicably felt that Thor was slapped in the face for trying to show off, and the one who slapped him was Jane, who he had just hooked up with. After thinking for a while, Feng scratched his forehead and said heartlessly, Thor, could it be that Heimdall is off work? Or is it time for the Asgard cafeteria to open for lunch? That's why Heimdall is not at work. And on Earth, it's normal for airplanes, cars and other transportation to be late, because the driver is eating, so don't be too anxious. Before Feng finished speaking, the clouds in the sky began to change. Feng glanced at the clouds, and inexplicably felt that his face was also slightly painful. He rolled his eyes obscurely. Heimdall, you have been in the limelight today. You just slapped Thor's face, and now you slap me in the face. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the changes in the clouds, which made Feng less embarrassed. It takes a huge amount of energy to keep the rainbow bridge open. Thor knew that he didn't have much time to reminisce, so after he and Jane had a few bites of each other, he walked into the rainbow bridge with a big red cloak, and was ready to take his friends back to Asgard. Seeing Thor, the alien friend, go home with his friends, the people who were originally present should go back to their own homes, but Jane, who was already fascinated by Thor, said that she wanted to wait here. Maybe Thor would kick Loki off the throne immediately after returning home, and then kill the rebels without leaving a single piece of armor, and then walk back to Earth on the Rainbow Bridge to watch the sunset with her. In this regard, Feng just wanted to raise his middle finger. What the hell is this TV show that you have watched too much? Your imagination is so wild that even the Earth can't contain it. Now, since Jane doesn't want to leave, then Shavig, who raises Jane as his own daughter, is obviously worried about Jane being alone in the wilderness. What if she encounters bad guys? You have to know that Mexico is dangerous now. He knows that the Prince of the Devil appeared some time ago and took away his flowers. Now he saw with his own eyes that the Prince of the EC took away his flowers. Who knows what will happen to him in the next second when a werewolf prince or a troll prince knocks Jane unconscious and uses her as a reserve food. How can he face Jane's parents? On the other hand, Feng also has no way to deal with women in love. Originally, he wanted to find a place to chat with Xavier and enhance their friendship. Now, he can only choose to stay and act as a bodyguard for several people temporarily. On the side, Coulson saw that Feng had no intention of leaving. After thinking about it, he also chose to stay. He wanted to see if Thor would come back, and also wanted to see what Feng's intention was to find Xavier. Anyway, Coulson would not believe that Feng deliberately made friends with Xavier just because he was interested in his knowledge. If that's the case, Coulson doesn't mind introducing Feng to the Shield Academy, where there are so many great scientists. Finally, Coulson wanted to find out about some unknown things from Jane, such as how Jane and Thor fell in love. To be honest, this is actually very important to Coulson. After all, if he is not careful, Jane may become the queen of the EC. Although the probability is very small, what if it happens? Coulson knows that there are many cases of men and women in love who, in a state of confusion, force themselves to get married regardless of their parents' opposition. Besides, he just wants to know how the spark of love between the Earthlings and the Asgardians arises, which should not be a crime. Thinking of this, Coulson took out his cell phone and dialed a few numbers before ordering. Agent Sylvette, send someone to the town to clean up the wreckage, especially search for a metal robot. After thinking for a while, Coulson turned his head to look at Feng and asked, Austin, I remember you said before that in Asgard, magic and science are actually the same thing. Feng, who was chatting with Xavier, nodded casually and said without turning his head, yes, in fact, in the eyes of many advanced civilizations, magic, to put it bluntly, is a way of using energy, so using technological means to control energy is a normal operation. After speaking, Feng suddenly seemed to realize something, squinted his eyes, looked at Coulson with a smile, and said in an affirmative tone, SHIELD wants to collect the destroyer and study the technology on it. Coulson did not deny it, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about it. SHIELD's responsibility to protect the normal world from being invaded by the weird world was there. Although the origin and function of the destroyer had been clarified, this piece of metal robot did not belong to the Ghost Armor series and should not be classified as weird. However, Shield also told the world that they not only defend against weirdness, but also protect the people. So what's wrong with Shield confiscating something like the destroyer that seriously endangers the lives and safety of the people? They have a reason and evidence, and even the invoice for the confiscation can be issued through normal channels, and no one can refute it. As for Coulson's desire to confirm that Asgard's magic and technology are actually the same thing, he didn't want to hide it. If Asgard's magic is magic, technology is technology, and the destroyer is a product of magic, then Coulson thinks that Shield has no role to play except studying the material of the destroyer. But now that we know that Asgard's technology and magic are the same thing, why doesn't Shield study how this thing is made? Although it is difficult to completely crack the destroyer with the current level of technology on Earth, it should be no problem to crack a small part, especially the problems of energy and remote control. If these two things can be cracked, Shield is not, but the technology of the Earth may cause a small explosion. Feng scratched his head and asked with a pout, I have two questions. Carlson smiled and stretched out his hand, motioning Li Feng to ask questions. First, Sif told me before that, as long as Odin misses the destroyer, this lump of metal will instantly appear in front of him. Even if you chop up the destroyer and make dumplings to eat, this thing will still reassemble into the destroyer and return to Odin. Li Feng grinned and said, so, even if you melt it into molten iron and bury it under the building as building materials, it will be useless. Maybe when Odin summons the destroyer, it will collapse the building. Carlson was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at Li Feng with a black face. Even a blind person knows that the material of the destroyer is precious. That idiot would mix it into building materials? After a pause, Carlson said unhappily, what is the second question? Second, Li Feng asked with a smile on his face. You also saw my battle before. Carlson nodded in confusion. He not only saw it, but also recorded it. But what does this have to do with the question? Li Feng said faintly, the portal is also a space spell after all, but you also saw that I put the portal on the destroyer and couldn't cut through the other party's metal shell. What black technology did you shield rely on to cut through the destroyer? Seeing Carlson's face on the spot, Li Feng laughed and said, anyway, I don't believe that you have any means that are more powerful than space cutting. After that, Li Feng ignored the shocked Carlson, waved his hand to open the portal connected to the RV, and shouted, creature, drive the RV over. Li Feng turned his head to look at the number of people on the scene, thought for a while and said, I want to eat a whole lamb tonight. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the RV with no one in the driver's seat started inexplicably and passed through the portal. Then, creature in the RV was in the kitchen, making dings and dings to prepare dinner. When the sun set, Li Feng and others gathered around the campfire, lying on the recliners drinking beer and chatting, while waiting for Thor who would never return to Earth. Chapter 198 Aladdin. The next morning, a beam of warm sunlight shone on the face of Li Feng, who was lying on the roof of the RV. This made Li Feng, who was still half asleep, feel a little uncomfortable in his eyes. He turned over subconsciously, and then with a thump, Li Feng rolled from the roof to the ground, still face to face. On the side, Carlson, who had not slept all night, and was lying on a recliner watching the sun rise, looked at Li Feng lying on the ground speechlessly after hearing the noise. Isn't it said that all mages are wise men? Why does this mage I know look so stupid? Carlson, with a black line on his forehead, sighed. He didn't even think about getting up to help Li Feng. He just asked helplessly, are you okay? Listening to the tone of Carlson's words, Li Feng felt that the other party was just dealing with him in a formulaic way. But this is the result I want. Li Feng, who was lying face down on the ground, had his back to Carlson and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, when he turned around, he quickly restrained his expression, put on a gloomy face, patted the dust, as if nothing had happened, and said, it's okay, it's just a pity that my beautiful dream was interrupted. I don't know if I can continue my dream if I continue to sleep now. You can try. Carlson rolled his eyes, turned his head to continue admiring the sunrise, and said, I wish your dream comes true. At this time, Carlson seemed to remember something, turned his head back, and looked at Li Feng, and asked with a slightly serious tone and expression, have you checked May after she used the night god mask? Li Feng nodded, scratched his head in distress and said, I did, but I don't think there's anything wrong with her. Carlson, who saw Li Feng's expression clearly, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a worried tone, is it because it can't be checked, or is there no problem? Who knows? Li Feng spread his hands. Anyway, I didn't see any changes in Melinda, not even a slight change. To be honest, Li Feng felt that he was at a disadvantage. The mask was not only used by Melinda, but also in order to have an outstanding subordinate in the future. Li Feng also lost a drop of precious water of eternal life. But when he examined Melinda, he found nothing. For this reason, Li Feng could only guess that Melinda had used it for too short a time, so the side effects of the inner demon did not appear. But he wanted Melinda to continue using it, and he was reluctant to consume the water of eternal life. You said that this matter was really annoying. Carlson looked at Li Feng, who was completely irresponsible, with a twitch of his mouth. He thought that Li Feng was still not very reliable, and he would let Melinda go back to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. for a detailed examination. As the sun rose, Shavig, who had already regarded Li Feng as a friend with a strong thirst for knowledge, opened his sleepy eyes and walked to Li Feng with Jane and Daisy. "Morning, Austin." "Morning, Eric," Li Feng greeted with a smile and looked at Jane and Daisy with a puzzled look. Xavier glanced at Li Feng's IV with some embarrassment, coughed dryly and said, "Well, we want to borrow your bathroom." Well, I was wondering what happened to Jane and Daisy's faces. It turns out they were holding it in. Li Feng held back his smile and pointed to the car door, motioning for the two to feel free to do as they pleased. He said to Xavier, "It looks like Thor won't be able to return to Earth for a while, so I decided to leave here later. What about you? Do you want to continue waiting for Thor here, or should I send you back to town?" Xavier rubbed his forehead with a headache and sighed. "I would like to go back to town, but Jane, let's ask her opinion first." "I knew you would answer like this." Li Feng shrugged and said as he opened his shoulder bag, "Okay, tell me what Jane thinks later." Taking out a few amulets from the shoulder bag and handing them to Xavier, Li Feng said, "These are little gifts for you." Pointing to the RV, Li Feng continued, "You also know my phone number. You can talk to me whenever you have time." After a pause, Li Feng remembered that he might not be able to answer the call in time. For example, he was in another world or hiding in a four-door locker doing research. After thinking about it, he added jokingly to Shavig, "Most of the time, I'm practicing spells in the practice room, and I may not be able to answer your call in time, so don't blame me for not treating you as a friend." Shavig smiled and said that he understood Li Feng. After all, he was also a scientific researcher. There were many cases where he could not answer friends' calls in time when he was busy with work or forgot to call back afterwards. Taking the amulet, Xavier glanced at Carlson beside him and said with a smile, "You know, I feel like these few days are like a dream. Knowing the agents is okay, but making friends with a wizard and being in love with a god and Jane, this makes me feel a little unreal." Shaking the amulet in his hand, Xavier sighed. "Now, because of Thor and Jane's matter, I think my name has been on the list of various intelligence organizations. I'm afraid that when I return to the town, a group of people will surround me and ask for details. But with these amulets and your statement, I don't think my life will be affected too much. After all, no one knows what the consequences of offending a wizard will be." Li Feng smiled and looked at Carlson provocatively. "See, I'm protecting this guy. USHIELD guys, don't look for trouble." Carlson rolled his eyes. "I don't bother to care about you. The girl's boyfriend is much more ruthless than you." Only a fool would deal with Xavier. As the sun continued to rise, everyone borrowed the RV to wash up. After enjoying the food carefully prepared by Creature, Carlson first said that he was busy writing a report on the Devil and the Prince of the EC coming to Earth, and asked Li Feng to help open a portal to the base. Li Feng certainly would not refuse such a small thing, and immediately opened the door to see him off. Then, Jane, who finally restrained her lust, touched her round belly after breakfast, gritted her teeth, and said that she would never let Thor down next time she saw him. With the help of Li Feng, she returned to the town and continued her scientific research life. Seeing that everyone had left and he was the only one left in the deserted wilderness, Li Feng returned to the RV with a beer. Inside the RV, Li Feng put away his playful smile, slumped on the sofa, stroking his chin, sipping beer intermittently, and fell into thought. It's time to put the research of Hellfire and forging magic tools on the agenda, but these two things can't be completed in a short time. Especially Hellfire. If it's studied blatantly, it will probably attract the attention of Mephisto or Johnny Blaze. If it's just Johnny Blaze, it's okay. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Even if I can't beat him, I'm not afraid. I just need to cross the portal, and that will be enough for Johnny Blaze behind me to run his legs off. As for Mephisto, with my strength and some equipment, although I'm not afraid of direct confrontation, I'm afraid that the other party will play dirty tricks, such as consuming my pseudo-angel feather holy water first, etc. So it is better to hurry up to improve my strength. Only my own strong strength is the kingly way. In addition, using the destroyer to make magic tools will not escape Odin's eyes. This guy is very black-bellied. I'm afraid that he will choose to use the same way as Mephisto. After a long time, Li Feng felt that he was still going to travel to another world, avoiding the eyes of Mephisto and Odin, and quietly improving his strength. The only regret is that he himself does not know what world he will cross to. What if it is a world full of gods and demigods? Li Feng thinks that he should return to the Marvel world immediately and then open a crossing gate. After all, with his small body, he can't stand any big winds and waves. For this reason, before crossing, Li Feng, who had instructed Creature to prepare his luggage, took a bath with grapefruit leaves to get rid of bad luck and prayed for good luck in his heart. After rubbing himself until his whole body exuded the smell of grapefruit leaves, Li Feng was satisfied and put on clean clothes. After making the RV invisible and ordering the mummy abomination to keep an eye on the door, Li Feng opened the portal and disappeared into the RV with Creature. The moment he came out of the portal, Li Feng felt his feet empty before he could breathe the first breath of air in the other world, and then he fell to the ground with the world spinning around. Damn, I'm in the air! Exclamation mark. After understanding his own situation, Li Feng immediately turned into black mist and floated in the air to prevent himself from falling to death. This broken door is getting more and more naughty now. Taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly, Li Feng, who was too lazy to complain about the portal, looked at the city below with interest. The city is not big, but its geographical environment and architectural style make Li Feng feel a little curious and drooling. First of all, the city below is a coastal city, but on the other side of the city, it is an endless desert. Li Feng said that he had little education and really never thought that there would be a desert by the sea, which made him feel a little novel. In fact, there are many places with the sea on one side and the desert on the other side, and only Li Feng doesn't know about it. Secondly, the roofs of the buildings below are all big domes, which immediately made Li Feng think of mosques, big plate chicken, roasted whole lamb, and a bowl of beef noodles. After wiping the saliva from the corners of his mouth, Li Feng put on the invisibility cloak and landed in the crowd, listening here and looking there out of boredom. This is because Li Feng had just finished breakfast not long ago, and his stomach couldn't hold any food. Otherwise, based on the action of wiping his saliva in front of the vendor selling roasted lamb legs, this guy would definitely steal a lamb leg and eat it while shopping. Anyway, he is invisible, no one can see him, so this face is naturally not embarrassing. After a while, Li Feng, who has learned languages from various countries, understood where he was, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. Where is the city of Agrabah? Who is the protagonist? Anyway, Li Feng said that he had turned on the detection magic to the maximum, but there was no one with energy in his body nearby. Could it be that the protagonist this time is still an ordinary person? If so, am I invincible again? It seems that taking a bath with grapefruit leaves can really remove bad luck. I will use it to wash away bad luck every time before traveling through time. With a sly smile, Li Feng flew to the roof and looked at the whole noisy market. Suddenly, a young man wearing a hat and carrying a monkey on his back broke into Li Feng's sight. He was seen flying over the eaves and walls in the alley like Parker, and behind him, a group of guards chased him and shouted, "Aladdin, stop right there." Chapter 199 Magic Lamp, Here I Come. As a person who had watched the animated version of Aladdin and the story of the magic lamp when he was a child, Li Feng subconsciously thought of the Aladdin in 1001 Nights when he heard the name Aladdin and saw the monkey on his shoulder. There was no way the name Aladdin was too magical, and Li Feng couldn't help thinking so. Although it was impossible to confirm that this was the world of the magic lamp based on a person's name, Li Feng felt that the probability was still quite high. After all, every time he came out of the crossing door, he was near the protagonist or an important supporting role. After thinking about it, Li Feng touched his chin and watched Aladdin, who was agile, climb over the wall and drill through the window with interest, while his eyes occasionally glanced at the bag on his waist. He wanted to see if Aladdin had got the magic lamp now. If he had, it goes without saying that he would have to figure out how to steal it. If not, he would have to wait for the other party to get the magic lamp and then steal or rob it. As for using the means of trading to get the magic lamp, sorry, Aladdin has always been an ordinary person, and Li Feng doesn't think that he, who is penniless, has anything that the other party wants. just can't let Li Feng teach Aladdin magic? How tiring it is to be a teacher. Anyway, Li Feng, who would rather lie down than stand, would never do anything that would tire him out. After a while, seeing Aladdin shake off his pursuers and about to disappear from his sight, Li Feng immediately turned into grey mist, followed Aladdin above him, and followed him back to his bear house. Or to say bear was a bit exaggerated, because in Li Feng's eyes, Aladdin's house was so poor that it didn't even have a complete roof. Only a small half of the roof was left to shelter from the rain, or his neighbor's eaves were a bit big, just enough to shelter Aladdin from the wind and rain. After carefully looking at Aladdin's house, confirming that Aladdin had not yet obtained the magic lamp, or that he was not sure that this was the world of Aladdin, Li Feng subconsciously cast his eyes on the tallest building in the city, that is, the palace. Li Feng remembered that in Aladdin's world, there was a princess named Jasmine in the palace, and a prime minister whose name he did not remember, but knew that the other party could cast spells. Creature, Li Feng whispered, go to the palace, and ask about 2 people. Creature blinked his eyes, followed Li Feng's gaze, and looked towards the palace, and disappeared instantly, after listening to Li Feng's instructions. Li Feng, on the other hand, was lying on the roof of Aladdin's house, looking down at the entire Agrabah in boredom. As for studying Hellfire, there was no rush, he had plenty of time, not even a day or 2. Suddenly, Aladdin took out a gold bracelet made of gold and inlaid with gems, and stared at the bracelet in his hand with lustful eyes. Li Feng scratched his head and subconsciously glanced at Aladdin's home again. In such a poor family, there are gold and gem jewelry. Anyway, Li Feng would never believe that Aladdin would have such a luxurious bracelet. Needless to say, this must have been stolen from somewhere, and looking at Aladdin's eyes, it was clear that this bracelet was stolen from a beautiful woman, otherwise why would he drool? After a while, Aladdin seemed to have made up his mind. He solemnly put the bracelet in his arms, climbed to Li Feng's side like a monkey, and stood on the roof with his eyes obsessed with the palace. Li Feng looked at the palace, and then at Aladdin. He felt that Aladdin had seen Princess Jasmine. Was this golden bracelet the token of love that Jasmine left for Aladdin? Until the night fell, Aladdin washed his face and hung his beard to clean himself up. He left home with a monkey named Abu on his back and followed the crowd to the gate of the palace. Li Feng, naturally, was curious and floated in the air, watching Aladdin all the way. At this time, the front of the Agrabah palace might be the only place for the people in the city to have a nightlife. It was crowded with people, jugglers, and snack sellers. But Aladdin was obviously not here to join in the fun. Li Feng noticed that his eyes were always fixed on the guards in front of the palace gate. His eyes kept spinning from time to time, as if he was thinking about sneaking into the palace to have a tryst with the princess. Don't mention it, Li Feng really guessed it right. When a carriage was about to enter the palace, Aladdin asked Abu to help disrupt the guard sight, and he took the opportunity to sneak into the carriage team entering the palace. In this regard, Li Feng just wanted to say, this is the palace guard. Your king must have to deal with hundreds of assassins every day. Speechless, but I still have to go into the palace to take a look. After all, Li Feng has never visited the palace since he was a child. Besides, the scene of a thief and a princess having a tryst is exciting to think about. It would be a pity if I don't go to see it. Just when the invisible Li Feng was swaggering with Aladdin to enter the palace, he suddenly sensed that someone was staring at him, and Li Feng also sensed that the other person had a low level of mana fluctuations in his body. Li Feng looked up and saw a parrot speaking human language such as dirty monkey, thief, spreading its wings and flying to the other end of the palace. What is this? A parrot with mana? But isn't this magic power too weak? Li Feng scratched his head, looked at Aladdin and thought for half a second, then quickly cast a positioning spell on Aladdin, and then turned into black mist and followed the parrot. He wanted to see where this parrot came from. If the magician behind this parrot was not strong, Li Feng would not mind exchanging magic experience with the other party. The other party said that Li Feng listened to the kind. If the other party has strong magic power, Li Feng thinks he should pretend to be a grandson, get the magic lamp honestly, and then run away and find a deserted place to quietly study the hellfire. After a while, Li Feng, who followed the parrot, came to the window of a high tower in the palace. Adhering to the principle of caution, Li Feng did not float into the room, but carefully followed the window and looked at a bearded magician in the room. With just a few glances, Li Feng determined that the bearded magician was many times weaker than himself. In terms of the level of the mage, this guy is only at the peak of the apprentice level. Not to mention that his magic power is weak. His magic power is also messy and impure, and it looks like he has practiced it randomly. This made Li Feng feel that he could kill him with a slap. Thinking of this, Li Feng immediately floated into the room. Just when Li Feng was about to control the other party to obtain his spells, Creature quietly appeared beside Li Feng and said timidly, "Boss." Creature found out that there is indeed a princess named Jasmine in the palace. She is now in her room. After hesitating for a while, Creature pointed to the bearded mage and said, "The mage prime minister that the boss mentioned." Creature didn't find it. He only found out that a grab-ass national master, Jaffa, has magic power. Li Feng was stunned. There is no prime minister mage, only national master Jaffa? Maybe it's a different version? Plus there happened to be a Princess Jasmine in the palace. Am I really in the world of Aladdin? Exclamation mark. The magic lamp and the magic carpet are all mine. I will kill anyone who dares to steal them. Where is Aladdin? Li Feng asked with narrowed eyes. Creature's mouth curled up slightly, pointing down and said, "Boss, Mr. Aladdin is imitating a monkey, busy jumping up and down on the roof of the palace." Just as Li Feng looked at Aladdin in the direction Creature pointed, Jaffa, who was looking more and more cunning in the room, was also talking to himself about what would happen after getting the magic lamp, as if the country was already within his reach. Li Feng couldn't help but complain, "You are a wizard, why do you still need a country? Isn't it better to work hard to improve your practice? There will be many people who will come to curry favor with you, you mentally retarded wizard." At this time, the parrot was muttering, "There are thieves in the palace, rough gems without carving," while guiding Jaffa to look at Aladdin, who was still playing Parker on the roof. Seeing that Jaffa had already discovered Aladdin, Li Feng thought about it and silently withdrew the idea of controlling Jaffa. To be honest, although Li Feng knew the story of Aladdin, he had forgotten what would happen and how Aladdin would go to get the magic lamp. Who knows if Aladdin would miss the magic lamp because of his intervention in Jaffa? Whose fault is it if the magic lamp is gone? There is no way. In a world where he only knows the general idea, but not the specific details of the plot, Li Feng thinks it is better to follow the plot, because it is easy to get benefits. As for the development of the plot after the magic lamp is in hand, who cares so much when the benefits are in hand? Tired? In this way, the invisible Li Feng turned into black mist and followed Jaffa. Jaffa followed Aladdin with a staff, carved into a cobra, while poor Aladdin was looking for the princess's room without noticing. It was not until dozens of minutes later that Aladdin, who had jumped up and down and consumed a lot of physical strength, finally found Princess Jasmine's room and successfully disguised himself as a waiter to sneak into the room. Taking advantage of the time when Aladdin and the princess were having a tryst, Jaffa thought about it and notified several sturdy guards and asked them to hide well. After that, Li Feng, who was floating above his head, hid not far from Princess Jasmine's room. After a while, Aladdin, who saw his beloved beauty, walked out of the room with a happy face. While taking off his waiter's clothes, he showed off to Abu, who had just climbed onto his shoulders. Can you believe it? Abu, in the most heavily guarded place in a grab-app. Before Aladdin finished showing off, the previously hidden guard walked up to Aladdin and said, "Good evening." "Good evening." Aladdin swallowed his saliva and whispered to Abu, "Are there any guards behind me?" After saying that, Aladdin looked back at the expressionless guards behind him and smiled hurriedly, awkwardly but politely. But this smile, no matter how you look at it, looks like crying. Needless to say, Aladdin, who doesn't even know where his 3 meals a day are, is lucky not to be starved to death. How can he have the strength to wrestle with the guards in the palace? With his small body, it is estimated that the guards can handle it with one punch. Therefore, Aladdin, who knows, did not wait for the guard to do it and gave up the resistance cleanly. At least he didn't need to be beaten. By the way, he kept his handsome face. He also wanted to rely on this face to make a beautiful eyebrow. And Aladdin's place, where the camel was stored. After letting the servant prepare dry food and water, Feng left the palace overnight and ran towards the desert. Chapter 200, Cave of Wonders. Jaffa took Aladdin and 2 servants, with the bright starry sky above their heads, riding on sturdy camels, and walking in the endless desert without stopping. It was not until the afternoon of the next day, when the sun was the hottest, that Jaffa took Aladdin to hide on a relatively cool sand dune, avoiding the hot sun, and finding an opportunity to replenish their physical strength. At this time, Feng, with the help of Creature, floated above Jaffa with a bitter face. There was no way. Feng had flown all night before, and his own mana was almost consumed by the apparition at noon. He still wanted to keep some mana to deal with accidents, so he could only ask Creature to cast a spell on himself. Looking at the 4 people drinking water and eating dry food below, Feng finally understood why Jaffa left the palace in the middle of the night and brought a lot of dry food. It just so happens that no one will come to disturb us when we start. Feng, who was floating above Jaffa's head, curled his lips and carefully observed the unremarkable environment nearby. This damn place. Is it too remote? While complaining, Feng was also glad that he didn't kill Jaffa, otherwise he really couldn't find this corner. On the other side, Jaffa led Aladdin to the cave, where the magic lamp was hidden, and introduced, when you enter the Cave of Wonders, you will see more wealth than you can imagine. Gold, jewelry, diamonds, and lamps. As long as you give me the lamp, I will give you a rich and free life. Jaffa, who was afraid that Aladdin would be tempted by the gems, persuaded him earnestly. Remember, don't take anything else except the lamp. No matter how tempted you are, you can't take the treasure. While speaking, Jaffa took Aladdin to a strange boulder and cast a spell to open the entrance to the Cave of Wonders. Aladdin glanced at Jaffa and walked towards the entrance silently. Just as Aladdin was about to enter the Cave of Wonders, Jaffa, who was still worried, reminded him again, remember, don't take anything except the lamp. Aladdin looked back at Jaffa, gave him an I know look, and then turned around and went into the Cave of Wonders. The moment Aladdin disappeared in the cave, Feng showed up and petrified Jaffa with a wave of his hand. Feng glanced at the still open cave entrance, turned his head, and smiled silently at Jaffa. As for Jaffa, Feng didn't have a good impression of him when he was a child. What kind of kid would like a villain? Even if this guy can cast a cool spell, the kids still like Aladdin, who is just an ordinary person. If Feng met Jaffa at that time, there was nothing to say, just kill him directly. But now Feng has grown up, and after struggling in the big divide of society, he has a different view of Jaffa. First of all, Jaffa climbed to the position of the king's most trusted national teacher through his own efforts. Even if Jaffa was promoted to the position of national teacher by flattering, it also means that he served the king comfortably, which is also a skill. This is just like how many people in reality rely on a little talent and the ability to flatter to get promoted and make money. This is his ability. What can you do? Envy? Exclamation mark. Learn how to flatter yourself. It's just a fairy tale. The bad guys don't have a good end after all. Besides, Jaffa's desires and abilities don't match. What's more, it's a pity that this guy is not very lucky. A wizard who is ready to steal the country was actually played by Aladdin, an ordinary person. How embarrassing for the wizard. But at the moment, Feng considers that he has just arrived and doesn't even have a place to live, and Jaffa is at least a national teacher. It shouldn't be a big deal to arrange a place to practice and study hellfire. Moreover, Feng still needs Jaffa to collect magic materials for him. Who makes Feng poor now? Since Jaffa is a wizard, he must have channels to purchase magic materials. Therefore, only if Jaffa lives, Feng can get more benefits. Thinking of this, Feng took out the tools and carved the slave contract on Jaffa. After completing the contract, he stepped back a few steps and released the petrification spell, folded his arms, and waited for Jaffa to wake up with a smile. Who are you? The moment Jaffa woke up, he took the opportunity to distract Feng by asking questions and raise the cobra staff in his hand. It can be seen that Jaffa is not without practical experience, but rich in experience. He knows how to cast spells while reducing Feng's attention. Unfortunately, before Jaffa can finish casting the spell, Feng just snapped his fingers and interrupted Jaffa's spell. Jaffa clearly sensed the moment when Feng snapped his fingers and released magic power. He felt as if there was a sledgehammer in his head stirring his brain. He immediately lost all his strength and sat on the ground. Li Feng walked in front of Jaffa, half squatted and smiled. It seems that you haven't figured out your identity yet, rookie wizard. After so many years, Li Feng can finally say rookie to other wizards. It's really not easy, respected sir. Jaffa endured the severe pain in his skull and said respectfully with his head down, can you tell me your name? Seeing Jaffa's hand quietly reaching into his arms while he was speaking, Li Feng curled his lips and said bluntly, don't play any tricks. I have engraved a slave contract on you, and your strength is too weak for me, so you'd better not bother to resist. While speaking, Li Feng reached into Jaffa's arms, took out a small crossbow and said, do you know why I engraved a slave contract and didn't kill you? Seeing his backhand being taken away by Li Feng, Jaffa lowered his head again, thought for a few seconds and said, Jaffa understands that the master needs Jaffa's service. Yes, you are really smart. Li Feng threw the crossbow aside casually, clapped his hands, as if the crossbow was very dirty, and said, don't worry, I won't kill you, nor will I let you do anything difficult. I just want a quiet place to live, and a lot of magic materials. In order to prove that he really didn't kill anyone, and that Jaffa's life was in his hands, Li Feng snapped his fingers in front of Jaffa, and lifted the punishment imposed on him. Seeing that Jaffa was gone, Li Feng turned his head and looked at the Cave of Wonders, adding, by the way, the magic lamp belongs to me. Do you have any objection? How could Jaffa dare to have any objection at this time? His life was in the hands of the other party, so was it useful to object? He nodded hurriedly and said, yes, master, of course the magic lamp belongs to you, and only a powerful wizard like you is worthy of owning the magic lamp. As soon as Jaffa finished speaking, there was a sound of shaking the earth in the Cave of Wonders. Li Feng rushed to the edge of the cave without thinking. The cave was full of boiling magma, which submerged the gold, silver and jewelry on the ground. Aladdin and a monkey Abu, who were holding the magic lamp, were sitting on the magic carpet, frantically avoiding the rocks falling from the top of the cave. Seeing this, Li Feng waved his hand and opened a portal in front of Aladdin. On the other side, the magic carpet and Aladdin discovered the portal that suddenly appeared. In particular, they saw Jaffa outside the cave through the portal. After being stunned for a moment, they went through the portal without thinking. Seeing that Aladdin was safe, Li Feng glanced at the cave, memorized the scene in the Cave of Wonders, and then turned to Aladdin and said with a slightly excited tone, Aladdin, thank you for your hard work. Now give me the lamp. Aladdin glanced at Jaffa and saw that Jaffa stood behind Li Feng respectfully like a servant and nodded to him. Aladdin handed the magic lamp to Li Feng and asked, am I free now? Li Feng took the magic lamp and put it in his shoulder bag, saying, not only freedom, but you can also get wealth that you can't spend in several lifetimes. As he spoke, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal leading to the Cave of Wonders, pointed to the wealth that was still piled up like a mountain, and said, whatever you like, take it as much as you want, you're welcome. Aladdin swallowed his saliva, smiled falsely, and said, I dare not take it. It was because Abu moved the treasure that shouldn't be moved that the cave erupted with magma. Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then smiled and moved the portal to a pile of gems, saying, how about this? You don't need to return to the Cave of Wonders, just stand in front of the portal to get the wealth. Perhaps the temptation of the gems was too great. Aladdin looked at Li Feng and was silent for a while, slowly walked to the portal, carefully reached out and picked up a ruby, put it in his pocket and quickly stepped back. After Aladdin confirmed that the Cave of Wonders had no reaction, he reached out and picked up another gold coin with a grin. As Aladdin happily put the gold jewelry into his pocket, Li Feng asked in a low voice, Jaffa, are there any magic materials in the Cave of Wonders? Jaffa pointed to the magic carpet obscurely and looked at the portal greedily, lowered his head, and said respectfully, Master, there are not only a lot of materials inside, but also rich varieties. The magic carpet is the proof. After a pause, Jaffa recalled that Li Feng mentioned that he wanted to collect magic materials before, and gritted his teeth and said, if the master needs it, Jaffa can enter the Cave of Wonders and search for magic materials for the master. Standing by the portal to fish for materials, and entering the Cave of Wonders to search, are two different concepts. Feng didn't believe that Jaffa would risk his life to help him, even if there were contract restrictions. What do you want? Knowing that Feng understood him, Jaffa breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, lowered his head even more, and said with an expectant tone, Jaffa hopes to learn magic from the master. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.